Welcome to Perfect Organism, the Alien Saga podcast. I'm Patrick, and I'm joined by.
Holden Wilhoit.
And today we are welcoming back to Perfect Organism the composer of Alien Earth, Jeff Russo, and our first-time guest, music supervisor Maggie Phillips. We are so excited to talk to you, and welcome to Perfect Organism.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Good to be back.
Oh, we love it. So my first question is actually for Maggie. Maggie, I'm wondering, how do you know when you found the perfect song for a specific moment? And can you maybe give us like an example from Alien Earth of when you knew you had that exact right thing?
I say this is a question that I get asked a lot. For me, it's just a gut response. It's not a heady response. It's when it feels right in your gut. And I did not pick this song, but I knew it was right when I watched it, and that was the Black Sabbath at the end of the pilot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's really just how I feel emotionally is when I know if I get goosebumps, you know? So that's how I know. Yeah.
That's a big, if it feels right, it must be right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, look, and every music is subjective and everyone gets goosebumps differently, but if I feel them, then that's the one I'm going to be pushing for.
So I've got a question for Jeff. What would you say is your key to creating music that's so in line with like the feel and sound of like previous installments while maintaining authenticity to yourself and the way that you sound?
I'm not sure that there's a key, right? I understood going in what the brief was, and for me, talking to Noah about wanting to stay in the lane because there's a lane, right? Like there's a sound of Alien, and I really felt like I wanted to be in that lane, but I wanted to make it identifiable as us as well. I wanted it to be unique for our show and how we were telling the story, because although there are a lot of the same tropes, right? You have a lot of the same sounds, you have a lot of the same shots, and you have a lot of the same feelings as those first two movies. I wanted to use that, but I also needed to be able to tell the story in the way Noah tells stories, which is different than Ridley and different than James Cameron and different than all of the directors of the films. So connecting that material, connecting all of our score with a more emotional take on it so that characters can connect with one another was a really important thing. Obviously with our show, a lot of that is based in Joe and Wendy's connection, right? The brother and sister connection was a really big thing that we talked about very, very early on. I started writing, the score for Alien Earth about 5 years ago. That was when I wrote my first piece of music, and it was like the second or third piece of music I wrote was Wendy's theme. And then as I wrote Wendy's theme, the conversation with Noah was always like, at some point we need to connect Joe and Wendy. And the next piece of music was always going to be the piece of music where they hug for the first time in episode 2. Like, so when Joe finally realizes this is actually his sister, there's that moment. We talked about that moment for 2 years. We talked about the moment for 2 years, and finding that emotional connection while still staying in our world was, it was a bit of a tiptoe. It was a tiptoe dance.
Jeff will send me sketches, and I remember when he sent that one.
It was a pretty big moment.
It was a big aha moment for you because you were like, I think I found it.
Yeah, so you're figuring that out. Like when you figure something like that out and you're like, I think I found something.
I got it.
That's a really big watershed moment for a composer that's trying to figure out, like, how am I telling this story with music, So that was a pretty big fun moment to have.
Another moment that I love that you open the album with Zaveri's theme, which to me really sets the stage for a lot of the tone of the show, because it feels kind of like a haunted fairy tale a little. And I'm wondering, can you give us some insight into how that particular theme was developed and maybe why it opens the album?
So here's an interesting thought, right? Like, a lot of times I'll write a piece of music for something specific, and then realize that it's not just for that. And what happened with Zaveri's theme, so Zaveri has an important role in the first episode. That's when I wrote that theme for that character, not realizing that that emotion, that feeling, that musical idea was going to extend throughout the whole show. And it was what the character represented narratively that made it important to me. It wasn't that it was about that specific character, but it was what that character meant. Obviously, it's the first death we see. It's the first death via xenomorph that we see in the show, right? And because of that, it made that piece of music even more, more important to me. So I think that's why I start the record out with it. I think it's a really important, piece of music for the whole show. And it also appears everywhere in the show. So it sort of made sense that it was going to be one of the opening tracks.
So my next question is for Maggie, and this ties into Patrick's first question a little bit. All of the needle drops that you've included in the show so far have been so poignant and punchy, like with Tool and with Black Sabbath. So my question is, like, what does the process look like when you're looking down to select music for the show in general?
I mean, look, I will say those end title songs came pretty quickly for us, and we're in there from the get-go. We didn't do like there are like with Fargo and with Legion, there have been times where we've done a lot of trial and error, but this one, I think we had one. No, I was gonna say I think we had one episode that the end title changed, but honestly, it was just like it happened so. It was so once Black Sabbath was decided on, and once we knew that that was working, it was more just like, how do we keep doing it? How do we top ourselves? You can't really top Sabbath, but how do we like stay at that level? You can't.
Definitely hard to top
Yeah,
Sabbath.
you can't top, but like if you start with Sabbath, where do you go? And how do we keep it? We didn't want to ever
Go to 11. Go to 11.
Yeah, I just saw a trailer for that. Yeah, I was like, how do we keep how do we not how do we go to 11? How do we stay at 11? So it's and I think there's only so many bands that have that sort of hard arena satisfying, and we wanted bands and songs that people would recognize, which is not typically. A lot of time it's like you want to introduce, you want some discovery, you want something that's, especially with Noah, we like putting in stuff that is gonna be, you want to know what it is. But with this one, we wanted immediate impact. Like immediately someone's like, oh, fuck, we want and I'm not going to say anything more because I want you guys to have that sort of moment of excitement when it takes like 5 to 10 seconds of like, oh shit, did they put that in there? And like, so it's like a little bit of a, like, even for me, like a satisfying moment of like, there's some bands in there that like teenage Maggie flips out at that I get to put these songs in a TV show. And I want the fans to have it. Look, and we knew we were doing something different and that we knew that we were putting songs in Alien, like we were aware of that, and it's just like, how do we do something that has that impact, like will give an element of fun, like I hope that the audience comes along for it and gets on board and just is having fun with the end needle drops, because we certainly had a good time.
I think people are. I got to say, the first time that we heard Mob Rules at the end of the first episode, I was like, oh, I bet people are going to be like cranky about it. And sure enough, I got like 20 texts from people being like, Sabbath is an alien, being happy about it. I'm saying it's a good thing, which is great.
Yeah, no, I've heard who's texting me the most? I haven't told you of this. All my old boyfriends, literally boyfriends coming out of.
That's awesome.
It's like my first boyfriend, my high school, like texted me about Sabbath, and then like a random guy I dated for like a few months. Like, so it's funny. It's like
it's
my past is coming to haunt me.
So that's really interesting. That's totally interesting. I got a ton of texts after people watched the second episode, and out of 10 texts, they were all cool, right? But 9 of them had exclamation points, and one of them had a question mark. One of them had a question mark. But
I know some people, look, I've gotten online, Jeff, and I know some people are like songs and Alien and they're flipping out about it. But like, I mean, you're not gonna do a Noah show without songs. And look, and it's a TV show. It's not another Alien movie. It's a separate entity, and we're gonna have some fun and do something a little different.
But this is exactly the point that I was actually trying to make as well, which is we're telling this story in a different way than any alien has ever told aliens, the alien story. The fact is, there's a lot of the same things involved. There's all of the same tension and the release and the eeriness and the horror and the violence. There's all of that stuff. But the way Noah tells his stories with a heart, like, because there's heart in our story, right? And a really great way to get right to the heart of things, or right to the catharsis, is to
put a song.
Play Tool. Yeah, play Tool.
It's super visceral. And the show is super visceral. And it's like
visceral.
Yeah, and so I think we just as my dad would say, no pussyfooting around. Like, let's get right to it and like give that release right there and give the audience what they want. And I hope that the people who put the question mark at the end of their text, or who once they get used to, oh, this is what they're doing, will then kind of come along for the ride and have fun.
Well, I think you misinterpreted it. The question mark wasn't why are you doing songs? The question mark was, holy fuck.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like, everybody loved it. And I mean, again, all of those people that texted me were all people like friends of my band from like from the mid '90s. So of course we're all like, oh, you know, it was really great. So that was what that question mark was for. It wasn't. I certainly not from people that I know. I haven't gotten any. I mean, there are songs and aliens
that are saying like songs and they're purists, but you know, it is what it is. We're doing our best. I feel like I feel like. Yeah, I
had enough of purists. We're telling the story.
Well, and I would say if you start with Sabbath, that was the biggest goal for me, is like just staying at that level. There's only one song that I feel like is not my favorite, but the rest I feel like stay on that level. So I'm very happy with the way we did it.
And to be fair, true purists would know we've already had Mozart and John Denver, so this is not necessarily new. But what I love, and my wife brought this up, is that this is grounding this very much on Earth. Like, this makes it feel more like it's of our actual world and our experience.
Yes, it's alien Earth. We are
well said.
Yes.
Well said. There are songs on Earth. Maybe there aren't songs in space.
Yes, and I'm gonna start using that in my interviews in my future. These are our first interviews, so thank you for that soundbite.
You're welcome. Well, thank you so much. We're going to call it there, but this has been such a pleasure, and my wife will be very happy to know that you're using that. And again, from all of us at Perfect Organism, we are truly loving the show. We are on board. We are here for the ride. We are here for feeling uncomfortable and new things and trying new stuff out. And on behalf of everybody who can't be here, we're just really, really grateful for your work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Welcome to our Unearthed After Show from Perfect Organism Podcast. I'm your host, Jamie Prater, and I'm joined by my co-host,
Patrick Green.
And today we're here with David Rysdahl of Alien Earth. David plays character Arthur Sylvia. David, thank you so much for joining the show.
Pleasure. Real pleasure. Yeah.
Well, we are big fans of your work. As I was mentioning before we started rolling, you were a standout in the most recent season of Fargo, which is saying a lot because there's a lot of great actors in that. And having you in this has been so fun. I have a quick question for you just about Arthur's arc.
Yeah.
So, you know, Arthur is, I love him, first off.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think part of why is because he is a really like empathetic character in a kind of an anti-empathetic environment. Yeah. And I'm wondering if you kind of take us a little bit through who Arthur is and how you kind of pull that off.
In a funny way, I feel like he's a mirror image of Wayne Lyon. When Noah and I started talking about Arthur, I was like, Noah, they're kind of similar. They're two father figures that love their kids, love their wives, and go through an emotional crisis halfway through the season where they question everything. And I thought a lot about the Manhattan Project. So the 70s, these scientists that were working they believed in the science, they believed in what they were doing, and then had to question what they did halfway through it. And I thought a lot about where we are today with all these scientists working for these AI companies. And I'm sure a lot of them are doing it out of the goodness of their heart. And there's repercussions that will happen that they have no control of. So, and then lastly, I started as a scientist who's optimistic about what we're doing, and I end as a father on the beach fully. So if we can go from full, he loves the science. He's a nerd for what's going on. And I was a chemistry major in college. So I have this professor that I actually stole a lot from, this biology professor who has this big beard, and he'd come in every day and he'd be like, guys, I was thinking about the cosmos today. Like, let me tell you something. And he just loved it so much. And that's where Arthur's at the beginning. And then he starts to realize what they've done to these kids and the repercussions of what they're doing.
And David, how do you go about approaching a character like this? You're in a familiar world, but at the same time, it's not familiar in terms of the Alien series, but you're not playing a familiar character in a role. You're playing someone very different. You're not on a ship. You're not on anything that we know. How do you approach that?
I took a lot from that first two movies. That's what Noah was like tone-wise. As you know from Fargo, Noah is a writer who understands tone. And in Fargo, things are a little musical, it's heightened. And in Alien, it's really that 70s behavioral, there's not much on it, right? There's not much sauce on it in a way for the acting. And I watched a lot of Harry Dean Stanton and John Hurd, and it's how they move, and realized that in a world of synths, in a world of hybrids and cyborgs, Arthur is the most human. And we came into shooting before the strike. We had a couple of days, and I had a mustache, and it was a character. Arthur was actually a guy who liked his coffee perfectly. It was the kind of a character who was very specific and dressed in these floral shirts, but was kind of a type A kind of guy. And then we had the strike happened, and I was thinking about it, and was like, well, no, Arthur should be a messy dude who spills egg salad sandwiches on his shirt and loves the theories behind it all. And I started thinking about my professor in college, who was this kind of scientist, and I wanted him to be the most human. So that's the approach. Took a while. Some characters as an actor, I know exactly how to play this guy. And Arthur, I didn't. Arthur, actually, I felt he's changed a lot.
I want to talk a little bit about working with Essie Davis, because of course Arthur and Dame Sylvia's marriage and relationship and scientific collegial dynamic is a really huge part of your characters. Can you tell us a little bit about how you worked with her and how that kind of developed?
So we started just really getting to know each other as people. We were both away from our real partners in real life, and we'd go out to the markets in Bangkok, and we'd talk about our own lives, and then we talk about the characters, that power dynamics. You're right, they work together, and so there's power within Prodigy. There's also, there's always dynamics within when the doors are shut within a relationship. There's how is that different than work? How we both have this relationship with Kirsch and Boy Kavalier. She obviously has a lot more power than I do with them, and how we both then see the science. In many ways, I defer to her on the ethics until I start to question her ethics in it all. And so we wanted it to really feel like Arthur does the tech, loves the tech, and allows her do the psychology of it all. Both Essie and I are actors who love talking backstory, and we really tried to map out our whole romantic history, also up to getting these jobs. And in my head, in both of our heads, I'm kind of there because of her. She's the A student. I'm good at my job. I'm really good at it. But Boy Cavalier does not care what I have to say. And so often I have to defer my ideas through her.
So welcome to Perfect Organism yet again, Babou Ceesay.
Thank you for having me.
It's great to have you on the show. Yes,
Thank
and
you.
we are here to ask you some questions about episode 5 of Alien Earth.
Yes, let's do it.
Yeah, so in episode 5, we see the first real glimpses of some of the pain that Morrow's carrying with him, both figuratively and literally. So can you tell us a little bit about how that informs the man that he's become in 2120 and when we meet him?
I mean, he loses his daughter. So there's a very deep pain there, and there's a deep guilt because there's that question, I think, of, well, if he had been there, could he have saved her? Would the situation that even led to her death even exist? And, so he's sacrificed so much. And that's one of the layers of what drives Morrow, knowing that he's lost the thing that's dearest to him. Now, of course, he understands that he might not have seen her through her lifetime because he's away for so long. But there's always that hope that he'd be able to provide a life for her, that's worth living. And unfortunately, she doesn't make it. So yeah, so that moment when I saw it myself in the script really shook me. I was like, wow, okay, this makes sense.
As you approached episode 5, I mean, it's a colossal episode in the middle of this, very big season, first season. What was that process like in terms of you, like that whole shoot? Like, how long did that last, and what was that like?
It was about 5 weeks, 5 weeks. It was a big episode, and it was Noah directing. I hadn't actually seen the episode when I was first cast because it had not been written yet, and as in, the writer's strike was going on. So I remember Noah telling me this whole story of episode 5, like story time, and I was trying to keep up by writing notes, but the moment he started telling the story, I just leaned in and listened. Like it was, mind blowing. And when we approached it, I think the thing I loved most about that episode was for the rest of the season, poor Morrow is alone for most of the time. So I turn up on set. I'm the only actor there. Not to say that I was alone because obviously I had everyone else, but everyone else was busy doing their job. So I'm sat there, waiting in the wings. So it was nice to have an entire crew of incredible actors, two of whom I've worked with before, Michael Smiley and Enzo Cilenti. It's just a wonderful time. And then just the joy of all of us being on that ship and shooting every day. And you kind of walk in and you disappear into that world for the whole day and shooting daily, except for, of course, we got our weekends off, but just being immersed in it was wonderful, wonderful for me.
Yeah, so welcome to our show, Richa. We're really excited to have you here. And I have a question for you. Yours is the first death by xenomorph in television history, which is pretty cool to think about.
Yeah.
So can you take us through that experience a little bit?
Yeah, I actually didn't even realize that until you just told me, but that's really cool. Well, if you're asking specifically about the experience of dying by death by xenomorph, it was terrifying. We got to work with practical, and it wasn't like I was acting with a green screen. I mean, the xenomorph was really there, and as lovely as a human being the person playing the xenomorph is, when he's in full costume, it is the terror that they were able to create was so wonderful for me as an actor, because I didn't have to act much. It was scary.
So I'm
Awesome.
curious in terms of your relationship with the Alien movies. Of course, your big moment is in Alien, or is in episode 5, but of course, we see your character in moments of her littered throughout earlier episodes.
Yeah.
How much did you invest or investigate the Alien series before the cameras rolled on your character?
Yeah, I had never seen the movies before I got this role. So when Noah called me to do it, I was like, well, I better watch them now. And I watched I think the first 2 movies in 1 week, and I fell absolutely in love with the world of Alien. And Sigourney Weaver, her character of Ripley, became one of my favorite movie characters of all time after that. So it definitely helped me in terms of preparing for the role and preparing for the world I was about to step into. And that's something that I think is I'm so lucky as an actor that, with Alien and even with Fargo, there was material to watch before to help me prepare.
Yeah, lots of material for this one.
Yeah.
So I have a question for you. One of my favorite parts of Zaveri's portrayal is the sort of dirt ritual that she performs.
Yeah.
Can you take us through kind of how that idea developed and what it means to your character?
Yeah, absolutely. So that was all Noah Hawley's idea, and I loved it. I thought it was something that was so beautiful and so human, and it was a way for, when she's grieving over the love of her life, who has this horrible face hugger in the cryopod with him. She doesn't know if he's going to make it. She doesn't know if any of them are going to make it. And I think that she took that dirt with her 65 years ago when she embarked on this mission, and didn't think that there would ever be a moment that she'd be using it in a ritual type of way. But I think that that's the moment when, they're so close to getting home. It's like a couple weeks away, and yet it feels like impossible. So I really felt like that moment was very beautiful. And then again, when she does it at the end, towards the end, when, the rest of the crew is all dying, I think that's the moment when she feels like they're probably not ever going to make it home. And it's almost like her way of saying goodbye.
For the space that you guys are acting in, the Maginot is a very large ship, and I know the sets were fairly extensive.
Yeah.
And I know for people who are watching stuff like this, I don't think everyone fully understands what kind of setup it is. But as an actor,
Yeah.
how are you guys given a tour of that space first, or you just take it set by set in terms of scene by scene?
I think, the very first day that I arrived in Thailand, before I was even, I wasn't even shooting that day, I just came to set just to kind of get a feel of it. And I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that what they had to do was they already had the set of the ship that had been destroyed after crashing. And then when they shot our episode, I believe they had to put a lot of it back together so that it was before the crash, which I thought was absolutely incredible. Like you would never have even known that there was a time where that set was any other way. And I don't think I saw the whole entire set, before I shot everything. I think it really was scene by scene. I would see different parts of the set, but I just remember the first day going there and my mind was absolutely blown. It really felt like I was stepping into a spaceship, not onto a set.
What's so cool about the whole kind of Maginot situation is it's really almost like a self-contained film within the series, like within the season.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, did you interact with like the other cast that your character never gets to see at all? Like, was there any kind of camaraderie there, or was it really kind of a separate project almost?
No, absolutely. I mean, it's kind of crazy to think that we never got to the other cast and our cast, that we never really got to be on set together, because we were there together for, I mean, they were there much longer, but my cast was there for almost 3 months. So, we all got together all the time. We would go to dinner, we would go to bars on the weekend, we would explore Thailand together. And we're all in the same WhatsApp group. They never once made us feel like, oh, that's the guest cast. They always made us feel like we were part of the main cast, which was so lovely. And I have so much love and respect for every single actor on the show.
One thing that I've noticed, or you can't help but notice in this show, what's going on in the Maginot, it's a film within a film, or a story within a story. So you have, everything going on Earth, on Neverland Island, and then you're brought back onto this ship.
Yeah.
And in a way where we haven't seen a space or a dynamic like this since Alien, which I thought was really, really fascinating. So I'm really just sort of praising what was able to be created at that time, because it was a lot, and I know that a lot of work went into it, and there was a lot of you guys on that Maginot ship. Like I remember seeing, when I first saw it, the cast, I was like, oh my God, there's so many people here. Was it, I guess my question would be, was it ever chaotic, or was and if it was that intentional?
Chaotic. Can you describe what you mean by chaotic?
Like, so in the original Alien, you have, when the crew wakes up, everyone's talking over everybody else,
Yeah.
which is, Alien Earth reflects that a little bit.
Yeah.
Did that take a lot of rehearsal to get to that?
Honestly, I was really lucky that I hate improving. I can do it if I have to, but I hate doing it. And for my character, I think she's the one that's trying to keep it all together for everybody, and she's trying to get everyone to just settle down and listen to her. Whereas everybody else in the crew, they're kind of talking over each other. So we did rehearse a little bit with the 2 mess hall scenes that we have. And Noah was like, I just want you guys to talk in the beginning. And I was like, thank God my character doesn't really have to talk. And I just stood there listening. But I was just amazed how quickly the rest of my cast, the ones that did have to ad lib a little bit in the beginning, they were able to create these histories with each other, even though a lot of us had just met. And, we shot that scene kind of towards the beginning, and they created these histories between the characters that you really felt like we've been together for 65 years. And it was just absolutely fascinating.
I was first introduced to your work through Fargo, which amazing job. You play a wonderfully
Thank you.
beleaguered police woman in that. It's an incredible role.
Thank
And
you.
if you could sum up, of course, if you could sum up working with Noah in, one sentence, what would it be?
Oh my God, how do you summarize working with Noah in one sentence? I mean, if I had to say anything, it's just a masterclass in filmmaking and TV making.
Well, thank you so much, Richa, for
much.
coming on the show. Yeah, we really appreciate it.
Thank you. I can't wait to hear some of the episodes.
Welcome to Unearthed, an Alien Earth after show, the interview portion. I am Jamie Prater, and I'm here with my co-host
Patrick Green, and we're here with Sandra Yee Sencindiver, who plays Yutani in Alien Earth. Sandra, welcome to Perfect Organism.
Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
We're thrilled. So to kind of get things rolling, the visual language of Yutani is unique in the Alien universe. The costumes, the sets. Tell us a little bit about Yutani and the world that she occupies as a character.
I don't know if you follow my social media, but I call her Miss 0.01 top percent. So this is like one of the richest people, not only in the world, but in the universe. And I think the team does such a good job of putting her in exquisite clothes and jewelry and choosing like these amazing locations and dressing the sets. So you can really see that this is old money and there's a lot of it.
So when you were coming up with this character, I mean, I know Noah wrote this character, but in terms of how she is portrayed, her look, all of that, what was that whole process like?
Well, Noah did like start writing on the page that this is a woman who owns, I think he says, like a fifth of the world and even more of the universe. And that kind of sets an exquisite woman up. And then I remember on one of our first talks, he's like, she's so powerful, she has so much money that she can walk on water. So I actually did take that physically to build this character. I like to build my characters through like what kind of body, what kind of movement, what kind of tempo, how do they speak. She's very soft spoken. She is used to people listening to her. And I thought, well, she does walk on water. Like the waters will pass, will divide for her. So I put that into the movements. And I was also very inspired by Sutirat, who is our costume designer. Like put her in like exquisite raw silks and like exotic patterns, and a lot of the jewelry was very reptilian. She had found like jewelry that looked like the alien and the face hugger, which I thought was such a beautiful detail because you wouldn't be able to see it on screen, but I knew I was wearing it, and the like huge metal, like brutalist jewelry, like enormous power. And we were just like talking about that this is a woman who has anything and everything she wants in the world, and that she's a collector of fine jewelry and species, which I just found to be such a fun detail. Like she doesn't collect art, she collects things from other planets. And of course it's for the company and it being a biological weapon, but I just like that something rare that she had sent somebody else to go find and she wanted to own it.
It's cool. It's almost like, sorry, keep going.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, it reminds me of a lot of like wealthy people, in our own kind of world kind of compete in terms of exotic species of pets. You know what I mean? It's sort of like, an extreme example of that, right?
I remember one of my yes, exactly. I had a friend who was a model. We used to hang out a lot when we were in our 20s, and she would like date these outrageously rich men. And I remember going to a dinner once, and he had like a 4-story house and an au pair, even though he didn't have the kids. The wife had the kids. But he had the au pair that you like clap when he needed her help. It was so outrageous out there. And he had a whole living room full of animals that were stuffed that he had killed. He's just so proud, like, this is a very rare species. And I'm like, okay, you are a very weird person. But I guess you have to find like other kinds of interests if you can have anything and anything.
Yeah. So you have a few great scenes with Boy Kavalier, and in this episode in particular, there's a big showdown that happens. Yes. So can you give us a little bit of insight into how your character and Boy Kavalier, kind of what their history is like and how that scene kind of came together?
This scene is one of the scenes I'm most well acquainted with because I actually auditioned with this scene, and which is like really great because it's like one of the big, it's very unusual for a scene to be this long and this wordy. And it's almost like Shakespearean, like a long play. Like in TV and in films, dialogues are faster and the scenes are shorter. And this is like a massive piece of theater playing out, which is so fantastic because they are like players in the world, and we want to see them like move their little chess pieces and challenge each other and like have a face off. But I do think it says a lot about, there's a lot of world building in it, even though everything is also just about like power dynamics and fighting each other and challenging each other and, moving the pieces on the board. But we do get a lot of world building, which I find so interesting. And I really have the feeling that you learn a lot about these characters, that she's old money and she's had a company that's been in power for generations, and she's inherited all this power, all this money, and is just so extremely privileged and has been a part of setting the rules in this universe, being so used to being listened to and setting boundaries and expecting people to follow them. So I think she gets really pissed off meeting this little boy who hasn't even come into his manhood and who has no respect for decor or manners or any of the rules that everybody has followed for so many years. Like he's like a newcomer and really, really obnoxious. And I think they very much represent like a new order and an old order. So that I think is very much put into play in this long scene where they have a face-off.
In terms of world building, and how much did you talk to Noah about Wayland, the Wayland part of Wayland Yutani? Of course, the Yutani, your character is the face of part of this corporation, but I'm curious what those other conversations were like in terms of the other part of the company.
I think like with this, he's an artist in that sense that as he loves the universe, he loves the films, but he's also trying to build like a new world that can exist within itself, inspired by everything else. So we mainly talked about the things that like are on the page and so many things that have to unfold. But I hope and definitely think that we'll be seeing more of the companies and their DNA and how they work. And I guess also see how it like ties into the rest of the universe.
I hope so too.
I was actually more like this is like more like an appetizer of what's to come.
So is that, you obviously can't like confirm or anything, but is this something that you've discussed potentially there's a future for this character?
I'm smiling. The audience can't. I can't say anything.
You can't talk about it. That's fine. That's totally fine. So I want to go back again to that kind of showdown scene with Boy Kavalier, and I'm curious. The set in that looks palatial. It looks like gigantic. Was that an actual location, or was that built on a lot somewhere?
No, it is an actual location, and if anybody's listening who doesn't want like spoilery stuff or the universe see the magic behind the screen, then they shouldn't listen. Was in Bangkok at the conservatory. So they had it's an actual location, and also on the grounds outside they were shooting some other scenes with with Sylvia, where she has the discussion with her husband. Really lush, beautiful area. Yeah, so they just found this location and thought it was fabulous. So they cleared out one of the huge spaces. It is absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, so not built for the occasion. It's an actual location. Very, very hot. So we were shooting in, I think it must have been May or June. And it is sweltering hot in Bangkok at that time. And if you notice, we're like layered up. We're not really dressed for summer. And especially Yutani has like jackets and shirts and vests, many layers, and this huge hair. I'll get back to the hair later. So it was not easy to shoot. So one thing is having to unfold this really long scene, and you really have to like make an arc and stretch it and keep focus and make all those details and turns while you're acting. But the space was absolutely sweltering hot. Even though we had done the scene so many times, when we were like around lunch, 1 o'clock, my brain like melted. Even though I'd said the lines maybe 50 times, I'm like, I can't remember what I'm supposed to say because it was so hot. So every time we had a break, they would like feed us with ice cream because we couldn't turn on the air condition because it ruins the sound.
Oh,
Yeah. So very, very difficult scene to get through and physically difficult to get through.
what was your prep time? Because Yutani is not like any other character. Yutani, for me, comes off as much more theatrical, and certainly the set at the end of episode 5 that you're walking in with those red guards like Star Wars. Like, what was your?
Wow.
How long did it take you to get in character?
I don't think it took me, it didn't, for me as an actress, it doesn't take a long time to get into character because I use a lot of time before we go on set trying to figure out how she speaks, how she moves, what her tempo is. So like building the physicality and the tempo and the nature of the character. I spend a lot of time preparing that. I maybe spent concentrated 2, 3 weeks trying to figure that out and applying it to the different scenes. And I had the scripts, which is gorgeous. I had all the scenes, so oh well, almost all the scenes. I kind of knew where I was going and what scenes I could unfold this character in. But then you have the layers of working with makeup, hair, costume, and the level of craft on this team is just absolutely amazing. And that informs you a lot. Like you can sit in the chair and it's very much a collaboration. I have an idea of what I want to do with this character, but I'm also just completely willing and open to see other people's inspiration and perception of what this character is. So we create whatever is on the page together. So there's also transformation and something that was rather funny because the rest of the cast is rather low key in their looks. It's very natural. It's very basic. They do a lot with the haircuts, but people don't like, they're not like really made up. So I kind of also had the feeling that the team, Sana and Connie, kind of also wanted like to go all in on Yutani because they knew that they could spend like time and resources on making her exquisite because she's like the one of the richest people in the world. And then Noah's like, yeah, go ahead, go out, anything you want. So they actually decided that every time you would see her in a new outfit with a new makeup look with a new hair, which I thought was rather bold because you don't see her that often to have like a fringe and then the next scene like have that little rock thing with the middle and a third scene have like the geisha inspired makeup. But they really went to town on that. I had a lot of fun. So every time we were going to do a new scene, I would sit in that chair several days because they would like test. And then they would send things to Noah and he'd have to approve. And what about this look? And what about this look? So even though we get a lot of different looks for this first season, they've also tried many looks that you won't be able to see, which was like really, really fun. But
Wow.
if we have a future, maybe we'll get to show that off as well.
Yeah, or at least also in behind the scenes materials. Hopefully, someday it'd be really great to see some more of that. It's funny you're talking about the red guards, Jamie, and all I could think about when Sandra was talking about how hot it was is the people in those outfits must have been because they're like completely covered, like head to toe with
Yeah.
layer. That must have been so hot for them on the set too.
I felt for them, but we're actually also so lucky that they actually use some of the stunt guys because it's physically really really even though they don't
Mm.
do anything, you kind of have to be really really strong and fit to be able to stand in that gear, stand still in that hot gear for so many hours. Yeah, so
Yeah, I bet.
I tip my hat to our stunt guys.
That's awesome. So I know from other interviews that I've seen of you, you have a special relationship with aliens. I know that's something you said somewhere that you wore out your VHS copy watching it so many times.
Yes,
Uh, to take
on
us through a little bit
repeat.
about so your personal history with Alien, but also like what it was like to be cast in something that means so much, obviously, to all of us and the people out there listening too.
You know, it's really surreal to love something and have a very strong relationship to it, and then many, many years later to actually be a part of it. I can't really describe it. It's like a dream. It's like a, bucket list I want to be a part of something that I love obsessively. So that's amazing. And I was actually almost not a part of it. I almost wasn't a part of the show. So originally they had I knew the show was going on. I'd seen it on Deadline, and my friend DM had been cast in the show. I was just so damn envious, but also happy for her that she had landed the role. And I was like, oh, I want to be a part of that. And then suddenly I had the opportunity to audition for Yutani, and I just read this text, and I'm like, oh my God, this is so amazing. There's so much meat on this character. I have to be a part of this. I did the audition. We sent the tape. My agent sent the tape to the casting director, and a couple of days later, she got back. And she's like, "Well, we really like her. We want to send her so Noah can take a look. We just want to make sure that she's available." And this is a couple of years ago, and I just signed to do another show. That's actually why of course, the audience doesn't know that I'm like practically in full makeup. I just came from set. I was shooting another show called Geek Girl, and I just started. I'd filmed one scene that same week. And I loved the show, but it was a tiny show. Nobody knew that it would blow up as it did. And I was like, oh God, I signed on for this tiny little show. And now I can't be a part of Aliens. So it's like, we're really sorry. We love her, but she has to be available. Noah wants everybody out there right now. And I couldn't. I had to finish up the show. So I cried, and that went away. But then I asked DM, she was shooting in Bangkok, tell me who got the damn part. And she goes look at the cast pictures, and she's like, there's nobody up at Yutani. And she like look at the set and see, is there anybody that could fill that description? But she didn't find anybody. And then we have the same agent. We like asked her agent, so DM doesn't know who that person is. And then she's like, "Oh, it's ages ago. Of course they cast that." But she wrote an email to the casting director, and the casting director said that they had paused the casting because of the strike. So they had continued shooting because there are a lot of equity people who are like hired out of Europe. But but they stopped the casting process because of the strike. And I was just like, I'm available now. So they were like, we wrote and it's like, she's available now. And then they had a little break or a long break because of the strike. But then the casting director said, yeah, when we pick it up again, we know we're going to resume shooting. We're going to start the casting process again. So around Christmas, 1.5 years ago, I had the opportunity to audition again and have a recall. And then I was hired.
Wow.
That's awesome.
That's amazing.
That is so awesome. I couldn't have been happier. So even though it was very difficult for anybody and everybody in the industry to have that strike, even though it was a very important cause people were striking for, I was lucky that it happened so I could be a part of Alien. Yeah, I feel so lucky.
Do you have a favorite moment from Aliens?
Yes, I have a favorite moment when Corporal Hicks is like lying there in the ship, and she says, "We're not going anywhere," and he's just like, "We're listening to her. We're not going anywhere." I love that moment. It's like, yes, somebody finally took her serious.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for being here, Sandra. We really, really appreciate this. We, are just so thrilled with Alien Earth. We can't wait for everybody out there to see the rest of it. We're lucky enough to have already seen it and really enjoyed the hell out of it. So thank you so much for being here and for your work.
You're welcome.
And for making time for us.
Flew by.
I know. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care.
How you feeling, man? Doing good?
I'm good, man. I'm great. Yeah. Finally get to talk about it all.
Yes.
It's been years.
Yeah. Well, that's what we're here to do. Jamie, I'll let you get it started off.
Okay. Welcome to our interview portion of Unearthed, an Alien After Show. Thank you, Kit Young, for being here with us. I'm your host, Jamie Prater, and I'm joined by my co-host,
Patrick Green. And let's get started with the questions. So something that I love about Tootles, who I really want to call Isaac now. I feel like I can't think of him.
You can, and thanks for having me on board, guys. Thank you.
Of course. So I love how, although most of the hybrids are growing increasingly uncomfortable with the situation that they're in, they're kind of splintering off. Isaac, in some ways, feels kind of more at home than ever. And I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit about, like, heading into episode 6, what, Isaac/Tootles is feeling.
Yeah, I think we kind of talked about it a lot. I mean, we had so much prep time, and the 6 of us Lost Boys worked so deeply. Even before we started shooting, we were having like workshops on how to like really getting the minds of a child, and then we were kind of like working on the synth bodies and all of these types of things. But within that, when you have to take a group of kids, like all these dynamics matter. And I think we basically decided that Tootles was probably the eldest in age. And, you know, it always matters. It's like, are you 10, are you 10 and a half, are you 12? Like all those things matter. And I think he's been given this second chance at life and is being treated as an adult. And I think he desperately wants that. And so he jumps headfirst into that, and has really bought into it. And he's getting approval from his mentor / idol in Kirsch. And, you know, when you treat a kid like an adult, and you give them respect and you give them responsibility, I think he is that type of kid that really, really wants to step up, and then is kind of overeager, and just doesn't really think to perhaps ask for help that might mean that things turned out differently. Yeah.
Awesome. When you found out that you're going to play a hybrid, what were your first steps in terms of research? What you're playing was very new for the universe, so I'm just curious your process.
Yeah, I mean, because it's interesting, isn't it? Because you can the synth archetype. You know, you can obviously you know, look at the original, and I think of Ian Holm, and then I think about Fassbender in Prometheus and that thing. But the hybrid thing is kind of its own thing, and so we spent a while trying to work out to what extent are we physically portraying the mannerisms of children, and also what does that really look like? Because my impression of a 12-year-old boy might be too much, because to some extent they're just adults who are smaller than you. So like physically, how does that manifest? And for me, it was just that it's attention span. You know, I think I'm quite a good listener. So to what extent can my attention span be shorter? Or like, does the kid just kind of get a bit fidgety? Do they get distracted easily? Do they kind of listen too intently? You know, is he the really studious kid who would be sticking his hand up in class? So we kind of workshopped all those things. My thing also was when we arrived, I kind of realized that I was actually quite a bit taller than the other Lost Boys in the group. So I suddenly thought, well, perhaps something to play is when this kid wakes up, he then almost has this vertigo thing, because he's been almost 5 foot and suddenly you're over 6 foot. And so, like, how do you feel? Like, do you start suddenly knocking things over because your arm reach is longer? Is he surprised at the fact that he can get from one side of the room to the other immediately? Because they're also with the synth nature of the bodies, they're also much stronger and faster. And so yeah, it was a kind of interesting challenge, but it makes sense to make that a feature in certain scenes, and in certain scenes that's not necessarily a priority. So it was really kind of fun to play with. But yeah, it's a kind of new, interesting challenge. And a lot of it, I think, was kind of us following each other's lead. I mean, Sydney kind of set the tone. And so we were then either following with her or then trying to do something different, so that you really have this kind of diverse ensemble with the 6 of us, which I think we really achieved really well. It was a lot of fun.
You definitely do. You all kind of portray different aspects of real kids that, like, I know whether it's my own kids or their friends, they really, you all feel like fully realized people and not like caricatures of children, which is great.
Thank goodness.
Yeah. So I want to talk a little bit about your death scene, which I know you probably knew was coming. How much of that was in camera, and kind of take us through how you shot that?
Dude, I want to say I don't want to get this wrong because it's a while ago. I want to say like 85 to 90% was in camera. It was astonishing how much we could do on the day. It was the only day that I had where it was just me on set. So it was a whole day of sequence, and we staged it because it was very well laid out in the script. It was very detailed about what happens to this poor boy. And so we staged it almost like a play. Everyone was on one side of the room looking at the containers, and I kind of came in and did all the kind of object exercises that he does feeding all the creatures, because there's no real dialogue really. And then we would switch out the real sheep for this amazing animatronic one. The only reason you could tell the difference is basically because no one was pressing the buttons. So you went, that sheep's a bit still. Oh, that's not the real one. That's why. And then when we got to so we had one take for the actual shot where the goo happens and he dies. We had one shot, mainly because we saved it to the end of the day. But also I was like, if we do it again, it's going to take an hour to reset. It's very messy with that stuff. So I had a few dots on my face, but I got actually squirted with stuff in the face, and then we had to pause, makeup would come in and make sure it wasn't in my eyes. And then I would take a sip and hold this white liquid in my mouth. They were great. They were like, do you prefer coconut milk or this thing that looks like paint? And I was like, just give me the thing. And so I took a big old swig of that and I held it in my mouth, and then I was just able to really spit it out and fall apart. And so really the main VFX elements that I didn't see on the day were the fly itself moving, and the kind of extra melting tech. But even like the body at the end, like they built that. I've heard there's a few scenes that I'm in that I probably wasn't there for because it's a mutilated face. Yeah, it was astonishing how much we were able to do on the day. And I've worked in sets where you have to replace quite a lot of stuff, and so it made my job so much easier. And it meant that everybody, even on the day, was like, "Oh, this is already scary and horrible," which was great. It's a great way to leave a set and go, "I'm done, and you're all traumatized. Thank you for having me, and good night." Yeah, it's one of the best exits you can have, and all you can kind of hope for. You join on Alien, you want a good death. You know, I didn't want to die off screen.
Now, do you know for sure if he's fully gone because there's synths?
No, I mean, I don't, and like, you know, I think it's also all of us being good pals. All the other Lost Boys were like, "Yeah, but you can always come back." But I think I was saying to them, I was like, no, it really makes sense, because what it does is it proves that this whole thing is a lie, and also it ups the stakes for all of the other Lost Boys, in that they are all, like, especially Wendy. It's like nobody's safe. Everyone is in real peril. You don't want to be in scenes where perhaps at some point where both Wendy and Hermit are in danger and you're only worrying about one of them. You want to feel like, you know, the crisis is really there. And I think it ups the stakes. Like, the show is continually doing this with each episode, is building. And I also think it's also really fun because it is unexpected. We've been told that they're immortal, and then we've realized it's a lie, that there's going to be consequences of that. Like, the lie itself will have consequences, as well as the fact that now children can die. Because that's pretty bleak. You're watching the death of a 12-year-old. And, you know, that's not nice. But it is entertaining. Yeah, at least when it's me and not a natural child. Yeah.
Joe and Jane?
Yeah, I'm just curious, you know, before the death scene, as a character, as a hybrid, what were the conversations around makeup in terms of how real you guys look or how fake you look?
Yeah, I think that there were a lot of conversations about our looks in general. I think the idea was that, you know, there's a kind of pristineness about them. Originally, Noah said, "Oh yeah, well, there's certain things that will be a little bit uncanny valley." So it was like, so we don't sweat. And I turned to him, we all did, in shock, being like, "We are shooting in Bangkok. We are sweating standing still, let alone when we start shooting." And we were like, "So how do I sweat and make the sweat come back into my face?" We were like, physically, how are we going to do that? And also, how lifelike and how real are they? So the makeup was like everyone is always on their best day, because they are kind of in this kind of cycle, and they aren't going to change anymore. So pressure for all the other guys to look the same for multiple seasons. Good luck across years. But the main thing was all the clothing, like the suits that we wear when we're kind of birthed. I don't think I've had more costume fittings for anything else in my life. We had costume fittings for months and months and months, because they wanted to have them physically fit every dimension of our body, have no creases. It was inspired by a lot of the kind of Russian astronaut gear, with all the kind of wiring and that kind of thing. And so there was a sense of it being kind of perfect, because that's also what Boyke is really selling, both obviously for for doing it, but also to show the world. And so for us, it was about us being these kind of perfect beings that then act in a way that you're not expecting because they're kids. So that was kind of how we reveal that we are human or still somewhat human and imperfect beings. Because you don't want to just see a bunch of mannequins. You can see that, and then suddenly someone starts fidgeting, and then suddenly that becomes interesting. So that makes then the kind of the danger and the blood detail and all those kind of things later more surprising, because you think that they're untouchable. So yeah, it was a really kind of fun conversation. The main thing became about hair, because obviously it's like still kind of 70s-esque. So that was a larger conversation than I think the actual makeup, and everybody had their own version of that.
That's so cool. My last question for you is, your character has this interesting journey in that, you know, you start as a child.
Yeah.
You then you're sort of given this identity as Tootles. and then you kind of choose a new identity for yourself, which is Isaac. And I'm wondering, when you sort of look back on your character and you think about him, like who is he? Which of those was the real you?
I think the tragedy, I think it was most compelling, if he's a tragic figure, is that Isaac is where he feels most comfortable and most excited. And we see him smiling and everything just before his demise. So he's settling into that. I think he probably is that kid who struggles with labels and being told what you are. And so to be given, probably in his eyes, the most ridiculous name in terms of like, if this is your name and everyone's being given a name, he's probably like, well, why couldn't I be that one? And it's probably also going, why we got Peter Pan names in the first place. I think he's probably quite happy to have left behind a certain life, given how enthusiastic he is about his new one. Or is just unaware of what that really means, because he's got to go to Disneyland and is happy to be there. He's unaware of what home is, or what he's missing out on. But I think the tragedy with Isaac is that he's someone who's seeking autonomy and is finally given it. And then just as he's given it, he just, isn't aware enough to ask for help, because he would have maybe at least survived another day. He's just too keen. His curiosity killed the cat. And I think, he may well have grown up a little bit longer and then realized like, oh, I don't want to be Isaac Newton, I want to be something else. But I think just the thing of choosing your own moniker, I think that really speaks to who he is. I think we really get to know who he is just as we lose him, which is, again, just the most exciting version, I think, yeah.
I guess if we have time, my final question would be, what was the discussion about backstory that was not in the show, but with Holly, like who Tootles was before he became Tootles?
Yeah, because we all had different versions of that. I think we all came with our own ideas, and then some of our discussions lined up, some of them didn't. And there's a certain amount which, like, you don't have to all agree on. But given that there's, Wendy's kind of off on her own thing, and then there's 5 new ones, the boys kind of pair up and the girls kind of pair up. And so Tootles is kind of off on his own. I think he tries to, and then his connection is really Kirsch. And I think the way we talked about it a little bit is like he's desperately trying to be the Robin to Kirsch's Batman. So that made me think that maybe he was an only child, and he doesn't have a brother or sister that he's missing, in ways that maybe the others do, and so they kind of immediately latch onto each other. I think he's looking for a parental figure more than he is a fraternal one, and I think he is that kid who's maybe a little bit older, and like the others are maybe a year or two below him in school, so he's like. He gets irritated by the way that Smee and slightly arguing or kind of misbehaving. Like he sees it and that's funny over there, but at the same time he's like, stop, listen. He might be kind of teacher's pet. And then he got sick, and if you're looking at the younger me, and he's lost all of his hair. I assumed, I was like, okay, so he's terminally ill with some form of cancer. But who knows? There may be some other futuristic diseases that we haven't tapped into within the world of the show. I imagine he was quite a lonely kid, and so he's seeking approval from people outside of his sphere, and has suddenly been given that by Kirsch because he's straight up with the kids. He doesn't lie to them, and so he's latched onto that and then gone like full whack on that, and has been given a responsibility, and so just latches onto that as much as possible. So yeah, I always thought he'd be like an only child who was a bit lonely and very bookish, and like probably didn't have friends, so therefore he read up on everything and became this science kid and really loves that. He loves working out puzzles, which is why he's not scared of the creatures when he comes across them. When he's with the orchid in that too, he's just curious because also he thinks he's immortal, but he's also like, oh, well, what is that? Because I think that's where his friendship lies, is with his investigations and discoveries. Yeah.
Very cool.
I gotta say, it's such a testament to your performance that everything you're saying 100% comes across on screen.
Oh,
none of this has been surprising to me because it's completely what's coming across. You've just done a marvelous job.
Also, there's so much in the show. What's beautiful about the show is I think it has huge rewatchability factor. There's so many things that you'll pick up if you watch it again. So there's lots of details, especially with a lot of the Lost Boys, that like you'll catch it there or you catch it there in that shot when you're hearing about something else. So thank you. That does mean the world, because we all worked very, very hard for quite a long time, and we're all very, very proud of it.
It is very evident.
It shows every frame. Thank you so much, Kit Young, for being here. We really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you, boys.
Thank you. Welcome to the interview portion of Unearthed, an Alien Earth After Show. I am one of your hosts, Jamie Prater, and I'm joined by my co-host.
Patrick Green, and today we're very pleased to bring you the director of episodes 4 and 6, Ugla Hauksdóttir. Thank you so much for being here, Ugla.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure. So episode 6 in particular has a lot of great scenes that involve two principal players, right? We have like the showdown with Boy Kavalier and Yutani. We have Morrow on the phone with Slightly. We have, Hermit and Arthur kind of conspiring. And so I'm wondering, how do you create tension and, sort of a dramatic thrust when there's only really two main people in the scene?
Well, I mean, I think that the drama is just so good, so that helps. The writing of the episodes, I'm sure you will agree, is of the highest quality, and so my job is really to just find a way to sort of, I guess, unleash the tension and find and build the drama with the cast. And the cast is also incredible, and it was a very, very beautiful experience working with them all. And the scenes just have, I mean, the dialogue is really greatly written. And of course, here we're quite far into the season. We're in episode 6. And so we've been following these characters for a while, and the tensions are sort of brewing. And I think there's actually a lot of things that sort of come head to head in episode 6. And it was just a real joy to execute those scenes.
In terms of a show like this, where you have a showrunner like Noah Hawley, how involved are you in the world building process before cameras start rolling?
Well, obviously, Noah, being the creator that he is, I think he comes in with a very strong vision, and so I see my job as a director on the team is to really study what his vision is, and I think he was very clear about sort of what he wanted the show to look like, feel like, and so we talked a lot about tone, and of course we have the horror elements and the building of dread, but also I think what happens with episode 4, where I sort of step in, it becomes quite psychological as well. And of course, when I came on board, Noah had already shot his first episode, and Dana was shooting episodes 2 and 3. And so what I did, I spent a lot of time studying the dailies. I had access to all the material that had already been shot. And we did quite thorough tone meetings, and I actually spent some time with Noah on set as well to sort of study just how he works, and just really try to get into the incredible brain of Noah, and just to be on those incredible sets. And to just sort of breathe the world. I found it quite easy then I felt like I had the chance to sort of immerse myself in such a way that when it was time for me to step on set, I felt like I somewhat knew what we were doing. However, of course, what's tricky about a season 1 of a show is that you don't have a pilot to direct, a pilot to watch right away. And so, of course, I think in terms of the tone, knowing Noah's work, there's, of course, quite a bit of comedy as well. So that was sort of, for me, I guess, one of the questions, like, how much can we push it in terms of, like, are we going to let there be comedic moments? But I think it was quite clear on the page that there was definitely that sort of Noah-ness there.
Yeah, there certainly is. Both of these episodes have a lot of wonderful creature moments in them. Mm-hmm. And I'm wondering if you can maybe pick one and take us through, like, maybe what your favorite one to shoot was.
I think such great creature moments. I guess my favorite one, and probably the most challenging one, would definitely be the I made sheep moment in episode 4. We had sort of 3 versions of the sheep. We had the real live sheep, a beautiful sheep called Victoria. And so she was there to do sort of whatever live action we could actually get her to do. It's, of course, always a challenge to work with an animal. But she did exceptionally, and we got that amazing shot where she's sort of walking backwards into the corner of her cage. And so we did what we could with Victoria, but then we also had an animatronic sheep that was unable to walk or anything like that. It basically is able to sort of cock its head, and it was able to chew, and it had kind of a very creepy, look and feel. And so it sort of helped us in terms of trying to at least get a glimpse of what this creature was going to end up like. But then sort of the she that didn't have and created with AI. And so this, of course, required us to support the sequence. Did a preview, just basically sort of a computer animation of where put, and we can sort of really start to imagine what this is going to be like, and we can actually watch it sort of in real time. And so that's how we build that sequence. And the little image, I love the image. It's such a wonderful little creature.
Oh, we do too. She's very popular.
Yeah, and just how it sort of, psychologically like manifests itself into the sheep is really quite creepy. And on set, we had this image slime like thing on a stick. So we had the reference for how it looked and how big it was. But it's quite comical to watch it because it's essentially a very, very silly looking thing that eventually becomes quite a horrifying looking thing.
In terms of collaboration, so you're talking a lot about Noah's vision and understanding how he shoots, and of course the expectations, the tone, and understanding all of that. How much of you, like, I don't know, and I'm not sure our listeners know, like, you have these several directors under the showrunner. Of course, Noah Hawley, who's also directed a couple of episodes. What are you responsible for in terms of the episodes that you direct? Are you there from beginning to end through post-production? What's that role fully like?
Yeah, so I come on board. I can't remember actually how many weeks of pre-production I had, but I think it was probably around 3 weeks per episode, so 6, 7 in total, maybe 8. Sorry, it's been a little while. I've been busy. Yeah, I think it was somewhere between 6 and 8 weeks of prep for these 2 episodes. And so when I flew to Bangkok. The first thing I did was to go and visit all the sets. Beautifully designed, and that immediately you're just sort of like you step into the world of Alien. And I studied. Noah told me that if I wanted to go back and study some of the Alien films to watch the first and the second films, those were sort of our strongest points of reference. And then for me, my episodes are very, there's less action in my 2 episodes, and it gets into a lot of character work. So for me, it was quite essential to get to know the actors and spend as much time as possible, talking through the characters, obviously after having gone through the character arcs with Noah. And, this is kind of the luxury of us all being together in a different country. We were all together in Thailand, and we were all staying at the same hotel. And so the actors are very accessible were very accessible to me. And so I did one-on-one meetings with all my lead cast. And that's when we really, started, reading through the scenes together and really digging into what motivates these characters to do what they do, talking about the philosophy behind their actions. And these were just really quite inspirational dialogues that then we could reference when we were working together on set. And I think that by that time we had become familiar with the drama we were working with. And I hope that shows up on screen in terms of the character depth we were able to build.
Absolutely. Episode 4 in particular is a real highlight for me this season. I think it's just when we had our after show for that, we were talking about kind of the layers of espionage going on in it, like the layers of kind of surveillance and watching and being watched. And it's really nuanced work. And I think one of my favorite things about this show is it is introducing me personally to a lot of people's work with whom I wasn't really familiar before, and not just the actors, but with yours. I mean, like, I didn't know who you were before this, and now I've been going through your back catalog, and I've seen that you're the first female Icelandic director to be in the Directors Guild of America, right?
Yeah,
Is
correct.
that right? Yeah. So what are
Yeah.
you working on next? You mentioned that you're busy. What do you have on your plate?
Yeah, well, I literally wrapped in Bangkok on a Friday and flew back home to my home country, Iceland. I had 2 days off for the weekend to get over the jet lag and shake off the alien Earth experience. And then on Monday, I began prep for my first feature film, actually. And actually, last night was the premiere of that film here in Iceland.
No
So
way.
last year,
Wow.
I've been very consumed with the feature.
Oh,
Congratulations. That's fantastic.
congratulations. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's so exciting. Well, thank you so much for making the time for us, Ugla. We've
Yes,
really
thank you so
appreciated
much.
this, and we're very grateful
Lovely
for your
meeting
work,
you.
and we love the show. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Nice having you. Nice speaking with you. Sorry.
Welcome to the interview portion of Unearthed, an Alien Earth After Show. Today we are here with actor Samuel Blenkin, who plays Boy Kavalier. Samuel, welcome to the show.
Hi, happy to be here.
We're so happy to have you. We've been looking forward to this, and I want to start with a question, which is your character manages to be exactly as detestable as he is captivating, and I feel like he's like the maximum of both of those different things. Is this something that you worked on, like as you were kind of bringing his personality out?
Uh, I think it's, I mean, I gained confidence as the series went on, I think, and kind of the confidence came from me being cheekier about what I asked I was able to do in scenes. So, it was me getting cheeky, going, well, what if I do get on the table? Like, can I get on the table? Yeah, so that kind of grew for me. What's funny is that quite often when you're playing a character like this, and I genuinely mean this, like I don't, when I'm playing the role, I'm not trying to make him absolutely abhorrent. You know what I mean? He sees himself as the main character. So I'm sort of focusing on that side of it. And I just was so delighted when the response has been like sheer hatred for this character, because, that's what we were aiming for. It's just funny that when you're acting in that situation, you see yourself as a hero. Like he sees himself as a hero, the hero of his journey. So it's been really satisfying to see that response. It's great.
So, in terms of the character that you play, I would
Mhm.
love to know the research that went on behind, because, of course, a lot of us are seeing a little bit of Elon Musk, but there's also so much more depth and uh, complexity to this character. What was that process like to create him?
Oh, thank you. Well, I got given a really great reference by Noah, which was this Twilight Zone episode about, I've mentioned it before, but it's a great episode. It's definitely worth a watch. I can't remember the name of it, but it's a young boy who lives in a town, and he is kind of omnipotent. So he has these telekinetic powers, and he can read people's thoughts, and he's removed the town from the world and placed it in, his own world. And if he senses that you have a negative thought, he banishes you to the cornfield forever. So everyone around him is sort of going, hi, they're being really nice and having positive thoughts and smiling. And I thought that was a really interesting reference to give an actor, because it's not really a note about the way that you perform a role. It's a note about the feeling of what it's like to be in a room with that character. And I loved that, because I am somebody who needs to resist slightly bringing in all of my homework when it comes to a role. So my instinct is to slightly go away and get everything ready, and to just bring in all of my research and bring it on set and go, here you go, Noah. Here's my massive bags of like preparation I've done. But what I think I've learned maybe over the last 3 or 4 years that I've been doing, film, mainly TV work, is that in order for me to work at my best, I need to be able to come in and kind of just let something happen. And what they were great about on this show is that very quickly, I spoke about that kind of cheekiness, but I just asked if we could have another take, and I would just like ask if we could do something different, and then we'd find the choices. And it's not often that you get on a set where you feel like that playfulness is there and available. So I kind of took that reference and ran with it, and had a great, great time looking at the script. And really, that's all I like. What's on the page is often enough for me. And I was very careful not to I'm obviously massively aware of what's going on in the world right now, and I'm massively aware of what this character represents. But I had a lot of fun just being present with the kind of physicality of this character. Like,
Hmm.
sitting, lounging around, lying on chairs. You know, I mean, he's got a very different physicality to me as a person, and I really, that kind of outside-in approach was how it worked with this character. So it was less psychological, and it was more about how I felt in the room, my freedom to be able to sit however I wanted, and that kind of thing. And that kind of unlocked it for me. I was like holding the tablet in the hands with my holding the tablet with my feet was something that came out of just that sense of freedom and generosity. Like when the set is generous, you feel like you can reach for those choices, and that kind of came out from somewhere. And I was like, that's the character. That unlocked the character for me, really, is that he sees everything as a bit of a joke. So why would he not do that? You know, that really unlocked him for me. That was a very long-winded answer. Forgive me.
That's what we're here for. So yeah, don't hold the wind back. One of the first things we learn about Boy Kavalier is that he wants to, speak with an intelligence, greater than his own. And I'm wondering, is that what he really wants, or is that what he wants people to think he wants? What is really motivating him?
I think in a way it's true, but I think it's true in a way that he doesn't perceive. He perceives the reason why he wants to talk to an alien life form as like, I'm going to be remembered for that, or like it's you know what I mean? It's like the most interesting thing that's happened to him for a while. The hybrids, they were cool for a couple of years, but now there's aliens, and the idea that I can talk to one, like that's interesting from a kind of scientific point of view. But I wonder whether there is something in there about, I don't know whether I get the sense that there's like a loneliness in this character. You know what I mean? Like maybe deep down, and one of the things, Noah told me that he isn't a sociopath. Like he isn't somebody it's not that his empathy doesn't function. It's that he's been playing the role of himself for such a long time that he's able to kind of really shut that part of him off. And what I think is really satisfying is that the place that we get to by the end of the season is a place where the scales might have fallen from his eyes. He's seeing his worldview has been shattered slightly. So I'm really interested in that. Noah was very, very adamant that this character was not a sociopath, which would have tied everything up neatly with a bow. He's not. I think he's very good at playing this role. And, speaking in sort of therapy speak, I guess, like, why does he feel the need to do that? It's like, why does he feel the need to perform this role in order to survive in the world? And I think there also might be a little bit of existential boredom there in this character. You know what I mean? What happens when you get everything? You get bored. Things lose their meaning. Like I don't think he actually has much meaning in his life. I don't think. So yeah, I think there's a search for meaning there as well, which is what happens when you're not just a billionaire but a trillionaire, which is just an unthinkable thing to think about, really. Yeah.
How much of the construction of this character before cameras rolled happened in terms of your costumes? Because your costumes are very inspired by like Eldon Tyrell from Blade Runner. The costumes of Boy Kavalier are very specific. What part of that journey involved you?
Well, I felt extraordinarily involved in a sense that both Noah, but also Sutarat Lalab, who was our unbelievable costume designer, she really let me into the process and made it very clear from the start that she was going to be a collaborator, a true collaborator, and genuinely interested in what I might have to say. And I just think that's the best thing in the world when you meet somebody like that who is so respected and so incredible at what they do, but they also have this thing of going, well, Sam might surprise me, or one of the other actors might surprise me. Like that's the most refreshing thing in the world, is when you meet a creative like that who goes, the actor might have something to say that would help me do my job. It's not just like I'll hear them out and kind of still do my thing, or you know what I mean? There was a genuine willingness to connect there. And my initial response to the script when I read it was the Peter Pan reference, and therefore bare feet. It was like a lightning, like I felt like if you've got an ego that is floating you above the ground that much, but also Peter Pan, I'm like, that's it. He has to be in bare feet. And we did get shoes ready, but as the shoot went on, it just became clearer that this guy was never going to wear shoes. So that part I felt really involved with. But also we developed the costume over a long period of time. Originally, we were going full kind of pajama vibes. It was going to almost be silk pajamas, almost. Those sort of custom pajamas, as in this guy, he's so ADHD that he didn't ever want to get dressed again. So he just always wears his pajamas. But we kind of pivoted away from that to something that is leaning into a more sort of less esoteric and more performative aspect. You know, those suits are big and bulky and they're power suits and they project, you know, largeness. That's not really a word, but, you know, like they project a certain thing about the character into the room. And when we first tried them on, we knew that we were, you know, heading in the right direction. So yeah, I felt really involved and really included in that discovery process. Yeah.
Early days, you've done your research for what you're going to bring to the character. When you're first starting to shoot and embody him, was there a moment where you're like, okay, I found him? Or did that happen before camera started rolling?
I mean, there's that moment that I mentioned, which is like, you know, when I'm holding the tablet with my feet, that moment of that choice happening, something started to unlock there. I was like, that's the physicality of this character. He'll take an important video call however he wants, that sort of thing. But there were a couple of scenes that we didn't put in. One of them was this dancing sequence, which is just very Noah vibes. But there was this sequence of like Boy K dancing around the facility at night with the speaker system that he's installed in the facility, doing whatever the hell he wants in order to, you know, just have fun. And we filmed that for like 20 minutes and it was great and really, really, really fun and enjoyable. There were a couple of other like little Easter egg things that we didn't make it in, which is Boy K just living his life. And that was very useful for me as an actor, like Boy K like walking around the facility or Boy K researching, or like I was building a little thing at one point. There was actually a shot of me, Boy K, on the toilet that we did, like going by, just him like in his pajamas on a space toilet, and it cracks me up so much thinking about that. But like those were also moments that really got me into the kind of playful vibe that I think this character really, you know, he has that playfulness that, you know, all of that helped me.
Thank you so much for being here, Samuel. We really love your work. We've been getting such a kick out of your character all season, and we can't wait to see hopefully more of you in the future. We'll see.
Yeah, fingers crossed. It's been a pleasure.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Welcome to the interview portion of Unearthed, an Alien Earth After Show. I am your host, Jamie Prater, and I'm joined by my co-host,
Patrick Green, and we are joined today by Alex Lawthor, who plays Joe Hermit in Alien Earth, and we're so excited to have you on the show. Thank you for coming on Perfect Organism.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, so there's a moment I wanted to ask you about. I think it's in episode 6, when your character is asked if Marcy, the hybrid, is really Marcy, your sister. And I believe you say something along the lines of, "To me, she is." And I'm wondering if you could take us a little bit through how Joe's relationship with Marcy and / Wendy is kind of evolving in this first season.
Yeah, I think he's so like when you lose someone, it's glib to say because it doesn't speak to the depths of it, but you want them back. And so his most profound longing is the return of his sister, first and foremost. He's also lost other members of his family, but his sister died young, so I suppose that feels the cruelest and the biggest loss. And so he moves quite quickly to accept this person that physically does not resemble his sister. It's essentially a stranger, to all intents and purposes, apart from the fact that this person seems to know, was witness to the same childhood and has the same sense of humor as the person that he recognizes as sister, and seems to know things that no other person could. So he falls quite quickly into letting her fill the space that his sister Marcy had left. And I don't really know. I wonder if it speaks to that he somewhere inside of himself, he's aware that he is allowing this person to fill the space that his sister left. And isn't that good? Like, that's good enough, eh? But also there's a price to pay for that, right? Because particularly in episode 7, when they come across the graves of these lost children, he is confronted with the fact that there is a material dead person, a dead child whose bones are here. So who is that person behind him? And also, who was in the casket of that funeral that he remembers going to? But actually, he's already made steps in the direction of accepting Wendy as his sister. And I guess when you're in grief, it's understandable, you know, it's, wouldn't you, if someone said they're pretty much a sister. I think pretty much when you've lost someone is good enough, maybe.
In terms of the character of Joe Hermit, what when you were reading the script before cameras started to roll, as you were approaching this, what was it for you that you thought, okay, this is the character I wanted to play?
I liked the contradiction of being a caregiver in an otherwise quite violent environment. I liked the fact that there was a sibling relationship at the center of something in general. I find that quite moving. I find sibling relationships quite complicated. To me, very important. I have two siblings of my own. And yeah, I thought that was quite an interesting proposition to be in a sci-fi world or be in a world that is brutal, but be responsible for looking after something that's quite tender, be like a custodian, something quite tender. So I enjoyed that as an interesting contrast.
Sorry to keep asking like such specific character questions, but it's like when else do you get the opportunity to do this? There's a moment that I also want to kind of circle back on from a little bit earlier in the season when Wendy or Marcy is confronting your character about why he didn't really show up towards the end of her life. And I'm wondering, why do you think Hermit didn't do that? And do you think that he's being honest and truthful with his sister?
Yeah, his dad was sick too. So Hermit was working in order to provide the money to keep his dad and then his sister in hospital and to keep being able to repay the bills that were attached to their healthcare. And then so he was posted away as part of doing this job that he doesn't want to do as a medic when he'd much rather be a doctor in hospital. In order and wasn't given leave even when his sister died, or he came back just for the funeral. So even at the end of life, he wasn't allowed to return home. I think he was. I believe that honestly he was bound, and therefore couldn't come home. But I don't think it's something that is easily is he can't forgive himself for that, and his sister can't understand. Also, she was a child, so she couldn't really understand why you can't come home. She doesn't understand the system, the sort of, I mean, whatever comes after late stage capitalism that they find themselves in. Yeah.
How much did you have to, I don't know, workshop with Noah or others about your character again before cameras rolled so you would have enough backstory? Or was that not the case? And you're like, okay, I'm an actor, I can do this. I'll just make it up as I go.
I think Noah, I think he's not one to rehearse. His world is very detailed, and he's interested in detail as a writer and a novelist. But I don't think we did any rehearsal. But I did bug him on the phone with like a list of maybe 30, 40 questions for him to explain to me sort of how the world operates, what New Siam is, like where we are geographically, how we've got here, what our parents did, where we grew up. And then actually the work was, and I understand this because it's more useful for me and Sydney than it is for me to be doing with Noah, was sharing that information and building a backstory with Sid, who's obviously playing Wendy / Marcy. So those conversations were the prep. I think Noah, and I get it, wants people to come to set and to be present, and to not have too many thoughts about, I think actors can maybe make things more complicated than they ought to be. And I know that I'm very guilty of that. So he allows those conversations to happen between us as actors. And that was a real lifeline for me, was that kind of work with Sydney, because I think Hermit exists very much in order to be the sibling of her character. So it was essential that we had a kind of common understanding as to where they'd come from.
Yeah, and I was going to ask you a little more about that. It's funny, the first time I've ever heard you speak outside of a role that you've been in, and again, as we were saying before we recorded, we're very big fans of your work in Indoor. Just had to sneak that in there. Was at Comic-Con, and we had just spoken with Sydney before that quite a bit. And when you spoke on the panel, and you were talking about the KY jelly and everything with the alien, I was really struck by this feeling of you really could be siblings, like just seeing you in a space together, speaking next to each other, although you obviously have different accents. So I know that's part of that's just great casting, but I also wonder, how did you and Sydney develop this kind of sibling feel? Like how did that, was that rehearsing or was that from spending time together?
Yeah, like I say, we didn't have any sort of formal rehearsal time, but we did spend time in each other's hotel rooms, you know, going through. We would write each other little letters in as Hermit to Marcy and vice versa. And then we sort of grew bored of that and started leaving each other voice notes because it felt more interesting and more sort of, you know, the era that we were living in. That maybe that's how people, you know, what people did instead of leaving letters as correspondence. And then I think all of that stuff is useful, but then I think it's also the fact that I don't know, something about just being able to look at each other and to be able to see a sibling there. There's something in Sydney's eyes, and I think as sort of abstract as that sounds, there's something just about looking at her, looking out at the world as this sort of half child, half grown up, half hybrid that made very clear to me what sort of sibling I was to her and what she needed me to be. Yeah, does that make sense?
Completely. Related to that, you and Sydney you look similar. You guys have similar eyes. You're dark, you have darker features. Was that probably purposefully in terms of like, if Marcy's getting a new body, we wanted to make sure it looks like someone in her family? Do you know?
Yes, I don't know, because I wondered that, because I also wondered, like, you know, in terms of accent, they wanted me to sound like Wendy, and I wondered, oh, that's interesting. So are they, because it's obviously not her voice. She doesn't sound like my sister because they haven't transplanted her voice box. And I wondered, because there is some sort of quite basic equivalence to the Lost Boys, which we see, and their child counterparts. But I wonder, I think yes, but I also think that as an audience, you read into those details more than, I don't know. I assume that Kate Rose James, the casting director, I think she's excellent. And I'm sure all of that was part of her machinations. But I also think the pleasure is you want to see a sibling couple there, and therefore you see what you want to see.
Totally.
Yeah.
While I'm in my, for some reason, really hyper-specific questions with you about moments in the show, that's another one that I wanted to ask you about, which is in episode 2, and it's one that has come up a lot with listeners and fans of the series and of the show, just talking about it. And it's when you seem to first kind of recognize that Marcy really is inside Wendy, and instead of embracing her, you kind of collapse. You almost like fall into her. Do you know the moment that I'm talking about?
Yeah.
How did that come about? Because I feel like in most of the time you think it would be like an embrace or something, but Hermit almost falls into her.
Yeah, because I think two things. I think, or several things. Me and Sid, we didn't want it to. We wanted to do something different and be interesting, hopefully, and something that I don't know was just about two bodies being able to be close to one another, and that is sort of what came out. I think it was also, I think Hermit's, it's sort of his greatest wish and also maybe an absolute nightmare for him. But I suppose the feeling is sort of like buckling at the knees if a lost person comes back. And I also think maybe he's not ready to entirely embrace this, because that feels quite sort of prosaic, maybe, to hug someone. And I suppose he's got some work to do before he can really sort of put his arms around Wendy. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting question. But that just was what felt most right as to how they would first touch each other. Yeah.
I just wanted to say that when Alien's really working for me, it's when it feels real, very real. It's one of the reasons why I love Andor. And I have to say that your performance is one of those things. You just played Joe so realistic,
Nice.
and in a way that the character continues to sit with me. And yeah, it's not really a question, but I just really wanted to share that with you. And yeah.
Thank you. That's so nice. That's really lovely. Thank you. Yeah, I really wanted to, I don't know, it's my first time being in a big American thing as well in a franchise. I was just longing to try and keep things grounded, and I just sort of felt like that was what Joe was trying to do as well. Like he was trying to be like, but what is actually happening here? And it's a child, and then my sister, and then you're not taking care of them. And it's not high drama, and it's not, there's something very basically wrong that's happening here, and it has to be solved. So it's nice to hear you say that, because one hopes one's done a good job.
Well, you certainly have. Alex Lawthor, thank you so much for making the time for us, and thank you for this amazing show and the work that you've done. Hermit, as we said earlier, has really been a standout character for a lot of people in fandom, and we've been following you very much in the show, and it's nice to have you here to talk to us. So thank you so much.
Been a total pleasure. Thank you both so much.
Thank you, Alex. Welcome to Unearthed, an Alien Earth After Show interviews, and I'm your host, Jamie Prater, and I'm joined by my co-host,
Patrick Green, and today we are joined by Nibs herself, or should I say Rose Ellis, Miss Lily Newmark. Welcome to Perfect Organism. We're so thrilled to have you.
Hello. Yeah, it's an honor to be here.
From the very beginning, Nibs has a different relationship with death than the other Lost Boys. She talks about wanting to go home. She talks about how scary it was to be ill, etc. Can you tell us a little bit about what makes Nibs different?
I think Nibs's existentialism is what makes her different to the other Lost Boys. She is, fixated on her past in a way that the other Lost Boys aren't, and they are more excited by their newfound bodies and powers that they've been granted. And I think Nibs finding herself in this new territory is triggering a lot of emotional response, a negative emotional response. So yeah, she's not happy.
In terms of your process before cameras started rolling, what were the conversations with Noah like about bringing Nibs to life?
Well, I spoke to Noah before we started filming, because I wanted to explore Nibs's backstory. And he mentioned that she had trauma in her previous life and that she grew up on a farm. And really the rest was up to me. And so, I kept a little journal in, the perspective of Nibs. And I explored what her previous life may have looked like. And then really it wasn't until I started working with Ugla, who was the director of episode 4 and 6, that I really sort of went deeper into the potential of Nibs's trauma being much darker than what Noah and I had discussed. And because Alien has previously had a lot of symbolism within it regarding motherhood and female bodily autonomy, touching on rape, we did consider that as a possibility for the pregnancy trigger.
There's a really beautiful moment in episode 7 in particular where, your character has been through some real, to use your own words, trauma, both before the show and also during the show. And there's been a lot of kind of hard things in the last few episodes for Nibs. And then there's a moment in episode 7 where Nibs runs to the gravesite and she sees her name on it. And she has this, her expression really changes. And I'm wondering, can you kind of take us through what Nibs is thinking when she sees her former self lying there?
I think in that scene, it could have gone in a way where it wasn't, it would have been a new trigger to set her off again into that existentialism that she finds herself trapped in. But the way that scene went in the end was that it was just about finding closure and putting her old self, Rose, to bed, so to speak, and finding herself truly present in her new body, and being excited and inspired by her new capabilities. And what does that mean now to start over again in a much stronger body, with people that she truly trusts, her friends.
There's a moment where your character essentially attacks Dame Sylvia and you jump on her. What was the process like to set that up and to film it? It was a fairly exciting and thrilling and scary moment.
Yeah, it was thrilling to film. It was scary as well. I didn't want to turn on Essie. She's such a caring and charming person. She created such a safe environment. But she can't be trusted. Dame Sylvia cannot be trusted because she is one of the bad guys, as far as Nibs is concerned. And that becomes more and more apparent the more that Dame Sylvia pokes at Nibs's trauma. And in order to do that stunt where she, jumps and lands on Dame Sylvia, I was connected to some pretty heavy-duty wires to go flying across the room, which was really fun. So that bit was enjoyable. It was a little bit tricky because the seat I was in was like quite a cozy seat. It was like quite deep, and so being able to get up out of it took a lot of leg power. But yeah, I hope it looked as impressive as it felt to go flying across the room.
It definitely
Absolutely.
did.
Yeah. I love how sudden it is, and we were talking in our episode about that moment, about how this whole time there's been this kind of implicit awareness by the characters that the hybrids are incredibly capable, but they're kind of playing by the rule book. And what's so cool about Nibs is in that moment, Nibs is sort of like, I don't need your rules anymore. A little bit, right? And
Yeah.
her relationship with sort of violence, kind of evolves. Can you tell us about that a little?
Yeah, I think, as I mentioned before, if there is a version of her trauma that was incredibly violent towards her, it's a case of hurt people. So all she knows really is violence as a response to an uncomfortable situation. And it's coming from, the lizard part of her that probably, still exists. She's got her human consciousness, and even though it might not have been intentional to have that instinct within her in terms of her design, it clearly still exists. I think it's a combination of her primal feral instincts combined with her extraordinarily strong machine body. And so, if you're going to trigger that kind of combination, you're not going to survive.
There's a moment with your character in episode 2 where, at this point, iconically, she has the first run-in with the TSLS, the image. Can you talk us through what that was like in terms of practical versus digital?
It was mostly digital, if I'm honest. I had to work with thin air for most of that scene. But that was part of the joy of the job. We're playing children with these incredible imaginations. They're just inordinate, like the depths, like the expanse of these kids' imaginations. That's why they've been capitalized on. And so, you know, it wasn't hard work using my imagination. I was just hoping that whatever I was doing was an appropriate response to the thing that I couldn't see. We did have a practical tiny image that I was able to work with for the close-ups, which was really cool. But yeah, in terms of the way it moved, how fast it was, I just had to work with up there.
Well, you're very convincing because that scene really feels like you're actually being attacked.
That's good.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lily, for being here and for your work. We love your character. I think Nibs is really an emotional anchor for a lot of us in the show. And just super quickly while we wrap, one of the first things that we noticed about your character was she kind of fulfills a similar role to Lambert in the original Alien film, which is really beautiful to see. And that she kind of, from the very beginning, just has a deep sense that something's off. And you did a wonderful job bringing that to life. And we're so grateful for you.
Oh, thank you so much. That's really kind. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm glad you guys are happy with it.
Very much so. Thank you, Lily. We really appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. Nice to meet you guys.
You too. Welcome to the interview portion of Unearthed, an Alien Earth After Show. I'm your host, Jamie Prater, and I'm joined by my co-host,
Patrick Green. And today we are joined by none other than Jonathan Ajayi, who plays Smee, who may be my favorite hybrid in Alien Earth. Welcome to Perfect Organism.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome.
I think one of the things that I love most about your performance in the show is it's such a masterclass in physical acting. And I'm wondering, to pull that off, did you model it on like a specific child in your own life, or was this, how did you kind of get there?
I did some work with one of my teachers from drama school, and we looked at Grotowski puppet work. He taught me for 3 years, and a lot of it had to do with like, based on the script that we were given, and just the inspiration and following just the creative muse, so to speak, the things that would show up to me creatively about Smee, he would get me to visualize in a room this child who would eventually become Smee. And through my mind's eye and through imagination, I would just observe him and watch him and see how he behaved, his mannerisms, how does he walk? How does he sulk when he gets told off? What's his favorite thing to do? It was a really profound and strange experience. I remember the first time I met Smee, in my mind. It's a weird thing to say, but I remember the first time I met him, and this joyous 10-year-old in my mind just came bounding into the room and dived onto the sofa right next to me and whipped out a video game console and ignored me like a 10-year-old does because, you know, video games are more important. And my teacher would then say, Jonathan, I don't want you to act what you're seeing. I just want you to observe it. So what's the breath like? How does he concentrate if he loses a level on his video game? How does he sound? What happens? And I would just, for about 20, 30 minutes, just sit still and just observe. And it's like taking the inner imagination and projecting it out. So the room I was in, I would visualize me being in the room as a child and just learn about him. How does he move? How does he think? How does he operate? And then the last portion of the session would then be me representing what I see without the pressure of trying to become it. And that distinction really, really helped me. Because it's like, I don't have to become me. I just have to represent this thing I'm developing a relationship with, which is his physical nature and his mannerisms. And I would start to then inhabit and embody it myself. And we did that for a long, long, long time. And it just gave me loads of freedom and loads of understanding about why he does what he wants. Like why does the things he does things he does. Like one of the clearest things for me is that when he eats pasta, his favorite food is spaghetti because he gets to slurp it. He just likes it. And he always tries to find the longest string of pasta in the bowl and play with it, you know, and those little things they speak volumes, right? So yeah, that's really my way in. Crazy, right?
Amazing.
Actors, man.
Following what Patrick said in terms of your performance, not only are you bringing a physical performance, but vocally you're changing the way you speak. Yeah. How was that, doing both of those things together? How did you bring that voice out?
They inform one another. I found the body first, And I could feel this voice that wanted to come out, and I could hear it in my head, but I couldn't release it. And then randomly, I don't know, sometimes I feel like my algorithm has been sent to help me be a better actor. Because I just suddenly saw loads of videos of Brother Bear.
Yes.
And Coda from Brother Bear, that voice, for some reason, was like, oh my God, that's me. That's his voice. That's what Smee sounds like. And I took that voice and I broke down the characteristics of it. So it's a brighter voice. It's more uplifted. And then like when you do that and all that kind of stuff, and then it just started to really like influence how my body moved, and it changed my physical tempo, which changed the way that I came through with resonance and how much I used. And yeah, Brother Bear and Jackson 5. It's a strange, my brain's crazy. The lyrics from I'll Be There, let me fill your heart with joy and laughter, togetherness, that's all I'm after. Those lyrics, that was like Smee's MO from the get-go. And I would say those lyrics as sort of a mantra. And as I found the voice, I would take it back to the mantra, voice mantra. And you can never find perfection, but I found freedom physically and I found freedom vocally, you know? Yeah, I also was in a very different movie or project in my head to everybody else. I was in The Goonies in my head, and in Matilda and in Space Jam. And, you know, I believe children can only receive so much darkness, you know, because the nature of a child is to make things okay and to find some sort of positivity, or at least to maintain some sense of joy, innocence through really dark things. And yeah, thinking about it slightly off kilter really, really helped me, because I knew that the fact that I was on the Maginot, and there was a cyborg with a robot arm, and there's an alien with acid for blood, and there's been a spaceship crash. I didn't have to portray those things. Those things were happening to me. So I just had to focus on who is he within the context of what's going on.
One of my favorite moments of your whole arc is when you give slightly a grown-up hug. There's something about that moment that really feels like it kind of anchors who Smee is. Can you take us through what's going through his head in that scene?
I think Smee can recognize in slightly something that he sees in adults. Like, for some reason, there's this thing that you didn't have before that I can see in you, and only grown-ups have that. So maybe you need something from me that is at the same level of what you're going through. And I can see that it's a grown-up problem, but I can't solve grown-up problems. But I can give you a hug. And maybe, like, if I give you a more grown-up hug and not a high five, then that will solve the issues, you know?
So, a little bit more behind the scenes, what was the process like to get this role?
Oh, man, it was one of those rare moments where it just feels like everything fell in the right place. And I didn't have to fight too hard. And I'm really grateful for that. You know, the slog to get a job can be really difficult sometimes, whether you get it or whether you don't. Either way, it can be difficult. I did a Zoom meeting with Kate Rhodes James, who I have auditioned for on and off for the last 7 years since we met in my final year at drama school. She's a wonderful casting director, and her notes are always brilliant. And I was very comfortable acting in her space. And I'm a very out there actor. I'll always bring a prop or something crazy into it. And she always has space for it. So I did a Zoom meeting with her, and I brought some props. And yeah, I did a scene which is no longer in the show. But it's a moment where Smee offers slightly ice cream after we've had the moment with Morrow, because I can see that he's sad. And yeah, I just tried to take that down a road that would bring out the inner life of a child and the kinds of decisions they would make, learning how to, or understanding how to navigate someone who's having a difficult moment.
What was your favorite scene to shoot?
Good question. It was the chest buster, man. The chest burster, oh, it was so cool. It was nuts. Can I give you two?
Yeah, we'll take it.
Okay, all right. Okay, so my favorite one is the chest burst because it's a chest burst. It's iconic. It's like loads of blood and like screaming and just like running around like mad throughout the place. It was also really, really profound because I couldn't just be an actor having a horrific experience. I had to be a child experiencing it, which took it to a whole different level. And actually, what I found was a lot of confusion in that moment. I think Smee's really, really confused because I've been told something else, and I've also never seen someone die before, and I kind of don't know what to do. And I think his body takes over his mind in that moment. I tried to go very primal. So vocally, there's a lot of like normal speaking and then sudden screaming of words in really odd places that doesn't make sense. I think when people are backed up into a corner, their sense of structure and stability goes. So I just kind of chucked that to the side. It was fun to do. The other one is in episode 7 as well, where we lose David. Not David, Arthur. Sorry, I always call David Arthur and Arthur David. Is when we lose Arthur and we're looking around going, oh my goodness, like, where is he gone? Where's he gone? And then the dead facehugger falls from the tree onto Smee and slightly starts kicking it. And I start running, I start trying to throw it off me. And then Arthur's just there like, hey guys, what's that? And like the cover up trying to convince Arthur that nothing had happened. It was hilarious because you have to try and lie like a 10-year-old. And children really can't lie. And Arthur actually has that line in the episode. It was just so much fun. It was so much fun.
That was a beautiful moment with the character of Arthur and Arush. I'm curious, for many actors, they get a show and they perform and they go on to the next thing, whether it's TV or film. How does your character, or do you think about him? Does he live within you? And of course, probably in a way he does, but how much do you think about that character?
A lot. I learned so much. I think, parts come into your life at the right time and for the right reason. And I rediscovered a sense of hope and possibility that I had forgotten in like my mid to late 20s at the time when I booked the job. And having to throw off like the heaviness that you can experience as an adult or growing up to find lightness and find simplicity, it really, really influenced me as a person. And, Smee's got this really beautiful way of leading with kindness. And I think when we look around the world, we know how needed that is. It's so deeply needed. Actually, I think one of the most profound things I saw in my research is, to not get too political or anything, but I saw this video of some children running around in Gaza and they were being filmed. And the interviewer was asking them, hey, like, if you could make one wish, what would it be? And these like kids are running around going, I want some chocolate. And they're running and they're like, that's a silly answer. That's a silly answer. Oh, I want a remote control racing car. That's a silly answer. Well, what do you wish for? Oh, I want some bread. That's a silly answer. And then one kid at the end, and this was like maybe one of the real linchpin moments of going, oh, that's how we deal with the reality of what these lost boys have been through, which is terminal illness as children. I need to find something relative. This one child comes to the front and he's just as goofy and running around and living his life like all the other kids. And he just says, I wish my brother was here. I miss him so much. And he didn't break his smile. He didn't blink. His eyebrows didn't furrow. He didn't do anything he didn't give any physical indication that he was carrying the weight of grief. And it blew me away. I was like, how can this child have lost a brother at such a young age, but have such bright eyes and such a big smile? And those questions, they set me on a journey with me. Like, really, I find it very moving when I think about it, actually. Yeah.
Well, we're very moved as well, and thank you for sharing that. And as we let you go, I just want to tell you, your performance really reminds me so much of my son Henry, and I'm getting emotional thinking about it actually, because there's a very deep wellspring of kindness in him, and in the way that he shows up for kids and adults when things are scaring him. And I've never seen a character on television speak to that aspect of children the way that yours does. So I want you to know that it really rings very true for me as a parent. Thank you for that.
Thank
And thanks
you.
for being here on our show and for your amazing work. And we can't wait to see so much more of you in so many
Thank
other
you so
projects.
much, guys. Such a pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, ready?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Welcome to the interview portion of Unearthed, an Alien Earth After Show. I'm your host, Jamie Prater, and I'm joined by my co-host,
Patrick Green, and today we are joined by Adarsh Gaurav, who of course plays Slightly in Alien Earth, and we are so happy to talk to you, man. Welcome to Perfect Organism.
Welcome.
Pleasure's all mine. Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. So from a purely practical standpoint, dumb question, how did you pull off all of the scenes where you're talking with Morrow? Did you guys like workshop that, you and Babou, before you filmed it, and then it was kind of piping through on set or something? Like, how did you make tension with those conversations?
No, I think Babou and me bonded over a lot of things. Even before we started filming, you know, we had a period of about a couple of weeks when we were sort of prepping for the show, etc. And we hung out a bunch, and you know, we exchanged a lot of stories. Babou told me about how his father had traveled to Calcutta in India 40, 50 years ago, and there was so much to talk about, honestly. A lot of what you see in the show, like the bond, etc., actually happened off camera. And then, of course, we went through the scenes, and we rehearsed a bit. Yeah. But Babu's just such a fantastic actor, but also like such a genuinely honest guy, and it's just so easy to open up to him. He just made my job so much easier.
That's awesome. I would love to know what your first day on set was like. Of course, with Alien Earth, you have these incredible sets that you don't typically see in television all the time. What was that like for you?
I was quite overwhelmed, to be honest with you, because it's also the first time that I was working with such a big international cast. While I have done a couple of things internationally outside of India, but this was probably the first one where there were so many people from all over the world, and you had all these really accomplished actors like Babou and Timothy Oliphant, and all my co-actors as well. Yeah, it was kind of crazy to be on set, and also to be. I think one of the first days was inside the spaceship, and to just also take all of that in that we were surrounded by, just the magnanimity of it. So I'd say that I was a bit overwhelmed and a bit distracted, and it probably took me like half a day to like feel like, all right, this is real, and let's just, let's get the job done, and let's focus on what's to be done here. But also like we had such a fantastic team that we were surrounded by. Of course, the directors Dana, Noah, and Ugla, but also like all the departments, like all the HODs of all the departments, such fantastic, phenomenal people. Got to spend a lot of time with each one of them before we started filming. So just makes your job so much easier when you have such a nice crew and great cast with you.
Something that I've wondered about since watching the show is, do you think that Aruj would have gone through with Morrow's plan had he known that Arthur was going to die as a result of it?
No, I don't think he would.
No.
I don't think he would. It's just that by the time he found out that Arthur was going to die, he was already too committed to it, and he didn't have another option. And then it becomes about, what do you choose? Do you choose your family, or do you choose a stranger who's been kind to you? And Arush chose family when there wasn't any other option left, out of desperation. But I feel like if he would have known that Arthur was going to die, he would have been like, I'm sorry, I don't want to be part of this. And of course, he would be completely gutted when he would have ultimately found out. But like, I still feel like he would have taken a stand.
What was your bonding period like? So with all of the other Lost Boys, before the cameras roll, how long did you guys have to get to know each other?
Well, we actually went to film first in 2023. And then we were there for about a month, and I celebrated my 29th birthday in Bangkok. And then, the SAG strike happened, so all of us went back, and then we came back after 8 or 9 months. But within the first month itself in 2023, all of us had hung out so much. We were going for stunt rehearsals together. We were doing our child psychologist sessions together. Outside of all of this, outside of the work, I was taking them for Indian meals in Bangkok, introducing them to like different kinds of spicy Indian meals. Jonathan took us for like a Jamaican meal once. Kit, me and Jonathan went for a really, really nice Jamaican meal. So I remember going for bouldering once with Erina, Sam, myself, Alex, Lily. So everybody was interested in different things, and everybody was kind of like, you know what, why don't we all do this today? And then the flock would follow. Yeah, there was so much just to discover and know about each other, you know. It's kind of like going to uni for me because like I'd never left the country in that sense of like going to another country and shooting with so many people from different countries. So for me, it was a lot about like, oh shit, this feels like uni to me all of a sudden. It was pretty cool. And by the time we were there, the second time around, you know, there was already this comfort level that had been established. Yeah, it was just super fun, honestly. And we were all staying in the same hotel, right? At the Kimpton Malay. So we were all like constantly bumping into each other at the hotel also, like go to the gym, go to the pool, all of that.
That's awesome. One of my favorite dynamics that emerges during the show is your friendship with Jonathan's character. And I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about, you know, how you guys kind of got that bond. Like, was that something you felt right away, or was that something that as a result of kind of going through scenes together developed?
You know, it was just instantaneous. The bond between Jonathan and me, even off camera. I felt the closest to Jonathan when I was working on this show. I don't know, there was just something that I don't know what that point of similarity is between me and Jonathan. Maybe I'm the younger brother. He's not even the younger brother. He's got a twin sister. But there was this ease of, you know, communication with Jonathan. And we just instantly bonded. And it's not even like we have a lot of common things going on between each other. You know, it's not like we listen to the same kind of music or, you know, he's a fantastic dancer. I'm a terrible dancer. We're both good singers. But I don't know. There's this sense of openness between us. Yeah, I guess. And, you know, it was kind of effortless. The bond between Jonathan and myself, we never had to really make an effort or make a plan or be like, hey, you know what, let's go grab a cup of coffee and get to know each other. There was banter between us the second we met, and then we just clicked, you know, and we both realized that we both had this kind of like our inner child. I feel like Jonathan and my inner child is very strong. And I feel that came together in all our interactions.
So the world of the Alien universe is vast, it's expansive. There's many films. Of course, now we have the TV series. What was your homework when you found out you're going to be in an Alien show? What did you do? How did you research that?
Well, my homework was honestly more about my character than the universe itself, because I'd seen the original Alien by Ridley Scott. And then once I got the part, I went and watched the one by James Cameron. And then I also watched Alien versus Predator, where the one that has Arnold Schwarzenegger in it. So I watched like 2 or 3 of them once I got the part. But to be very honest with you, it was more about understanding who Arush is and who this 10-year-old child is and what, you know, his background has been, the kind of trauma that he carries, what his relationship with his parents is, what are the things that he likes doing. I was speaking to a lot of my younger cousins over the phone, video calling them, just trying to like see, you know, the physicality of a child and sort of get that into my body. Because, you know, children have this kind of abandon that they do things with. That as adults, we all kind of like, you know, restrict ourselves in the way we express. And I just wanted to get in touch with that. So most of my homework was actually centered around that.
I love how none of you move the same, even though you're all moving as kids. You move like different children, which is really, really cool.
Because we're also different ages. Jonathan and myself are the youngest in the group. And it's like when you put like a 9-year-old child and a 12-year-old child together, you'll see such a big difference, right? Like, because by the time you're 12, you're already like, hey, I'm going to be a teenager next year. My voice is going to crack. So I'm going to behave like an adult. But the 9-year-old child hasn't quite reached there yet. So, which is also what Noah's instructions were to all of us, to sort of preserve that unique the unique quality that comes with being at a certain age. So Jonathan and I had, we were told that we were the youngest, which is why we were playing the physicality and the child much more than the others.
That's awesome. My last question is just, there's this amazing shot that happens quite a bit with your character where you're alone on a mountaintop speaking with Morrow through the earpiece. And I'm struck by the fact that it's like this paradise. I mean, like if you look at it visually, it's just the most beautiful, peaceful scene. But what's happening internally is this complete nightmare. So can you just, as we close, take us a little bit through those scenes and what that was like to film?
It's hilarious because none of that was ever shot on a mountaintop. We were inside a studio on a rotating platform. There was a green screen behind me, and I could see the entire crew standing in front of me, looking at me. And I was sitting on a rock that was artificially constructed. So everything that you see in the show wasn't there when we were actually filming for it.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So I guess that makes my job a bit easier because I genuinely would have been admiring the scenery a lot more had I been in the mountains. But I think the focus was just again on this kind of deception that my character is going through, and just focusing on Morrow, focusing on our relationship, and really listening to Morrow and what he has to say. And also like my desperation to save my family, because by then it's the water's already reached till here, so like I have to do something to get my family out of trouble. So my focus was entirely just on like, all right, how do I solve this situation and how do I get my family out of this?
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Adarsh, for being here. We really love your performance. We love talking to you.
Yes.
And can't wait to see you in more stuff. I know you've done a lot of other great work too that now I'm going to get to go back and discover because we found you on the show.
Guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Have a wonderful night. Thanks.
Thanks.
Welcome to Perfect Organism, the Alien Saga podcast. I'm Patrick, and for our after show tonight, we're joined by Dana Gonzalez, who has about as many hyphens as you can fit into one job title on Alien Earth. I know you're director of photography, an executive producer, and the director of, I think, half of the episodes. And so we're really excited to talk to you. Welcome to Perfect Organism.
Thank you so much. Honor to be here.
Yeah. So speaking of all the different roles you were doing, how long were you attached to this project? Like, how early on did you know this was coming?
I think it was about 3 years prior to probably physically shooting. We started talking about it, and I started, there was big chunks of kind of concept going along, and there was, trying to find the design of the world. There was some different iterations of that, and even early talks about how we would, the VFX versus the practical and what that meant, and and just trying to find the right balance and stuff, and then even where we're going to shoot it, and things like this. So it was a process, and then obviously trying to make a budget work with what we wanted to do and things like that. So yeah, it was great. I love that stuff. It was a little longer than most of the stuff that I do, because a thing like Fargo is written, greenlit, we get into it and we do it. So this definitely needed a little bit more.
Yeah. Do you remember what those very first conversations with Noah were like?
It was, I guess you start with like how you want to honor the franchise, and the thing is that I talk about a lot is that Noah and I, we weren't interested in like, let's make this better than any of the film. We really tapped into Alien and Aliens, the first two, and it's like we want to honor those, and so it's just like kind of like, how do we find our world with this? And and we're telling more story. We're telling 8 hours in this first season, and maybe 50 hours or whatever effectively. And so how are we? How does that work? How do we honor that? How do you do that when the movies have been whatever 2-hour movies, and we're going to see what the story that Noah was writing was going to definitely see more xenomorph than we've ever seen before. I think he talked about the introduction of those 5 new species. That's a big one, right? That's a big one, and and I think that helps propel whatever we do end up doing, and what this longer story. And then the Lost Boys, you start talking about that, who they are and what they are, and but at the core, I think we always basically we always had a foundation of Alien and Aliens and the whole franchise and what Ridley created, and so I think it was always just starting with that and then building off that and not trying to like let's forget that and create this new world. So it in a way you're picking up where maybe Ridley left off, or I guess something like that.
So keeping in mind that not only do I not have experience making television, I don't have experience talking about it because up until now we've only had films to talk about. Something that I'm struck by is your episodes. So you did 2, 3, 7, 8, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and for
I
tonight's,
shot the
we're gonna stop
pilot.
at
I
7.
shot the pilot at the first episode, and then I just directed 2, 3, 7, and 8.
And so through the scope of a whole season, a lot happens with these characters. And especially if we look at episode 7, for example, there's so much going on, right? We have like Slightly and Smee trying to, deal with Arthur's situation. We have Yutani, we have the commandos coming. We have, the Lost Boys reckoning with all the different things going on with Prodigy and kind of losing their identity and finding out who they really are and things. So my question for you is, how do you navigate the arc of a season in terms of character and tension? And then specifically, if we look at episode 7, can you just tell us how you made time to make sure that character didn't get lost with all that going on?
Yeah, it definitely started in episode 2 with. I was very fortunate that I got to because of the strike. I actually started 2 before we were finished with 1, and so I got to work with the cast early. And basically that we spent a lot of time with them, and they did all this child development stuff that you'll probably have heard about or will hear about. They worked with a child development coach and all these things, and they did this bonding thing. So for me, it was like I knew, because I already knew all the whole season arc. It was important to me to the strength of 7 and 8 were cemented in 2 for me when I did that, started doing it. So like. It was like reminding them, like, your kid's here. You've just became hybrids, right? You're the 11-year-old, you're the 12-year-old. That's who you are. Don't forget that in this performance, because it's easy to all of a sudden revert to being who they were or who they are. That's just a natural thing. So it's like reminding them, and it's so great because Jonathan, Smee's character, he's the most childlike in just his performance. He always grounds kind of he's just very kid-like in his, I think he's the youngest in actually the age of the character. And so to me, building the strength of that, and even if it's like a subtextual thing and it's there and it's happening, in episode 3, that whole dude bro scene, and then Morrow comes in, like, you really feel like they're kids. Then in 7, it's like this innocence lost, right? And 7, you start seeing it. You start seeing, like, he's already, even before that, right? When he's being challenged with Morrow and his mother, and and he's like, his innocence is being like ripped apart. His understanding of like adults and children and the trust, and so it's being ripped apart. And to me, it's like, you have to build that in that very first frame, that very first scene, in those early things. And it's like, if you do that right, and then you have the caliber of actors that we have, which they're unbelievable, and they wanted to do that. They wanted to be reminded, and they wanted to, and then and again, it goes back to the trust of, Noah has really written this arc in a perfect way, and so now, if you do that and honor that, and then it builds along the way, and those little scenes and all these episodes leading up to it. And then I think when you really need to kind of like, it really starts to mean something, if you did it right, it's going to work right away.
Yeah, well, you definitely did it right. Thank you so much for being here, Dana. We really love your work. We love the show. It's been such a pleasure to go through it. And thank you for being on our show.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Welcome to the interview portion of Unearthed, an Alien Earth After Show. I'm your host, Jamie Prater, and I'm joined by my co-host,
Patrick Green, and today we're joined by Steve Painter, the lead prosthetics designer artist for FX's Alien Earth. And Steve, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. So a question that I kind of wanted to start with is, what's something that actually was prosthetics in this that people might assume was, CG or something not done in camera like that?
Well, from the outset, Noah wanted as much done practically as possible. So that's how we approached the whole project. So where it could be done practically, we did it. There are some things that have slipped through that were practical, like for instance, I know I've been talking to a lot of people about the alien attack on Burgerfield, the soldier near the apartment. And when the alien Xeno picks him up and shakes him, they think that's CG, and it wasn't. That was an incredible stunt with a real stunt guy being shaken like a rag doll on set, which was incredible to watch. Incredible to watch. Great stunt. Great stunt. But there are subtle little effects in the show that, you know, have slipped through that people think, oh, that's CGI. Like Babou's glove. A lot of it is his cyborg arm is a glove for wide shots and stuff like that. And it's just CG enhanced.
In terms of the process for a show as large as Alien Earth, how much time are you guys given to develop what you need to develop before cameras start to roll?
We weren't given that much time, actually. I came in quite late to the project. There was a prosthetics Thai crew already involved. And I think I just came in to advise and help them and just speed up the processes. So I wasn't given that much time, but I'm quite used to working quite quickly on other shows, both TV and movie. So it didn't faze me. I just as soon as I got to Thailand, I just started running.
I have a kind of a stupid inside baseball question that's occurring to me as we're talking, but you know, you did all this in Thailand, and I would imagine the equipment and the makeup and all the things that you need there's probably pretty extensive. Was that all your stuff shipped over? Like how does that work when you're on location?
We brought a lot over. We had to ship a lot of materials over. But you'd be surprised what you can get in Thailand. And it surprised me. I was last there 20 years ago, and you can get nothing. Now they've progressed quite a lot. They do ship stuff in from China and from America. But I'm used to stuff coming from the UK, being UK based. So I had stuff shipped from the UK. And, you know, we've all got our own kits that we brought along. So it was stuff that we knew and worked with before.
How much does technology inform what you do? Because we're so advanced in terms of technology and prosthetics.
Yeah, well, I'll take one of the effects in the show for as an example, the chest burster sequence. Noah wanted, and Dana bombarded me with the John Hurt original Alien chest burster sequence. They wanted it absolutely like a homage to that. Now, that was done in '79 beautifully. I mean, it's a fantastic effect. So I wanted to enhance it and bring it up to the 21st century. So we have new materials that we used on that effect that they didn't have in '79. And so technology, as far as material is concerned in makeup effects, is changing daily. It happens all the time. And that's how I approach that effect, is to expand it and make it using the materials that we have now. I'm not saying we did a better job, because we didn't. I think that we paid homage to it as best we could, because we also gave it a retro feel as well, and almost did it exactly the same way they did it in '79 with a guy through a table effect. But I wanted to show the whole body and the legs moving and stuff like that, which I don't think they could have done back in '79.
Yeah, it definitely feels of a piece with the original film in that regard.
Yeah.
What was the most extensive or difficult prosthetic sequence in the season?
That was it.
That was it.
There was one of the set pieces that landed on my shoulders quite early on in Thailand, and so I had to approach the chest burster sequence, like I say, paying homage to the John Hurt sequence in the original, but also, you know, giving the audience, they know what's coming, but I wanted to give them a little bit more. I wanted to expand it by showing the whole length of the body, with David lying there in the sand. And hopefully we delivered that to the fans, that they say, okay, we know how this trick is done, but this looks great.
It did look great. And on days that you're shooting and the days that require the work that you do, how early are you guys up doing what you do?
If we've got a heavy prosthetics day, then we're up pretty early, you know, like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning, starting. Wow. If we've got a big crowd day, like the crash sequence day, where the Moorjani goes into the building at Prodigy, we're up pretty early. We're first in and last out. That's what they say with makeup effects guys.
It's like the epitome of one of those fields where from the outside it kind of just looks like magic, but from the inside it takes like just I mean an incredibly long time, I would imagine.
Yeah, it does. But that's the industry, that's the business, and we're happy to get up in the early hours of the morning to do the magic, and then be last on set or at the production offices or at the makeup trailers to take everything off again. But it's that moment on screen, and that's what we live for. Is that if we've delivered that, it's there forever, and that's that from me personally, that's what I get up to do for.
Something that I really love about Alien Earth, and something that we've talked about quite a bit in the after shows and things so far, has been a return to gore in the series, which sounds funny, but it feels a little bit like the last few entries have been kind of toned down a little bit, especially something like Alien Romulus, which Fede Alvarez directed, of course, kind of a gore meister. I was surprised that Romulus wasn't really that intensive. And what I love about Alien Earth is the first 2 episodes in particular are just full of it. And it feels very appropriate to the tone of the series. So do you have a favorite, gore sequence that you worked on? And can you tell us why? Other than the chest bursting.
On the show. Yeah, on the show. Well, oh, gosh, take my pick. It was all fantastic. It was all great to do. Yeah, you're right. I usually find that movies tone it down a little bit, whereas TV ups it. Whether they can get away with more, obviously, they can. And from my background, which is horror films and war films and stuff like that, I'm glad to see it. And there is an art to doing gore. People, it's not just throwing the claret around here or there. I mean, I will act out what's happened on set, and to give it reason why there's a splatter on that wall and various things. His lordship scene was probably the goriest we did, where we had guys, with bits missing and cut in half, the guy crawling away, his lordship actually crawling away. It was a bit of a gore fest, and that's what the fans want to see, the body horror.
In terms of body horror, on episode 6, when Isaac dies, how much of his death involved prosthetics?
Just actually his body at the end. It was down to Kit's acting and some CGI for the actual fall, and I believe it was done in one take, which is incredible acting from Kit. And then we took over when he's lying on the floor. That's all us. And we did we life cast him, and we did a body of him. We took away what Dana wanted and from his face and added more here, and it's a little tweaking here and there until we got what we wanted. And it's basically, his body is lying there. That's us.
The more artists and directors who've come on the show and actors, the more I'm realizing how much of this was really done in camera, which I just love. And I guess, as we kind of come to our closing here, what's your favorite sequence ever in terms of makeup or, prosthetic effects?
I'm old school. So probably why I got the job on this, because he wanted a retro look. Noah. American Werewolf in London. I don't think that transformation's ever been surpassed. And I've never done a werewolf transformation. If anyone's out there, I'd love to do a transformation werewolf. Never done it. 38 years, and I'm still waiting to do one.
Robert Eggers might employ you for that.
Oh, right.
Do you have a favorite film in the Alien films, aside from the work that you did on this show?
I love the first two. I was 13 when the first one came out, so I didn't actually see it in the cinema. I saw it a couple of years after that. And I actually visited the set of Aliens when they were shooting in London, and because I knew what I wanted to do since the age of 8 or 9 years old. And a friend of the family got me onto that set. So Aliens is my go-to, purely because of my relationship with that film. But it's just a mind-blowing. Both of them are just totally mind-blowing. Love them.
100%. 100%.
I don't know if you can feel the jealousy through the screen, but it's emanating in your direction that you got to visit the set of Aliens. That's incredible.
Well, I met up with some of the Legacy. They were Stan Winston crew, and I met up with some of the Legacy crew a couple of years ago in Northern Ireland on Dungeons and Dragons, and it was nice to catch up with them. And I said, I visited you guys when I was younger. I won't say how old. And it was extraordinary because they're all heroes to me when I was growing up. And they're such nice guys, really lovely, lovely guys.
That's awesome. Steve Painter, thank you so much for making time for us, and thanks for your work. The show was incredible, and we can't wait to see, hopefully, more of your work in seasons to come. We'll see.
Hopefully. Fingers crossed.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, my friend.
Welcome to Perfect Organism, the Alien Saga podcast. I'm your host, Jamie Prater, and I'm joined by my co-host,
Patrick Green, and today we're joined by two of the stars from Weta Workshop. We have Vaughn Flanagan, who's supervising art director, and we have Joe Dunkley, who's senior art director. And Vaughn was, of course, responsible for a lot of design work, and Joe was responsible for a lot of fabrication and costume work. And we're really excited to have you here to talk with us today. Welcome to the show.
It's great to be here. Yeah, thanks for having us.
Of course. So I figured we'd start off with, not really the elephant in the room, I guess the Xeno in the room. The costume for the alien is a huge undertaking. There's so many moving parts. It's so complicated. So I think I was surprised, at least, when the first episode premiered and it looked different. It had been redesigned. It had kind of changed. And it was almost like it was amazing that you were able to make it look so convincing and so different at the same time. Now, I'm kind of wondering, can you take us through, Vaughn, a little bit of maybe from a design perspective, why the creature kind of looks the way that it does in this? And then also, Joe, if you can tell us a little bit about how you made it.
Yeah, I mean, well, first up, it was a long time ago now for us. It was about 4 years ago we actually began our journey with the show. And there were many stops and starts because of things like COVID and whatnot. So it's been interesting just trying to sort of remember some of the stories. But I think Noah had a particular vision for the alien and coming on to this project. And it's quite a daunting task to kind of do a design pass on the xenomorph. For many of us in the studio, it's kind of like a sort of a benchmark in creature design. And, there was a bit of trepidation to kind of mess with it. Everybody at Workshop is a huge fan, especially those involved with creature design. So, we tried to sort of find a way to honor that original, creature suit that we saw in 1979. But Noah also, as I said, had a particular vision that he wanted to bring. I mean, the first thing is we knew this was going to be an alien show based on Earth. And so that kind of brings a really different sort of lighting scenario, really some challenges with regards to sort of the environments that it's going to be in. We're used to seeing sort of dark and gloomy spaceships. And at that point, episode 5 hadn't actually been written, so we didn't know there was going to be this kind of alien film in the midst of an alien show. But Noah really, being a sort of a terrestrial-based show, he wanted to draw a little bit more influence from some of the creatures in our world, but mainly in the details. We wanted to preserve the silhouette. This silhouette of the alien is kind of, if there is something that is sort of sacred within the sort of horror sci-fi genre, it's that silhouette. We had to preserve the elongated head, the piping, the sort of Geiger aesthetic. But the way in which he wanted to, I guess, innovate a little bit was in the details. So mainly around the chest, you'll notice a few differences. The rib cage has been removed in favor of something more crustacean-like. Noah sent us a lot of reference for beetles and crustaceans and things like that. And he wanted us to integrate that into the design. And that kind of informed sort of the details of the rest of the suit. You see more subtle nods to sort of crustacean or insectile creatures. They've sort of removed the piping in favor of something that looks a little bit more akin to sort of the texture along a beetle. I guess there was sort of 2 phases with the creature design for the Xeno. Initially, we did a design phase, which was kind of more just pure concept art, exploring the creature. We didn't know it was going to be a suit at this point. And this was in conjunction with other creature designs that we were doing. And that was really early.
Yeah, that was really early.
Yeah, that was, what was that, 2020?
It was 20, yeah, it could be 2020, 2021. So
We were playing with all sorts of proportions and things. But there was a point where we realised that it had to be a creature suit, and that was something that Noah was really keen on. That's when sort of Joe jumped on and sort of had a bit of input into obviously, if you're going to fit a person inside a suit, it has to fit human proportions. Whereas prior to that, we were playing with all kinds of different proportions. If there's anything you want to say at this point.
Yeah, and then there's story. There's so much that this xenomorph has to do in the story, and so knowing that Noah now wanted to pursue practical effects for the xenomorph, we were going to be asking a lot of the performer. So we were looking at all the tricks you'd expect. We created a puppet that I've seen some behind the scenes stuff is out there. It got out there in the world that we called Steve, and so we had Steve as an option. But with the demands of the performance, we thought it would be great if we could get a stunt performer, creature performer into this role, someone who not only has the performance value to personify the xenomorph, but someone who can actually perform some of the extreme stunts involved in the script. And that's where Cam Brown came in, the Kiwi stunty, who's also done quite a lot of creature work. And so then it was a matter of adapting proportions and also through sculptural tricks, messing with his proportions, getting him up to heights, putting him on stilts, elongating the neck, all those tricks you'd expect.
Yeah, there's Noah had sort of a particular pose that he was quite keen for the Xeno to be in. He sort of felt that when the Xeno is on fours, it looks a little bit more like a creature and less like a guy in a suit. And so holding that pose is quite challenging, especially when you're dressed up like a xenomorph. So we needed a performer as well that was quite strong, and Cam sort of fit the bill in that. But it sort of meant that we had a 6'2" performer instead of a really tall guy. There was a lot of discussion about whether we go that route and whether we get like a 7-foot tall performer. But in the end, it was sort of really performance driven, and that sort of from that, a lot of cascading decisions get made around the proportions of the suit.
In terms of your process, this is for both of you guys, of developing this, how much did you go back into Giger's, like his designs? And I know that you said that Hawley sent over his ideas, but how much of your R&D involved you looking at what Giger did?
Well, there was quite a lot of influence of Giger. We had two sculptors working on the Xeno suit that worked with Giger himself.
Brigitte and Marco West worked with Giger in his shop back in the day, and Marco runs our prop department, and Brigitte sculpted on the xenomorph suit here. So we had some as close as you can get to first-hand influence from HR himself.
I mean it was just really great having them involved, as that legacy is really important. And I don't know if you've ever had the opportunity to be at Weta Workshop, but we have a lot of movie sculptures and props and things decorating out, and we have a lot of we've got some xenomorph heads and various other bits of reference that are physical ref. So I know that when our sculptor Jamie Beswarek was sculpting the head, he had a Giger head right next to him, and tried as much as he could to it's kind of referencing Giger is almost like I don't know. It's sort of become canonized as an aesthetic. and you brought something really unique to that first Alien that every other Alien show has sought to innovate a little bit, whether it was Cameron's Aliens or the other films that came after that. There's always been subtle changes, but yeah, that was really important to us to kind of honor that legacy.
So something else that I love about Alien Earth is it gives us a chance to see a significantly expanded bestiary for the Alien films, and I know part of your, especially Vaughn, part of your brief for this was coming up with these new species. There's one in particular that we're going to have to ask about because she's the apple of our eye at the moment. But in general, I mean the creatures are all so interesting. So can you maybe just tell us a little bit about maybe some of that process and if you have a favorite?
Yeah. So I can sort of begin sort of where it began was really Noah. He had ideas from the outset for creatures. We'd actually done some early sort of blue sky exploration. But one of the things that he was always keen on is sort of grounding the creature design in sort of our world, and that he was quite keen to have some sort of real world analog a lot of the time. So come up with creatures like the tick and the fly. We have those real world analogs. But I'd say there's two main things or principles that he had for us. Which one is this idea we already have a fantastic creature. It's in the form of the alien, the xenomorph, and it has this complex life cycle. And that's kind of one of the things that he was really into. And it meant that we got to explore not only just sort of the design of the adult versions of the creatures, but we actually explored various stages of development and life cycle for the creatures we did for the show. And that's a really important part of your first time. I remember the first time watching Alien and that kind of realization of the horror of the life cycle of the xenomorph is so integral with the experience of watching that film. Oh, absolutely. And so you can't play that trick again and again and again and again and generate. Well, you can, but you'll never generate that same feeling again, which is what I think Noah was trying to do with these new creatures, is give audiences that experience that we all got the first time around. Yeah, I mean, it's sort of, there's a sense of surprise with the xenomorph. You've got the overmorph, the facehugger, the chest burster, and you're like, wow, this is kind of unexpected, and so. That was something that he was quite keen to for us to explore with the new Maginot creatures. The other thing is you have this sort of natural kind of primal sense of fear and disgust over certain things. And I guess, the
like
idea...
a fly vomiting from its proboscis onto someone's face and it melting the fat. That's pretty good.
Exactly. Yeah, I think it's kind of in here. And, and like for the alien, it was that idea that an alien life form would impregnate a human. That was one of the sort of kind of cornerstones of the original scripts. And so how could we explore something equally disgusting was kind of Noah's thing. And also how can we, he sort of pushed us to not just explore something that looks scary. Personally, I mean, maybe I've seen them too much. I don't think any of our creatures look scary. Because he said anything can look scary. Just put big teeth on it and make it look, vicious. But
it's more natural that it's got some sort of cover, that the horror of it isn't revealed just overtly in its appearance.
Yeah, it's more what it does. Yeah, that kind of makes it scary. Okay, so talking about the eye in the room, the eye image was one of the sort of briefs that Noah was really keen for us to explore, and that comes from inspiration for that originated from this parasitic isopod. It's called a tongue-eating louse. If you look it up on Google,
I'm not looking at it.
It's pretty strange. It actually eats the tongue of a fish and then replaces the tongue. And so that was deeply disturbing. to everybody, that idea that a creature would replace a part of your body with itself. And so I think, also making it an eye, it takes out the eye. We're so precious over our eyes. We don't want them to get hurt. They're soft. They're
vulnerable. Yeah.
Vulnerable. And so just, to have this parasitic creature that replaces your eye and also takes over your body was just one of those things that had this sort of, complexity to it, but also this level of horror and disgust that I think you don't necessarily get through just a scary-looking monster. So, from there, if you want me to talk about it, I can. But the image itself had to be explored. And, we actually latched onto a design pretty early in the piece because we knew it had to go into the eye socket of creatures of various sizes. Not that it fully changes size because, you get this sort of comical thing of one big eye and one small eye. It's like, who's he trying to kid? Perhaps it comes from a planet where there's very big eyes. But as we explored it, it had to be an invertebrate because you can't really get bones or cartilage to fit to any great measure in a tight space. So that led us down this sort of tentacle route. The tentacles, which you probably haven't seen in close-up, but instead of suckers, they have barbs. And that just makes it particularly vicious and useful in sort of digging and extracting. In its undercarriage, it actually has like a little beak or pincers that are useful in severing the optical nerve. And from there, some cilia sort of comes down from the undercarriage and also just connects down the optical nerve to control the brain. It has another little detail, which I've seen people say that as tentacles extend, it actually has an extra set of, I don't know really how to describe them, but they're kind of like grappling hooks that are similar to a chameleon tongue, how it sort of shoots out. And this was something that the VFX supervisor pushed us to do because it just didn't seem right that it would be able to sort of leap at speed with tentacles, which was totally right. So it has these two little extendable, suckers that come out from its undercarriage, latch on the eye, and sort of propel it forward. And it all just makes it really vicious. But it's been quite a fun creature to see in the show. It clearly has intelligence, and I don't know, maybe it is the smartest creature in the show. I don't know.
At this point, I haven't seen we haven't seen the final episode. It's just just hasn't screened yet. Yeah. But so far, the image is populating the sheep in the lab, and oh my god, I love it. It's just he's up to something.
Yeah. He's kind of being underestimated a little bit in the show. It seems like he's just silently plotting in the background. He's one of the main antagonists, I reckon.
He managed to get that door shut, and he's feeding the fly.
Yes. Yeah, he obviously knows what the other creatures do too. So. But yeah, anyway, that's maybe too much information about the image. But yeah,
there's never too much information about the image. Trust me, I get every episode we do gets derailed because everybody's so interested in it. So we just end up talking about that one creature. Like, I mean, every single after show, like somebody brings up the image and we all just start, because just to your point, it's one of those things that, one thing, the design is just like, it makes so much sense the first time you see it anatomically, but it also presents as something frightening and cute at the same time. And something that we've been talking about a lot that's so interesting in the Alien universe is we've had a lot of things that look both beautiful and scary, or both like sexual and terrifying. We haven't really had anything that was cute and horrifying before. And I think that the midge, part of why it's kind of capturing our imagination, is it occupies this unique niche that I think we kind of missed. So yeah.
Yeah, I think also my view is also tainted by all the crochet versions and stuff that I keep seeing online.
I haven't seen that.
Oh yeah,
crochet image.
Yeah,
awesome.
I sort of feel, it's funny when you're designing these things, you never really expect anything like that. Partly because we're just trying to kind of do something that makes sense. I think like with all the creatures, you know, assuming they're all from different planets, they didn't need to share that Giga aesthetic. They didn't need to look like a xenomorph. And so a lot of those design decisions were just made because of what it needed to do. Yeah.
How far from so the final design, what we see in the show, did it start off looking like that? Is it very different from its original concepts?
This for the image? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It actually, this is one of those things where we actually kind of, our artists hit it out of the park in the first round. And I think it's partly because of how Noah had described it. I mean, I can't remember fully whether it was a big eyeball with tentacles or whether it was sort of, you know, how it presents in the show. It has many irises that sort of combine to make one thing. I mean, but we actually didn't do many rounds on this one design. Nothing like what we did for the xenomorph. This one kind of came together relatively quickly. And so, you know, there's not going to be many versions of it that we will be able to show in the future. It's mainly in the details, like the adding of those sort of suckers that will propel it at speed, little details within the undercarriage primarily.
So I'm curious, when it comes to making a suit for a performer that has to look, it must be such a unique challenge to make something that obviously looks great, you know, static, also move well. So can you take us through, Joe, maybe a little bit of how you pull that off? Because, I mean, this is we're actually talking to Cameron in a couple of days, so I guess we can ask him how it was inside too. But how did you make that something that he could perform in?
Yeah, it's not easy. I mean, all suit performers will tell you that either they don't want to do it again after their first one, or it takes a certain type of person. And Cam's an absolute champion. Like, that guy is he's pretty much unbreakable, and he you know, one of the toughest performers I've come across, and but he doesn't present as a tough guy at all. But essentially, you know, we work to make sure that they've got freedom of movement. You know, so in-house, we're lucky to have a particular artist, Luke Hawker, who's also a performer himself. So he's done suit performance. He actually played the robot in I Am Mother, and has been Orcs in Ring of Power and so on. So he's also a prosthetics artist and a 3D artist. So we've got this resource in house to give us firsthand feedback and advice on what's important for a performer, and where the lines should be for certain tolerances, you know, because we want to give Cam the best platform he's got possible for the performance. So essentially, you know, we want to give him good vision. We want to make sure that he can breathe. We want to make sure that his joints are free. We want to be able to go quickly from shooting to a rest position. We want to make sure he can drink, go to the bathroom. All these are very practical considerations that need to be balanced with the construction of the suit. So we went modular. So there's various components, you know, so we can swap in depending on what the performance is. If he's going quadruped, then we've got a different set of gloves that have no finger extensions on them. We have shorter feet, we call stubbies, so that he get direct contact. If he's bipedal, he's in the stilts. And then we had various heads for different types of action. So if it's close-up action, if we're seeing what's happening with the face of the xenomorph, then we're going to the full animatronic with all the servos. and that's, man, I think that head was somewhere around 7 or 8 kilos, right? So that's a heavy hat, right? And so you don't want to be wearing that if you're moving fast. So we had a stunt version that was limited animatronics, with the mouth still opened, but we're just talking a couple of servos rather than a dozen-ish. So that meant that we could keep the weight down and Cam could move more freely. And then for more intense stunts, we had a stunt head that I've actually seen it online. I can't believe some of the photos that have come out. But the back of that head is removable, and it's actually breakaway, because we knew that Cam was going to be moving in quadruped very, very fast. He was going to have assistance from the stunt department. He was going to be wearing a harness and on a zip line, so he can really boogie. And when he's moving that fast, we know we've got this elongated head that gets caught on a wire or catches a piece of the set. We don't want all of that torque being translated to his neck, so we made the back of the head break away. If he knocked it, it would just, it's connected by magnets, it would just come apart. So we tried to anticipate all of these challenges and give Cam the best head start for his performance as possible.
As it relates to performance, did you guys talk to, say, someone like Alec Gillis, people who've done this before, just to get your sense of direction or bearings, or did you feel like, no, Holly wants us to do this completely on our own?
We were actually really fortunate in that regard, because we were working on another project at the same time. We like to say.
We were working on the Predator Badlands, and Alec Gillis was heavily involved with that as well. So
Alec came out to workshop to work with us on Badlands, and we happened to be working on the Xenomorph as well. So we were actually able to chat with him about all sorts of stuff. And it's one of the great things about getting the opportunity to work on an alien project is that having grown up with it, watching it when I was way too young to watch it, getting that fright, getting that burned into my being, like all of us did, and then seeing all of the ways in which it's been developed over the years, and there's so much out there, and so many of the artists are very generous with what they've done in the past, what considerations, and so there's almost too much you could be faithful to. At certain points, you have to pick a lane and make sure you're telling your own story while considering what's important to the fan base, and knowing that we are all fans ourselves. That adds a certain level of responsibility that we're all hyper aware of as we're working on it. This is our chance.
Yeah, we were already well underway by the time Alec sort of arrived here, but I'm sure he shared a lot of words of wisdom. And Alec is, they say don't meet your heroes unless it's Alec Gillis. He is such a lovely guy. I don't know if you've interviewed. I assume you've interviewed him for this podcast.
Yeah,
but,
I've met him before in person. Him and Tom back when they were still doing their thing. Really wonderful people.
He's a real sweetheart. And but we did have Gino Acevedo.
Yeah, so Gino Acevedo's he's a American artist from Arizona originally, but he's a famous makeup artist and effects guy. Worked at all the shops in LA, and has painted xenomorphs before. I think he did Alien 3. And he's been working with us since Lord of the Rings days, and so we're able to get his input into our paint design, and work with our paint team to make sure we're considering the considerations from back then. And it's wonderful that we've got that we've got Gino available to us to come and share that wisdom with us.
Well, on behalf of all of us, Vaughn, Joe, this was an incredible conversation, and we're so grateful for the work you contributed and for how open you've been about it. I'm sure you can tell we've had big, dumb smiles on our face this whole time, because it's just so cool to hear all the work and the heart and the love that went into this from the other side. And thank you so much for being here.
Yes, thank you. And I'll take one of everything behind you, by the way.
Yeah.
Welcome to the interview portion of Unearthed, an Alien Earth After Show. I'm your host, Jamie Prater, and I'm joined by my co-host,
Patrick Green, and today we are joined by Cameron Brown, who is the man inside the monster in Alien Earth. Cameron, welcome to Perfect Organism.
Thank you. Nice to meet you both.
It's a pleasure to meet you. I want you to know before we start that the comments on you have been unanimously that you are like the kindest, gentlest person, and it's funny because you are of course terrorizing people all throughout Alien Earth. So I guess kind of get things rolling. What was that like? What was it like shooting inside the costume?
Inside the suit specifically, you mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know if the creature suit performance is for everyone, but for me, I quite like the sort of feeling of being enclosed and a little bit isolated from the rest of the world. It was almost like my own little bubble that I could just hide in and not have to deal with the usual hustle and bustle of a film set, in between takes. And then as soon as they roll cameras, I had all of that time beforehand in my own little world to prepare and then just, do my thing.
What was it like getting in the suit on a daily basis? The process of that?
I had an awesome team of technicians from Weta Workshop who were looking after me and looking after the maintenance of the suit as we abused it throughout the season. And the day-to-day was them assisting me with all the different modules. So we had a pair of legs, the torso, and then the two arms, and each piece is completely separate. So you can put it on piece by piece. And then that was kind of the state that I hung out in next to set on the day-to-day. And then just before they'd call rolling, we'd put on the neck and the head last and then shoot the scenes.
And how many people does this involve? Like, how many people got you in and out of the suit every time?
It was, I can't remember the exact number of people on the team, but the two people who were with me or beside me day to day were Tia Hare and Rachel Minchin, and they were responsible for putting all the limbs on and everything like that, and then adding all of the slime and stuff afterwards. And then Tim DeMette was the overall creature coordinator, who was the liaison for the whole team.
We've spoken to Trevor Newland, who was the creature performer in Alien Romulus, and he talked a lot about the process of getting that job. What was that like for you?
Getting the job?
Yes.
I got sent an audition, self-tape audition for a nondescript science fiction creature with a bunch of movement that this show wanted to see, and they had references to other science fiction creatures, among which were Alien, Aliens, Sputnik, and I think A Quiet Place was in there as well. And just from some of the movements that were listed on the audition, I didn't know for sure, but I had a suspicion that it was possibly a xenomorph or a heavily xenomorph-inspired creature. I put in a self-tape and submitted it to production, and fortunately landed the opportunity to play this creature.
Was Alien something that was on your radar before this? Like, is this something you grew up loving, or are you kind of coming to it later in life?
I wouldn't say I grew up loving it. I'd seen it. I don't remember the first time I saw it, but I remember picking it up in a bargain bin. Like, I don't know if you guys had like department store bargain bins where it was just tons of DVDs, like $2, $3
Oh,
kind of
yeah.
thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I got the double pack of Alien and Aliens from a department store bargain bin, and remember watching it as a teenager. And I think initially Aliens was sort of more what I was into, but as I grew up and my taste changed, the first one is kind of more my flavor of choice now for what I'd go to and watch. But definitely in taking the role, I went back and watched a lot of the films over and over and over and over to try and find cues for how to continue on the legacy of this performance.
Are there, you join a legacy of people who have portrayed this creature, Balaji Badejo, Tom Woodruff Jr., Trevor Newland. Of course, Balaji has passed, but have you had any conversations with people who have come before you, just in terms of what it means to be in that suit and what the movements are? Or are you like, hey, I'm doing my own thing based off what Noah Hawley wants?
No, I didn't have any conversations with anyone prior to getting into filming and tackling the show. But as I said before, a lot of rewatching the movies and trying to make sure that what I was doing was an accurate tribute to what had come before, and wanting to live up to the legacy of these people that have already come before me and set such a high standard was really important to me coming into the suit. After the show, Trevor Newland reached out to me and sent me a quick message just saying, hey, welcome to the family, that was really nice.
He's a great dude. So we just talked to the Weta team recently, and they mentioned how an early, kind of design change or challenge was that Noah really wanted it to be a primarily quadrupedal creature. And great job with that. I can assume that was really, really hard, but can you take us a little bit through, how you managed to still act in a suit while you're running around on all fours?
Yeah, sure. Luckily, instinctually, during the creative process and pre-production, that was a lot of what I was leaning towards anyway. And that also came from Noah and Weta's process with designing the suit. And as I was trying on different elements, they'd built these digit grade limbs which elongated the foot, which automatically lent towards a more quadrupedic style of movement. As a human being in a suit, I can only move so fast and do my best job. So a lot of the more explosive and ferocious moments in the show really came from a collaboration with the stunt department and helmed by Rob Inch and Florian Robin and his rigging team. We were able to achieve a lot more superhuman and explosive power for the creature, which I think it needed to really get across how aggressive this thing is.
There are so many moving parts with the creature that you're portraying. How long are you spending in the suit on a day, on the day that you're shooting your scenes? What's the process like in terms of like the hours you're spending inside that suit?
Most of the hours, as I said, would be in like standby mode. So in the morning, we'd put on what I'd call the base level, which is torso, arms, legs, and then that was pretty comfortable to just hang out in the day-to-day besides set. And then the head, bearing quite a bit of weight, was put on last, and we only really had that on for filming.
The head looks gigantic, and a lot of the design behind the scene shot, when you can see your full body, you really get a sense of like that. The head is like massive. What was your favorite scene to shoot?
I think I think it's in episode 2. I can't remember. It gets all mixed up in my head what we filmed and what episode it ended up in. But his lordship's apartment where Hermit comes in and the xenomorphs up on the balcony, and then Babou comes in and saves Alex's character in the end. I think that whole sequence was my favorite to film, just in terms of it was such a collaboration between all departments, in particular that jump off the balcony, like how to achieve that practically, having special effects, blowing real glass and me smashing through and then diving down and hitting a breakaway table, which again was on a detonator button, explosions in the background, Alex really in the shot as well, and then the dolly movement matching up to capture all of that in about a second and a half. That was really special.
My next question, well, let me back up a little bit. Did you, in terms of your own research, watch the films? Is there anything specific that you adapted from what you've seen in the actual films that you brought to your performance?
I think looking at all of the films before, it was more the feeling that I was trying to get right. Like, I didn't want to come in and present something that was completely contrasting to what had come before, like come in and be this super erratic kind of moving thing when a lot of the performance before had been sort of slow and snake-like until, the moment of impact, and then it becomes more explosive or jittery. So yeah, it was more the feeling and making sure that was right that I wanted to try and get correct. And a lot of other influences I was looking for were how to create a correct silhouette. So I looked at a lot of fan art and comic stills and things like that as well to see what shapes the xenomorph presents as in still photographs and still artwork, and how I could incorporate those into moments of the movement as well to try and keep it authentic.
Can I ask, later in kind of the back half of the season, it feels like we see less of the suit. Is that true? Like, is there more VFX kind of in the second half of the season, or is it really you kind of all the way through?
So I play the xenomorph for episodes 1, 2, 3, and 5. And then the later half of the season is a different performer, a friend of mine called Jade Yutani. And I kind of stepped back into more of an advisory role to help guide her through that. They needed a smaller performer to play the adolescent version of the xenomorph. So that was my role for the later half of the season.
I didn't even know that. That's really cool. It's funny because you can tell because your performance styles are different. And I think that's what I'm kind of picking up on when I'm like, I feel like something's changed. And she does a beautiful job too, but it's neat that it's impressive that you can both bring out actual characters, even though, you're in all this gear and stuff. It actually reads like different characters. It's really cool.
Yeah, it was really cool having that come up, and then one of my favorite parts about making any movie or any television show is the exploration and the prep behind any character, and exploring before cameras even start rolling how these characters or creatures are going to move or interact with the world. And so when Jade came into that role, I got to explore all of that again, but from an outside perspective, which was, really fun.
Did they have to scan your head for the actual, so it would fit over? And was that like a digital scan?
Yeah, we did both. We did digital scan and back to roots of practical mold as well, which is encasing kind of your bust to the top of your head with silicone and plaster.
That sounds terrifying. I don't know why that makes me so claustrophobic. It's not that bad, though.
I think like I said before, I'm kind of a sucker for it, like being in the suit and being kind of encased in this thing. It's quite I don't know, calming and relaxing.
That's really cool. Thank you so much for being here. We love talking to you. Your work is awesome. And you're one of the very final interviews we get to do for this entire season. And it's kind of hitting me what a special ride this has been. And we're really grateful that you are a part of it. Thank you for being here.
Oh, man. Thanks for your time. It's really nice to meet you both.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming on. Welcome to Perfect Organism, the Alien Saga podcast. I'm your host, Jamie Prater, and I'm joined by my co-host,
Patrick Green. And we are today welcoming to Perfect Organism, Mr. Andy Nicholson, the production designer of Alien Earth. And we are so thrilled to have you on, Andy.
Welcome to the show.
Hi guys. It's lovely to be here. Thanks for talking to me.
One of the things that when Alien Earth was finally really kind of moving, because, there were quite a few years, as you know well, where it was kind of unclear at the time when it was going to come out, et cetera. But once we started seeing, some shots of the sets in Thailand, and we started seeing what we now know as the Maginot, there was a sense of sort of awe that we were getting this, kind of the Nostromo coming back to life again in some ways. But what's interesting is now that the show's out, we see that the Maginot is actually only one tiny sliver of a much larger thing, and yet it must have taken an enormous amount of effort to build that set and to do it faithfully. So I guess to kind of get things started, did you work on the Maginot early, or was that sort of later in the process? And how did that kind of come about?
Well, it was current for me. It was current with seeing. I mean, as a designer, I'm responsible for collaborating with the director on envisioning everything behind the actors, for want of a better or worse explanation to it. But and as such, this show was a great and scary project. Not only had I got to take a well-respected and loved franchise and talk to Noah about coming up with what could be new to it and what had to be new to it for the scripts that he'd written. But there was also the element of the Maginot, which in the first, I think, 3 scripts I read before I talked to Noah, my first interview with Noah, there it was very specifically a whaling Yutani ship, and there were rooms in the screenplays which were reference the bridge, reference the comms room, the mother room, reference the mess, or reference the cryo chamber, which, and then when I was talking to Noah, we talked about that it would be a sister ship to Nostromo, roughly the same chronological period, a little bit different, but not hugely, not in as much, in the way that 2 Boeing aircraft of 20 years, 30 years difference have got very similar cockpits, very similar interiors. They're just updated and they changed a lot of the design elements and things you see are the same. So we talk about having those commonalities. So for me, it was extremely fun and also extremely daunting because the design of Alien, Nostromo and Alien, is a benchmark in production design. It's something that no one had ever seen been done an interior like that for a spaceship before. It's been referred to many times since, and for good reason. It's an extremely detailed, cohesive piece of interior design and spaceship design. And to use that as reference, and then when you're studying any kind of period piece, if you're designing the inside of a Second World War plane, something like that, you study all the details and you make it work for what you're shooting, but you don't necessarily change all the details within the Nostromo changes. The Maginot, there were rooms that could be the same. There are rooms that had to be different because of the screenplay, because of they are different ships. They have the cryo chamber, for example, has a lot more crew members than the cryo chamber you see in Nostromo. But within that, there was not only the chance to do Easter eggs and the chance to look at the great interior notes and details that are in Nostromo, but also for me, I grew up. The artists who worked on that show were heroes for me when I was growing up in the industry. They were the guys who were the art directors and supervising art directors and set dressers when I was, just a junior or even before my time. So they were people that, it was something I looked up to. So there was the pressure of the reverence for that, what that movie was. And I can remember I'm sure we all can remember the first time I saw the opening sequence to that movie. I was 14, I was at home, I saw it on the TV. I was too young to see it when it came out in the cinema. It was like 11 o'clock at night. And from the moment the lights, the text came up on that, reflected in the helmet, but it had me. I'd never seen anything like it before, and I was there. So all of that was weighing on me, but also it was very exciting because it was a great, research stuff. I'm not sure if I answered your question, but what followed was frame by frame, millimetric study of the original movie, trying to figure out what we need. There were things that were important to get the same, and those things were focused on before we got to anything else and laid it out. So I'm not sure if that's answers your question, but that was the sort of overall approach. And in parallel to that was Neverland and was Prodigy City, which were 2 separate worlds which had to be realized because of their specific places in the story.
In terms of themes, let's just say before construction even began on these sets, what were the words that were being used in terms of like what the show aesthetically is trying to conjure? Maginot aside.
Maginot aside, I think what Noah and I both really gravitated to was the vision of the future that the designers in 1979 had, and keeping true to that as a kind of core guide. Now, that's not visible in very many elements, but when you look at Aliens, and there's a couple of interiors in Aliens, the orbital ship, spaceship that Ripley's in. There's a few elements of furniture design and lamps and little things like that have a very specific, late 70s, early 80s design aesthetic. And so I started showing Noah, Italian and French furniture from 78 through to about 86, and also car interiors. There's a very specific, I spoke about this previously, but there's a very specific futuristic design language which brackets between those dates, which never kind of went any further. And I used that as reference for furniture, for fittings, for graphics in particular, and also for our approach to what that world would be, because it fitted just in terms of props that could be hired, that were those kind of designs back in 79 that looked forward like this. We sort of took those elements and used that as the language of the world, separate from Alien, because it had to come from the same source and have the same kind of gut feeling going through, and that was that world for us. And I think we settled on what that was. And the more we found furniture, this is my set dressers, found items we could use, and we looked at interior styles and content like that, it worked, and it hadn't been seen before, and it had been, for me, it was kind of a style of futuristic design that sort of got lost and disappeared off, and I thought there was a lot to explore in that.
I want to ask you a little bit about the design of Neverland in particular, because there's this really interesting thing going on where you have this, paradise, right? This beautiful Edenic island, and then the places in which actual children, or I guess whatever you want to look at, the hybrids live, it's kind of a bunker, right? It's like semi underground. It's got like those little, mail slot windows and things, and you have the three monkeys on the wall. And there's a sense almost of it being kind of a dungeon the more interior you go. Is that true, or how did that kind of develop?
That developed through it was a practical. So it didn't feel to me like Neverland should be a place that was full of windows and views out into the tropical locations. That helps practically on set, in that you don't have to have backdrops or LED screens outside all the windows. But more than that, it was about bringing the same kind of claustrophobia and lack of escape that you have in the Maginot. There are, as commonalities in the two sets, there's a lot of corridors. There's a lot of corridors that they never have dead ends. Imagine there's always stairs going up, ladders going up to another level. There's corners, there's junctions, there's doorways which lead somewhere, and the same is true in the whole of Neverland. Very specifically, the dorm corridor that all the children's bedrooms off is curved. You can never see the end of it. Something could always be around the corner. Whenever you get to a junction, there's always corridors going off. Not always the dead ends. Quite often they're going off to another doorway, which has got translucent window in it. So anything could be behind that, and that was the sort of helped with the fear. And there's a lot of as you go into the show, there's more and more action takes place within Neverland. Especially a lot of episodes are almost entirely in. Sorry, that was my watch. In Neverland, and it needed to be a place which had a cohesive identification for the audience, but also had to keep that suspense up and keep the scariness up, because you're in there for so long. There always had to be something could be coming from around the corner. And it's one of the reasons why in the design Neverland, every single room and corridor has large air vents in it. The idea being that there's small creatures have escaped and they can get into the air ducts everywhere, but humans can't. So it's not a safe. None of the rooms in Neverland are a safe environment for a human, if anything like the creatures that get loose in Earth exist.
In terms of how you approach lighting, I know historically, in terms of the Nostromo, everything was, from what we know, from what we've read, a lot of the lighting was built into the sets. What was that approach for Alien Earth?
Exactly the same. I mean, we had almost all of our... one of the advantages of shooting on digital is that you have a lot more latitude with how much low-level light you can shoot in. But for the Nostromo, the Maginot, excuse me, it was exactly the same. I mean, almost all the lighting's practical, and then you can bring in key lights to supplement that you can have off camera when you need to. But the majority of the background lighting to light the set and everything that's not just the actors' faces was practically done. With LEDs and screens and the emergency lights, and in the case of Mother, those were 20,000 LEDs that were sequenced and were all fitted in and were all wired individually. And the only difference between that and the original Mother room was that they would have been doing it with incandescent filaments, and that would have been just a lot of wiring. Ours was as well, but yeah.
And a lot of heat, I would imagine.
Yes, there was we had a lot of heat. I mean, we had nicely air conditioned stages, but yeah, the LEDs in our Mother room made the room was probably a lot less warm than the other one would be. Even if they were tiny bulbs, when you get that many, it's a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. So
yeah, I mean, the lighting in Neverland was the same. It was all lighting for lighting surfaces, obscured lighting sources, and then supplemented by off-camera light for key lights for cast.
So, two questions. They're unrelated, so answer in whatever order you want. But I was struck watching episode 5 by the thought that might be one of the most expensive and extensive sets in a television show, at least that I have seen. Do you know if that's true? Like, have you heard any? Do you know where it kind of ranks in terms?
No, I don't. I don't think so. We were not running at the kind of episode cost that some shows do. We were more than most, but not so. We were also shooting in Thailand, so our construction costs were, in some cases, less. But I mean, it's tricky because everything was set. So, I mean, there's apart from the exteriors you see in Prodigy, sitting in the exteriors you see outside in Neverland, every single interior was a build on that show we were shooting, and 3 different studios in Bangkok on, I think, between 16 and 20 stages at some points. So it was a huge amount of build. I mean, a lot of the Imaginary interior was a composite set on one big stage because of the amount of running between spaces and the efficiencies of being able to shoot the majority of the sequence in one space rather than having to move, from the cryo chamber to another room on different stages. I mean, some of that wasn't possible because of the number of different spaces we've got. I think the cryo chamber and the med bay were at a separate studio, but everything else, and the tech lab, everything else, no, that was in Neverland. Everything else on the Maginot was all on one stage, pretty much. The mess hall, the bridge was on a separate stage, on its own stage. Yeah, it was. I mean, in terms of cost per square meter, in spaceship interiors are detailed. If you're dealing with small spaces, they are close to the camera, so you can't skimp on it. And you know, there's a lot to pack in there. So per square meter cost, bridge years of spaceship interiors are always higher than a plastered room with baseboards and a floor and just a ceiling.
Right. And you actually you set up the question that I was going to ask better than I was going to do, which is a lot. I think part of what is so wonderfully authentic about Alien Earth all the way through the show is we live in a time where a lot of things are shot on like the volume, for example, or a lot of things are really just digitally composited in. And there's a real sense of like tactility with Alien Earth where you can tell these are real spaces that people are really interacting with. Was that a conscious choice? Like, was that something that you guys discussed, the importance of having physical sets to shoot in all the time? Or was that something that just sort of evolved out of need?
I mean, the thing about shooting stuff in a volume is it's a specific choice for a show, and you have to structure your entire pre-production pipeline to accommodate it. And it's not always suitable if you're doing a series of diffuse light exteriors on many different places. It can be a great way to do that. But for interiors, building sets is cheaper. I mean, volumes are expensive to set up. You have to change your whole pipeline to do it, and their per week cost can be huge. They can be the only way to do some things, but for this show, that it wasn't the way to go. But also, we had a lot of our spaces are small. I mean, the corridors in Neverland are not an awful lot bigger than the corridors on the Maginot. And there are some big spaces, but like the Neverland laboratory was one of our biggest sets, I'm going to say. The atrium in Neverland was which is the big angled space that you see we turned that around to several different interiors. But they were used. There were spaces that we used a lot. There was action in them. They needed to accommodate certain different functions. So yeah, I've lost my track a bit there, but it helps the actors get into space, but more than that, fiscally, it was for this show would not have been suitable.
In terms of the design of the
Yeah.
Maginot, you guys, you talked about looking at the film Alien frame by frame. Did you also have access to blueprints of what they built for Alien?
One of the nicest things that I got out of this show, apart from the opportunity to work with Noah, was the blueprints that we got from Disney Archives. We asked, I asked Disney of Scott Free whether they had any blueprints. They didn't, but Marjorie at Scott Free put me in touch with Disney Archives, and after about 3 months, they came back with yes. For some reason, they'd scanned and kept the blueprints for the 1979 movie, and we had a whole complete set of blueprints available to us, which we eventually got. That by the time we got them, we built almost every set, but a couple of pieces of the bridge and some of the mess hall. So it was wonderful because I was so proud of the work we'd done to get the sets to where they're at, that we could look at the blueprints. And bearing in mind these were originally pencil drawings on trace. So they weren't digital computer drawings that we're used to producing now. So they were much more economic with the details that were on there. But it was great to be able to check things that we'd been guessing at sizes of and looking at details of and seeing how they were really drawn, just to check things. And we used corrected the heights, some of the heights in the mess hall. And one of the problems I was continually having was trying to work out how high the bridge was in the ceiling was in the bridge, because I was judging all of my Maginot interiors to try and get the heights the same from the Nostromo by knowing that Yaphet Kotto was 6'3" and Howden Santa was 5'9", and in the corridors, Yaphet never stands up. He's always bending over, so the ceiling was pretty much 6 foot, which for a set is very low. But in the bridge, it seemed to vary, and I couldn't figure out what was going on. But on the drawings, when we finally got the center section, 2 center sections of the Maginot Bridge were on risers, so they could pop up and down just 6 inches. But it made all the difference. That circular detail with the cafe ray tube TVs on it, you could raise it up and lower it down, and just occasionally you needed to for framing, and that solved that issue. But yeah, we had blueprints, and all of the initial research and design work was just good old fashioned research. Much as if you were doing a period movie, you'd be looking at paintings or you'd be looking at period photographs. It was looking at Alien entirely, and then doing online research, finding some construction photographs. And when it was, bear in mind, this is 35mm photography, it's not digital photography, so there's very few in construction photographs available. I found the palettes, the forklift truck pallets, which were used for a lot of the walls in the corridors and a lot of the walls in the set in Alien. There's a huge backstory behind them. They were owned by a British prop house. They were used in Star Wars. They were used in Outlander. They even ended up being used in a TV show called Red Dwarf as background walls. They were the sort of sci-fi pallets. The prop house had them until they were kind of falling apart, then got rid of them. And there's about 3 or 4 that were then sold to an auction house. And I have a fabulous online post by an enthusiast who bought one of these pallets at a prop house auction and was proudly standing there holding it. We had a tape measure by it in the auction house and put details photographs up on it for the auction lot, so I could work out the size of what that pallet was, try and find those pallets, which didn't exist anymore. So we then were able to exactly match what these pallets were and remake them in Thailand, which was great because it's such a prominent feature when you start using them regularly in the set of the same thing. It's such a prominent feature in the set. You can, the great thing about a detail like that is it's completely see-through, apart from the plastic slatting, so you can backlight it, you can frontlight it, and it radically changes what you're looking like. It gives you a lot of flexibility with one set. The things like that were great. It was all supplemented by blueprints afterwards to check a few things out. But almost all of the details we had was just by eye, looking at things, and me driving people insane when things weren't exactly the same, because there's levels of how accurate you have to be. The general overall dressing, which there aren't any drawings for, that's a very skilled task, and my tie set dressing team did an amazing job of endlessly going to aircraft breaker yards and scrap yards and finding pieces which looked like that strange, weird shadow we'd all been trying to figure out what part of an engine manifold or whatever it was that was stuck on the wall and used 20 times. Figuring out that kind of stuff, that was an incredible labour of love and task. And then just getting keyboards accurate, getting the shape of headrests on chairs absolutely accurate, because they're going to be right by now. You're going to see them full screen, so they have to be right for the fans, for everybody. One of the nicest things that happened was my prop master found a company in China who still made cathode ray tube TVs for full 14-inch screens with modern electronics inside them. So we were able to use them for the majority of the foreground screens you see in the bridge. And for the other ones, we had LCD screens which had a curved glass frontage put onto them. But it was nice to be able to use the existing technology. I mean, I could go on about this for ages. When we got into the graphics, we limited all of the graphics displays for the show to be not high resolution computer graphics. On the Imagino, they're all 640 by 480 resolution. There's nothing more than that. And then even in Prodigy, we never went more than, I think we stayed the same resolution. We might have gone to 720 for some of the screens. So there was a natural limit to the chunkiness of the graphics and things like that.
It's funny hearing you talk about that, because, as you know, one of our main jobs is to like go frame by frame through anything that comes out before something releases, and I can attest to the resolution being very low on those screens, because we did a lot of freezing and trying to read.
Because as soon as you go to modern 1080 and plus resolutions, and you design stuff on a modern computer using using After Effects, using Illustrator, as soon as you do any of that stuff, it's going to be wrong, because that's not what the technology even Alien, the technology they used, they animated it in the computer and then played it back on set from Pneumatic. It wasn't a live, it was a looped playback, which is what all those screens were on the Nostromo. But I tasked my graphics company with, no, this is the resolution we're using, and this is the interfaces we're using, and the only change we made we made a constant change that all of the screens in Neverland are 16:9, because on Aliens, that was when the first 16:9 cathode ray tube TVs had just come out. So James Cameron used them. So everywhere in LV426, all of the screens you see in that base station are all 16:9, and so we gave Prodigy the 16:9 screens, but everything went in Yutani was always 4:3.
I love that.
So yeah, we have. There was including in the tablets. The tablet prop design was fun, because there was tablets throughout the script, but they can't be iPads. So what can they be? So I started looking at in a second-hand store in Bangkok, we found a Sony Watchman, one of the black and white screen Sony Watchman, which is the cathode ray tube projecting on an angle, so you can read the screen. So we just reimagined that as a modern tablet. So they're thicker, they have an angled screen, they're always black and white, they're always the low resolution, and it just it makes it cohesive and not trying to be cleverer than it could be, because it just gives it a world that it stays in.
So it occurs to me that you probably have more experience than just about anybody else in terms of interpreting and spending time with the work of people like Ron Cobb, Roger Christian, like the people who brought the original film and the first two films especially to life. And I'm wondering, as a incredible production designer in your own right, what did you learn about them, and why do you think their work is still speaking to us so powerfully almost 5 decades later?
Oh God, so many things. I mean, it was as I said, it was daunting for this. In fact, one of the nice things the producers wanted to do at the end of episode 5 was there's a dedication to the original designer and art directors and set decorator, which was a nice thing to do, which I thought was essential, because they were responsible for so much of the texture of what we were referring to and what we were using and expanding on. And I mean, for me, it was a different type of research. I was looking at what they'd done, understanding it, learning from it. You kind of absorb it, and then you go, okay, well, that's what they wanted to do with that room. We need to do a different version of that from what we're doing. So what do you keep? It's the same. Keep the design language. You keep, obviously, you can't do a different type of cryopod. It's the cryopods, they're not going to change. If you want to update them, then if we're not saying it's a different period or completely different part of the canon, then that's what they're going to be. So you recreate that as much as possible. It was the practical nature. It was. I think I learned about small spaces and how they can be great. I've done cockpits. I've done small space capsule interiors before, but this was entire sets which were very small, and there was a tendency to always keep corridors a certain width for camera dollies, corridors a certain height for actors. But that Alien did that, but they restricted it in clever ways, in that they had sections of bulkheads you could pull out when you were running a dolly through the set. When you weren't running a dolly through the set, they were back in. It was too narrow for dolly. We did that kind of stuff. I learned about low scene height, the amount of detail when you study something over and over again. It's not just a background wall, the layers of dressing that you add on to the interior of a ship like that. It was you just keep looking at you look at it, and that was really what it was. You do it again. You learn a lot about the skill that was designed with and built with, and the detail that was in it in terms of the bridge in particular, and the unique way it was put together at the time. I mean, and there's a kind of a language that you work out. You design the overall spaces, but there's no drawings for all the props, all the lights, all the bulbs. There's no drawings for that. There's, even on the original blueprints, it's, there's a panel here which will have these number of switches on it, but it doesn't say what they are, how many, and you find a language that works when you get it. You get 4 or 5 parts of an engine, you put them on a section of wall, and then, well, let's get another couple of large bits of junk and put them over there that give the same kind of shape that you can see in the images. Then we connect them, and then they make them make sense like that. And then there's still not enough. You fill them in with something else, which will also need a connection. You kind of develop a set like that. And I've done that before, but never quite as from reference and recreating something like the Nostromo. So what I learned about that was the amount of detail and care and how practical all of these sets were. I think that my biggest lesson was being able to backlight a set as well as frontlight a set with the pallets on the corridors. That was just, it looked great. But standing in the set with the lights, the stage lights, the house lights turned on, you can see through the set to the stage walls. There's literally, it's not batched. Then you turn the lights off, and what you're creating is within that thing. It's a very delicate way of containing a space, which is quite radical and practical and has so many good uses. I think lessons like that were great. And yeah.
How much do you, as a production designer on a show like Alien Earth, talk with the DP? And I ask this because oftentimes digital photography or digital cinematography, it can be great, but it can wash out sets. It can make things look sanitized and boring and all the same. Mm-hmm. What's that relationship like in terms of what you're creating and what they're filming?
I'm always to a little bit at the mercy of a DP, because they're putting, I'm doing the surfaces and doing the paint finishes, but they're lighting those. And so it's, on Alien, it's difficult to quantify that individually because there were several different DPs. Working with different directors, Dana lights for Noah, and then he has DPs who light him when he's directing. So that was and some of those people come on only a few weeks before they start shooting. So a lot of the front work was done, and that was mainly through me talking with Dana, who's a great DP in his own right, as well as directing episodes. And we took the approach to light as much of the background set practically, so that lighting was there, it was consistent, and they could just focus on the cast, as I've said before. And yeah, it's a constant discussion. It's constant. I will show DPs all finishes I'm using. We'll talk about what works and what doesn't work, the neutrality of the background of the inside. One of the great driving forces with all of the color palette, it's not necessarily what I like to use, because it's a kind of a tonal choice for the backgrounds in Neverland, was that the colours were not up on all the characters. They weren't bright, so the colours in the Neverland needed to be behind, otherwise they couldn't fight with them. So that was for a reason that all the colours are muted. There are concrete areas in Neverland. There are kind of cracked fiberglass areas in Neverland for the laboratories and the tech lab and stuff. And they're all very neutral, monotone finishes, so that the characters stand out, albeit they're not in brightly coloured clothes. And that sort of was consistent with the Nostromo, with Maginot Interior as well.
Speaking of standing out and brightly colored clothes, a totally different set in this is Yutani's,
Yes.
office space, which is for the Alien franchise, I mean, wildly different from anything that we've seen before. Can you take us through that a little bit?
Yeah, that was. I mean, there was one created space for that, but most of, and bearing in mind, I've only seen up to episode 5, 6 now. So talking about that, the Yutani sets, apart from the bonsai tree garden, they were all locations. There was one, and in fact, the first wide shot you see of Yutani walking on the high rise of the swimming pool, that was a building that I saw out of the back of my apartment in Bangkok. It was a crazy. There was 3 residential towers, 52 stories, 48 stories, and I think 39 stories high, joined at different levels by bridges. So it's 3 towers joined by 2 bridges, which I just thought was just a crazy structural idea because it just didn't seem safe to me. And actually, in the earthquake they had recently, part of one of them did collapse. Anyway, we shot on the 52nd floor with Yutani, that big wide drone shot. I thought that's a real location. And I liked it because it was an unusual style of architecture. No, I hadn't seen it before. It was quite a recently finished building. So that was interesting. And then the first shot when she's on the phone, that high reflective flooring room was a room in the same building, like 2 doors down, a club room, about 2 floors down across on the other bridge. So yeah, and that was lovely. We shot that as the sun was going down, and the background is augmented very slightly, but mostly it was the west view of Bangkok from the Thongle region, which is where I was staying. That was a really fantastic location to be able to get into. Couldn't believe it when we got it because it was, and couldn't believe the fact they were. I mean, the swimming pool was on the bridge going between the two.
That sounds
Nuts.
super dangerous.
It was like this is. I mean, that was one of the reasons we went. Bangkok became very useful because it was a skyline that a lot of Western people aren't very familiar with. It's also a skyline that changes all the time because there's so much construction work there, and it had the lighting and it had the humidity. It's quite a polluted city, so there's always a lot of haze everywhere, and all of that really helped with our backgrounds and generating, what was to be our Prodigy City skyline.
In terms of the Maginot Crash and building that, of course, you have interior version of that and exterior version of that. In terms of the exterior, what were the components of that?
Components for that? Well, we designed a whole package with my concept team in Unreal. We designed a whole kind of 2 kilometer by 2 kilometer section of Prodigy City where we made every building, including the crash site. And the crash site was based on the view from my office because I was right in the center of Bangkok overlooking the American Embassy, and beyond the American Embassy was a 5 or 6 block park which stretched to another building. And I thought it would be kind of nice if Imaginer didn't just destroy tons of buildings on the way down, it clipped a few buildings and slid through a huge park. So it just wasn't so much carnage before it hits the Prodigy Towers. And we sort of used that as a basis for where the Maginot crashes, and we built a virtual environment for that whole part of Bangkok and replaced all the buildings with our own Prodigy design buildings. In fact, the rooftop where the Prodigy Tactical are working out when they first see the Maginot come over was the car park right outside my office window, which was I think it's the closest location I've ever managed to get to where I'm working, but it was great. But it worked for the angle and for what we could shoot practically and then replace. It gave us a lot of buildings which we could augment and also leave where they are. There was a couple of quite unusual buildings opposite our office which stay in the show because they're unusual futuristic designs. So we made the decision where that should be for that part of the approach. Then there was the actual exterior crash site was a huge vacant lot, not that far away from where the Maginot would have crashed in the virtual world, which was we built the bottom 25 feet by 80 foot of the Prodigy Towers, an opening of the Prodigy Towers. Then we did a huge scar in the ground and a lot of burnt up landscape and destroyed foreground and big pieces of rubble and destroyed buildings for the tactical team approach to the building when all the chaos was going on, and that was augmented with the visual effects manager. I mean, one of the biggest issues with Magina was the pure scale of it. Once we figured out how big it needed to be for what it contained, it was a very large thing to contain on the set and to keep to remind everybody. But 150 feet up there is where the top of the ship is. It's it's great. I think that worked really well as a composite. And then once we got into the crash site, one of the nicest locations we found, most practical locations we found, was the kind of thing you'd only find in Bangkok. It was one of the first shopping malls in Bangkok was abandoned. It was empty. So it was just a bare concrete shell, 5 stories high, with an atrium in the centre, and at the bottom of it was full of water. So we built the egress parts of the Maginot into that space in the middle of the atrium. So when the Marines and Hermit go across the beam into CJ, not Hermit, go across into the Maginot, that's really was, we built the outside of the ship, we built the hole in the ship. We had one of our corridors from the stage set on inside that ship, and the apartment we go through was all built in composites so they could travel through them, and the beam really did have 30 foot below it down to water, which was great. We could chuck in sparks, we could chuck in water, and it was all in camera, and then visual effects could extend Maginot left and right and up and down where they needed to, but the majority of what we were shooting was in camera. That was an amazing ability to be able to use that. We shot the inside of the retail store in the same shot location as well.
It's incredible. It sounds like a really good spot to shoot a movie in.
It was very flexible. It just means, always the goal with visual effects is it should be doing what it's great at. All the creatures for sure, and then any extension that we could get just to make things bigger and make things more real. But it shouldn't be for close-up stuff that just we couldn't afford to build. It should be for, we built all this and we just need you to take it that far high. Exteriors of Neverland and things like that.
That's awesome. Well, I want to be, mindful of your time. I have one final question for you, which is one of my favorite sets in this show is in that same episode. And it's this wild, like Baroque dinner party thing. Can you give us more insight into what's going on with that and what that was like to work on?
The Louis XV dinner party, it was always, it's one of those scenes that jumps out, it's separate from almost everything else that stays in there. It's half comedy, and it was all, I think it changed when I first read it. I think it moved around a little bit within the episode where it was, but it stayed the same. And that was the people who live at the very top of Prodigy Tower, the 60th floor or the 80th floor. I think it's the 65th floor now. It changed a bit when we were working out where it would be. And that just gave me the opportunity to be, well, we've seen what that Prodigy miners live, where the lower people live in Prodigy. We've seen the street level stuff. We haven't seen where the very wealthy, out of touch people live. And so having to create that space, it was one of the bigger interiors we built, because it had Alien in it, it had a fight sequence in it, it had the elevator lobby in it, everything was all built as composite. And we had a lot of fun with that interior. It had distressed muraled walls. It had the outside of the outside elevation matched the elevation that you see in Prodigy Tower in terms of the detail of where we took it from, which is a very blocky floating concrete block corner elevation with a view on the city. You don't see too much of view out in the show, but we had a 90-degree, very huge LED wall outside that with a real nighttime shot of Bangkok projected onto that, so you could see it through the window for all the stuff that we see in there. And it was great fun to try and do a slightly off-piece, not super tasteful version of what those kind of wealthy people who have, which was, it's a snapshot of that part of society that we don't go back to again. But it just sets a place for the scene, and there's a lot of things happening in that one room that mean a lot.
My final question for you, and thank you so much again for taking the time today and coming on the show. My final question is, as your role, or with your role, how long are you on set throughout production? Are you there always sort of, if there's something that happens that needs to be fixed or replaced or moved, are you there?
Well, generally I'm not. I'll be on set. Well, obviously I'm there for months of pre-production, through concept art to having all the sets built and being there when they're dressed and finished. And then I'll generally be on set for the start of each day when we're shooting. And then, but unfortunately, I'm working 6 to 8 weeks ahead of the shooting unit in terms of what we are providing and doing. So I don't have the luxury of being able to stay on stage all the time. And also, it's not my favourite place to be. It's all I've I've seen the sets are being shot. I'm there for. I can turn up there in 5 minutes for if I need to be, but I'm dealing with their future and problems with that and realizing what they're about to get to. So generally, I'm not there throughout a whole shooting day. I'll pop in and visit, obviously, throughout, and in each shooting day, I'll have a question for the director or the DP about things we're doing in the future that I need feedback on. So it's a kind of constantly. I'm a in and out presence throughout. On this show, I was around for almost all of the shooting. The last couple of episodes, I was already committed to another show, and because of the actor strike, it extended, so I wasn't able to be there for the last couple of shows. So I had a replacement who came in to sort of just be there to see it all through and shoot it all. Generally, I'm there as much as I need to be, but I do have to take into account my main job is not what you're shooting today; it's what you're shooting in 2 weeks, or 3 weeks, or 6 weeks.
That's awesome. Andy Nicholson, thank you so much for making the time for us. We've just treasured your work and we can't wait to see you even more of it. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. I hope I made sense.
Oh, yes,
absolutely.
Welcome to the interview portion of Unearthed, an Alien Earth After Show. I am your host, Jamie Prater, and I'm joined by my co-host,
Patrick Green, and today we are joined by Sydney Chandler, Lily Newmark, and Jonathan Ajayi, some of our lost boys from Alien Earth, and we're circling back with all of you here at the end of the season to see how things have developed, and it's so nice to have you back. Welcome back to Perfect Organism.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
So I guess, we were kind of joking before we started recording, like, did anything major happen in the last couple of months? But I actually am curious, how have your lives changed since this has come out?
I've just been doing press. So I don't know what day, time it is. I'm on different time zones, to be honest. But everyone's been so generous with their feedback and just taking in the show. And that's been really beautiful to see. Everyone's been so kind.
Yeah, it's been really lovely. The audiences have really been resonating with the show and going out of their way to send lovely messages. I was literally just buying a sandwich in Sainsbury's down the road, and the security guard had just finished watching episode 7.
Way.
And he asked me if he was like, do you have a sibling or a cousin who looks exactly like you? And I went, it's me, man. He was, oh my goodness me, what?
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's nice. It's very nice, and that people are loving it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, my life is exactly the same. I've had a few people in the pub come up to me to say they love it. It's usually it's the same kind of type of person. So it's been interesting to see the demographic of the audience.
Can I ask what demographic it is?
It's usually older males.
I was going to say that.
Yeah. Kind of tracks with our demographics too for the show, our listener data.
Has there been anything for you guys in terms of your interactions, maybe with fans or with audiences, that is like a new look at your character that you didn't think about before, that you're like, oh, hey, I didn't notice this?
A couple. I've been sent a couple of Reddit posts from fans who've been like dissecting, why I'm able to play a child the way I do, which has been really interesting. And it's been nice to see people really like paying attention to every detail and like coming up with their own stories. And I'm not going to debunk anything. I think it's amazing that, you make something and then you leave it in the hands of the people who receive it. It's been really, really interesting.
I've had the same too. My sister has been sending me different, Reddit threads or what have you. And the conspiracy theories that come out of just episode 1. And it's so funny because I read one that nailed it. Like it legitimately nailed it to the end. And I was just like,
yeah. When people predict it by accident and you're like,
I know, it was bizarre. Because all the other ones were very, far-fetched or close, but one got it spot on. I was like, who is this?
You have to send it to me afterwards, honestly.
I will. Yeah, it was a bit bizarre. Babou sent me this guy on YouTube who makes conspiracy theories, and he sent me one where we're related to each other. There's a theory that he's my dad, and that's who he's fighting for, which is hilarious.
That'd be dope. That would be so cool.
Yeah.
Does that make Babou our uncle then if that happens?
Season 2. You never know what will happen. Yeah.
God, I love it. So, especially with Sydney, it's so funny because the last time we spoke, the show hadn't come out yet. We were just at Comic-Con, sweating in that beautiful trailer that was in the middle of the spaceship.
It was
And
very
freezing.
beautiful.
It was that was freezing, but I was sweating because I had been flying all day. But anyway, it's funny, now we're sitting here and Jamie and I have gotten to enjoy, another 6-7 hours of your character going on an amazing ride. And this goes for all of you. I'm wondering, the arcs that you guys are on are so intense this whole season. And at the end of episode 8, it's like all of those arcs kind of collapse into this like super, like a collapsed star or something. It's a lot of energy. So I'm wondering if you could take us through what's going through your characters' heads as we smash to credits in the final episode.
Everything's fine. Everything's great. I think for me, the last 2 episodes were some of the more challenging and rewarding to play as far as with Wendy, because she's she's connected herself with her body a lot more. And I personally wanted to play with the stillness that she can find, holding her own ground, kind of giving her more weight, physically, mentally, emotionally. And that stillness was really, really fun to play. Because then going back to watching the first few episodes with all the Lost Boys, we're spinning around in chairs or running up and down. And to find that stillness of not only a powerful mind, but of our bodies that are not human is really scary and really empowering to play, to stay completely stoic and still and to let, Sam Blenkin, Boy K run around like a little chicken with his head cut off. That was fun.
I really, as like more of like a group answer, more so than just me specifically, I think those 2 what did you do's at the end of episode 7 really like reverberate through the rest of episode 8. Like it's not just a good line and not just really well acted by Sydney. It is, I think every Lost Boy in episode 8 is kind of confronted with what did you do? Whether that's smear slightly, or the effects of, Nibs like experiencing this level of aggression, or Wendy's relationship with her brother. Like all of the Lost Boys are now having to confront that question, what did you do? And that can either split you apart or it can join you together. And I think that's definitely the journey for the Lost Boys in episode 8. Like, are we at the crossroads where we go our separate ways, or do we become more of a family? But mature and in control and not subject to the greed and the manipulation of the adults in our lives,
Yeah, that's really well said. I think, right at the end of episode 8, it just feels like a collective thirst for revenge.
Oh, yeah.
And like Sydney said, we're so much more weighted, grounded. We're not flapping around. We're not, floating through someone else's reality anymore. We've kind of taken control of our own reality.
I was just gonna say I loved, before we filmed that scene, we all met up and we were going through it, and we were in my apartment, and
we got pizza.
I know, and it was up late, and this job exhausted me in a great way, and so I was quite solo on this whole thing, and that was not, everyone was inviting me out to go dance. It's like, I have to go to bed. But I have to say,
you owe me so many dances. It's ridiculous.
All of them.
It's actually ridiculous.
I need to go out for like a month straight.
Yeah, 100%.
Never's going to happen. But I did find, for Wendy, she's quite solo throughout the piece. And this last episode, they come together. She kind of sees the Lost Boys and doesn't feel as separate. And it was just a really beautiful thing to have everyone, in the room, workshopping the scene, playing around with it. And it gave me that personal feeling as well. And so that final day, I was just holding back, tears the whole time. But it was just like, I was so in awe of everyone in that scene. And we held so much space and so much power. It was just really beautiful. It's a great jumping off point if we do go to a season 2. It both wrapped up the season and completely opened it up.
Yeah, and it felt a lot more like theatre when we did that scene. like we were
Yeah.
in the ground. And I think that's why there was
Shakespeare's
different.
Globe.
Yeah, exactly. It was like we were in the globe and we were just, yeah, so present with each other in a way that felt very different to the rest of filming, definitely.
It's interesting that you say present, right? Because I think that is maybe one of the few times in this series where we're all together and there's not necessarily anything external like rocking the boat. Where it's like the relationships are all that we have. And you can see the development from the beginning of the series to the end of the series. You're like, oh, these kids have been on a journey. And it's so much more obvious when we're all in the same room together, going, which way do we go? You know?
Yeah.
There's this wonderful sense of consequences by the end of episode 7, and I feel like the show moves in from this ideology and mythology that Boy Kavalier is sort of has made this company, and by 7 and 8, we are firmly in consequences of his actions and everyone's actions. But another thing that we were discussing last night on our show was this idea, again, of mythology, but the way that Morrow is talking to Arush, yes. It's almost like the snake in the Garden of Eden. It's very, and he's convincing this child to lie for him, similar to the mythology of the Bible. And I'm curious for you guys, if you, despite being in the show, talking to Noah, knowing your parts and everything, is there a new way that you look at this story based, now that you've had space from it? Like, oh, wow, I didn't see this before.
Such a good question. I think keeping in with the like biblical imagery and stuff, I was really drawn to early on in like prep process the scripture that says that only children will see the kingdom of heaven. And that really, really stayed, like it just rattled around my head for like 6 months of filming. I was like, what does that mean? And I know it applies. And I guess the new thing that I would add to that idea is that, yeah, only the children will see the kingdom of heaven, but each of these characters are thrust into like their own slice of hell. And it's unique to each child and what led them into this place. I think Wendy's confronting like a pretty tragic family history. Nibs' storyline suggesting a lot of like, you know, mental difficulties. Smee, I don't know. This guy wants to play. I don't know. Maybe someone stole his Happy Meal toy or something. I don't know what happened to him. You know, but everyone's confronting something that's leading them into a slice of hell in the present moment. I think that's maybe what I'd add to it that I didn't before. I'm not sure. So interesting.
I think too, adding on that, especially you, Jonathan, watching all of these kids deal with the loss of innocence and getting battered by the world. Again, very isolated and unique circumstances. But your character, the innocence that you see that is lost is one of the more pure storylines in my viewing of it. And it's a heartbreaking, your performance is just really incredible in that, because you feel, yes, someone maybe stole his Happy Meal, but you were able to put in a level of, felt like loneliness. It felt like a kid who just wants to play with someone else and to bring joy into a family or a world that is quite tumultuous or depressed. There were these aspects to it, you know, when you go and hug Adarsh or me, when you came up, you know, at the end and just give her a hug, there's pieces to Smee that were just really, they really captured me. And then Lily, you're just terrifying. You're so, when you come out like, I'm pregnant, it was just, I hadn't seen it until I sat down and watched. I was like, oh shit, you know, because that's a hard storyline to take on and sell. And you guys both just sold it. I just wanted to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ditto.
Yeah. I definitely played with the idea of innocence being robbed and what happens, and whether it's like an instantaneous thing or whether it's something that leaves you over time. And there's a scene between me and Adarsh in the corridor when I ask, I think, if Arthur's body is still there. And on the day, I just decided to not play a child at all. It's like the only time on set I was like, I'm not gonna do any kind of childish physicality, childlike physicality. I'm just gonna be the fullness of my own grown experience. And I remember we did a take, and Dana popped his head from behind the monitor and was like, "What was that? What just happened?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, no, I think Slightly's betrayal was kind of taking some color out of the world for him. You know, I don't think he understands it yet. I don't know if he's conscious of it yet, but something's gone. I think there's a lightness that has to go after something like that. You know, it's not being lied to; it's death. You know what I mean? It really is. It's up there. You know.
I love that. Something I just want to say, and I'd love to kind of get your thoughts on it, is Sydney, when we spoke to you first, you were giving us the list of adjectives that you were kind of your Bible for being a child. And, you know, this whole season, they've kind of been sticking with me as I've been watching it. And what I love is that we really see honesty, I think, as the defining characteristic to me of this show and of the children in it. And it's like we start the season with this whole boy Kavalier, to Jamie's point, mythologizing about how, you know, children are special because they're imaginative. And what I love is we end up with this idea that children are actually special because they're honest. And that honesty is kind of what takes this entire enterprise to the ground. So I just want to kind of comment on that and see if was that something that you guys were kind of thinking with these characters as well?
Definitely. Yes. We're doing
next question. Yeah.
Well, I think for me as well, just watching, I think all of the Lost Boys really did play into that, and you feel it. There's a genuine honesty to every line, and I think that is kind of brilliant to watch. Every single person, it's everything they say matters. Everything they say care. You know, they care, even if it's a silly joke or a question that, you know, they should know the answer to. It's genuine, and it's important to them. You know, kids are sponges. They want to soak up everything. They are still trying to find themselves. I mean, hell, we're all still trying to find ourselves, but yeah, I think you can see that play through, and the loss of trust and the loss of honesty is what, at least for me, propels Wendy in the, you know, complete opposite direction. She's done.
Yeah. I like to think the phrase that children exist in a please and thank you society. Grown-ups don't. We know that please doesn't really get you what you want. The thank you doesn't necessarily get you what you want either. But for whatever reason, we've told children that actually if you say please and you say thank you, you get what you want. And if I were to pick any verbiage or, like, I guess, mantra phrase that, you know, colored the world, it was please and thank you, and how far away you are from that being a true scale to quantify the world on.
One thing that I've noticed with your characters or with the show is that, again, by the end, the aliens actually seem to me like Boy Kavalier. Like, the show is called Alien Earth, but it's not necessarily the aliens that we're seeing. The aliens tend to be the people without sympathy, without empathy, who are cold, who are calculated, who are only out for themselves. And I'm curious, the conversations that you maybe were having with Noah about your characters as you move towards the end of the show. How is he saying, like, and I know that he trusts you guys to know where your characters are going, but what were the conversations like in terms of where a character like Smee or Nibs or Wendy is going to end up emotionally, psychologically?
I think for me, I mean, the thing that Noah gave all of us was this incredible amount of creative space to explore. You know, he kind of handed off the torch and let us explore and try and fail and succeed with our characters. And it's all in the writing as well. You know, you can feel this trajectory. And specifically for me, I do remember speaking with Noah early on, as, you know, he said, typically the Hollywood story is, you know, she's going to stay human. She's going to stay, you know, she's going to save the day. And the hard-earned truth is, you know, if a kid is battered enough, or any person is battered enough, they might isolate, they might find that frustration, they'll go cold. You know, they become a vault. And if you have a legitimate monster behind your back, that's a very powerful place to be. You know, as kids, we don't have that. I think we all, you know, dealt with bullying or anything like that. You wish you had a big monster behind your back. I know I had those imaginary friends. And so to play a character who does have that, it gives you a lot of power.
I think Ugla, the director of episodes 4 and 6, was incredibly helpful with fleshing out, well, at least my emotional arc and physical arc. Even though she was just focusing on those couple of episodes, I found her an incredible soundboard. I don't know if you guys had the same experience.
Definitely. And those episodes were huge for you too. That's when you see the whole colors come out.
A roller coaster, isn't it?
Yeah. And yeah, she was there for a decent chunk of the filming process. And yeah, she was just almost like a counselor at times if I was feeling like I was insecure about my character or anything to do with the world. If I thought maybe I was on a different page to everyone else, Ugla was always there to talk about it. So I appreciate her.
Me and Noah spoke a lot about Smee towards the end because he does go on such he matures like a lot, but very suddenly. And I didn't want him to just be the funny kid and just like fulfill that trope. So we spoke about having like just a real instinct of emotional intelligence, and that scene between Smee and Wendy where, you know, he's like, but he's your brother, you know, that simple ability to just recognize that someone needs a grown-up hug or a word or just a moment of camaraderie. I think that's definitely what me and Noah were looking at towards the end of episode 8. Like, as much as innocence has been lost, this other thing is going to begin to flourish, you know, which I think is really beautiful because you never just lose something always comes.
Thank you all so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a beautiful one.
Lovely to see you again.
Buddy.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Welcome to the interview portion of Unearthed, an Alien Earth after show. I'm your host, Jamie Prater, and I'm joined by my co-host,
Patrick Green. And today we are joined by Curly herself, or should I say Jane, Erina James. Welcome to Perfect Organism. It's so nice to have you.
Thank you for having me. It's
welcome.
a pleasure.
Yeah. So you have quite the arc through this season. And something that I think is really apparent for a lot of it is that of all of the Lost Boys, you seem to be the most like excited to be a part of this whole Prodigy operation. You seem, very at home there. And can you give us a little insight into why?
I think she, approaching her new life, wanted it to be exactly that and knew that there were things that she was leaving behind, but sort of by choice. She's like, I'm stepping into this new body, this new person. Who do I want to be? What's important to me? And it's this. And she made some very clear decisions about that. She's looking, the people that are right in front of her, her family and her friends, and this is her life now. It was a strong choice to make for her, but one, as you say, is sort of a different experience than the others.
what was your relationship with the Alien films and the universe before Alien Earth?
See, this is funny. I hadn't seen any of the films, so my entrance into the franchise was through Noah's scripts. So reading the first 8 episodes, whenever that was, maybe 2023 when I auditioned, was my first way in. And then I was traveling at the time. I was in Norway with my brother. And then I, got the job. I was like, this is so exciting. I'm going to Bangkok in a few days. He's like, well, we got to sit down. And we watched, I think, maybe 4 of the films on a train back to Sweden through Norway. And he was like, you got to lock in. You got to get an education. So yeah, that was my entrance.
I wonder how many other people have had that exact experience where they've been on a train through Europe watching 4 of the Alien movies in a row. It's pretty cool.
I know. Yeah, it was quite cool. But also so interesting for me, like reading the scripts and understanding the character. And admittedly, when I first read the words, morph written down on the page, I'd never heard the word before. So I, did some Googling and I was like, this very, very, very famous monster that I had never had to engage with, and I'm reading it in a script. I was like, this is pretty surreal.
That's awesome. Yeah. Can I ask, actually, while we have a second, what were your impressions of the movies as somebody who kind of came to it, in adulthood?
Yeah, I thought the first one. I just think there's, it's all the things that everybody says, but you don't often get to watch films like that, and something that exists in this bubble, so immersive, so like textural, if you know what I mean, sort of like through the visual, through the sound, through everything. It was just Yeah, it was incredible. And so I think being on sets then, understanding now, when I arrived, I think I wouldn't have had the appreciation for all the work that had gone into those immersive spaces. But I'm like, I see why you've done this, why the work has been done to achieve it, because it was pretty special, all those sets. Unreal.
So in terms of like researching a character like this that's in a universe that's somewhat familiar, but it's not familiar because it's a new setting, what do you do? Do you just approach it like any other work, like this is just a character, or do you what was that process like in terms of maybe collaborating with Noah Hawley or whatever?
Yeah, I think it was a mixture of things. There was an element of needing to kind of shake off the heaviness of the franchise and what we're carrying, and sort of approach it like a character, and sort of understanding who this girl is. And then on the other side of that, working with so many people to build these hybrids, these sort of like we worked with movement coordinators, and we worked with stunt trainers and military professionals and child psychologists. We worked with crocheters to like try to understand tuning fine motor skills, like really building these characters from inside and out, and then being able to walk away from all of that work and figure out who they were as people. I think it was two parts. They really fleshed us out with some amazing experts. Yeah, to kind of find these hybrids. Also, because it was important that all 6 of us we were built from the same code, So I think we did a lot of training to try to figure out what that baseline was for all of us that we could connect to.
That's really cool. There's a moment in episode 7 that I love, having seen the episode a few times, it's kind of hit me differently every time, where you run to Dame Sylvia and you call her mom. And it's interesting. The first time I saw it, that struck me as really sad. And then the next time I saw it struck me as kind of ominous. And it's such an interesting moment because there's so many dynamics going on. Can you take us a little bit through that scene and kind of how you feel about it?
Yeah, it's interesting because it's, on the page, it can be read as, a young kid looking for comfort. But I think the weight of responsibility that was given to all of them, and that Curly took on herself, is all at play. There was also this feeling when we were sort of sitting up, we're sitting up, and Essie was on the chair and I'm sort of, standing, and we're ready. And the assumption isn't that it is that this kid is wanting a hug. She's there. Who knows what is racing for her? You know what I mean? There could be, despair and loss and hatred and anger and betrayal all existing in a young kid looking for a hug. You know what I mean? It sort of was, we sort of played with the understanding and the idea that that's maybe not the only reason why she's gone there, but that's what she sees that she needs in that moment, a little cryptic.
There's some tension between your character and the character of Wendy, and I'm curious how you and Sydney worked on that, because you guys are all together for a while, you're friends. How do you, is it just a case of, hey, I'm an actor and I do this role, or do you, what do you call that? What's the term when do you method that?
It was funny. There were moments on set where, we're getting different notes, and I received a note one time, and I think it must have been Dana who was directing me in that moment. And he was like, and now just like that you're there now. And I think like Sydney must have overheard receiving that note. And then I sort of look over at her, and then when you're on set in that moment, shifting into like, we've got Sydney and Erina's relationship, and then just letting that melt away for a moment to before the cameras are rolling, to figure out what that would feel like. Hearing Erina receive the note of eyes on her, seeing that I'm aware that she knows that I'm coming for her, letting all of that feed into the character. So not method as such, but allowing all those feelings to resonate as they kind of do for us as actors and performers. And then also on the other side of it, Sydney, our incredible lead. But for me, allowing moments when, what episode is it? Episode 6 or 4, I can't remember. You'll have to forgive me. Where she's learning about her connection to the xenomorph, and that big scene we're all in that lab area, and as Erina feeling like I want more opportunity in this space, and letting that feed Curly. I think like there were fun moments that you can notice as an actor, and then let it. And I think that dynamic was, it fed the characters so nicely, which was really fun to play. But then towards the end of the season, it was quite a cathartic sort of for Sydney and I. Yeah.
Especially because by episode 8, like so much of the remaining tension with this relationship between the Lost Boys and Prodigy really is kind of resting in your character. Like you're sort of the last domino to fall somewhat.
Yeah.
Right. So that must have been, it's cool that you had that such a delayed kind of flip.
Totally.
And then when it happens, as an audience member, it's very satisfying because we're just we're desperate. Like there's one more chip to fall.
Yeah.
And you do. Yeah. And which is why when you say call me Jane, I get chills. I love that line so much.
Oh yeah. No, it was cool. It was special. It was, and I think exactly what you say, like dealing with that moment with the weight that it deserves as well, I think was really fun. But truly, like towards the very end of the shoot, like I remember Sydney and I just being like, oh, do you not feel a sense of relief that like now we can be fighting on the same side? I was like, yeah, like that feels good. Maybe you and I both didn't realize how much of that dynamic we were carrying through the shoot. Now I'm like, and I felt that so much for me as Erina and also as my character. I'm like, why was I fighting so much in this? We all can, like, in order to shine in some way. And then by the end, fighting all for that same cause, I was like, relief with my siblings. This feels amazing. Yeah. I've actually completely forgotten about that feeling. So thank you for reminding me of that. Honestly, I was
so
like,
different, Because for us, like we're just kind of experiencing this for the first time, and for you, this happened so long ago.
I know, yeah, and it's a beautiful thing to be able to reflect on. So yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, I have a question. Something that's cool is by the time this interview airs, we will have had Noah on, so that means we'll have all the directors on the show for the season. Cool. And I'm struck, at least so far, by how different their personalities kind of seem. And I'm wondering, because you got to work with all of them, can you give us some insights into how their processes kind of were different, and how that?
Yeah, absolutely. Like? Yeah, everyone was so different, as you say. I worked the most with Dana. Obviously, directed the most episodes, and obviously was our DOP on the other blocks. So got to get to know Dana really well. I think what was interesting for me was seeing everyone had a very different in. Like Noah is he is so rich in his knowledge and understanding of this franchise and of Alien, the big picture. You could just tell it. There's just his level of understanding was like no other. And then Dana's in is through through the camera, through all the texture, through all of those, the lighting, that very world building. And then working with Ugla, she is like character in. So it was a super, as an actor, working with all these different approaches. And there's no one that's better than the other. Obviously, like everyone always talks about actors, directors, absolutely so amazing. But at the end of the day, the only thing that's important is if the audience resonates with it. You know what I mean? Like it's that at the end of the day is the only thing that matters. So I think for me, it was just like working with obviously such incredible people, top to toe cast, HODs and crew. It was just sort of like a masterclass. I'm sitting there listening, learning. I'm like, oh, even if that doesn't resonate with me now, I need to understand on your side of things. It's not about me. Do you know what I mean? Like it's not about what does Erina prefer? What's the best thing for Erina? I'm like, okay, yeah, wow. I'm not understanding what you're saying right now. Let me figure out where you're at to access it so that the work can be done. Do you know what I mean? It was 7 months of a lot of learning and a lot of observing, but yeah, it was very cool. It was amazing. Working with Dana, I don't know how he did it. He was so much responsibility and so much time on set. I mean, we all had breaks and days off, and yeah, they didn't. So I don't know how they did it.
Is there a moment for you, whether it involves your character or not, that really speaks to you in the series?
Yeah. That really speaks to me. I think it's such a small moment, but I think when Arthur is watching Wendy in the first episode, and he's sort of looking at the camera and he's like, she's watching the brother again. There's something so like human about him and his character that feels different to the rest of the adults in Neverland and in Prodigy. And I think I was like, oh my God, there's like such a human heart in that particular moment. And it kind of told me something about the show when I saw that. I was like, yeah,
Arthur's awesome. We love David. He was the first of our like sort of press interview
David's
people
the
that came on, and
best.
he's just wonderful guy. And Arthur is such a beating heart of this
Yeah.
show. Such a human character in an inhuman environment.
Yeah, absolutely. David is just he's such a present. He's so present, like on screen, but also just like as a person. I mean, you've spoken to him. He's just, yeah, it's very cool. I'm excited for his arc.
The arc to come.
Yeah.
And so am I. I gotta say, that was probably the biggest like oh shit moment in that entire episode.
Oh my god.
Let's see what happens with that.
Also, we got that script and we were all talking and catching up with him. I was like, oh my god. He's like, I know, like, oh god. I was like, yeah, this is big. This is exciting. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's say there is no season 2, which I truly hope is not the case, and I'm going to knock on some wood to make sure it's not. But just in case there's not, what do you hope audiences and Alien fans remember most about Curly?
Most about Curly? I think this is true of all the Lost Boys, honestly. I hope that they remember each of their personal sort of the exterior forces at play that impact these kids, and then also the internal ones. And I think for her, she's fighting a really strong internal fight, and is winning it, hopefully. So I think that's the thing that I want people to remember. It's dressed up and they're doing their best to walk the walk and talk the talk like the adults, but yeah, like that little child in them that's hurting her. I hope that she wins that fight against her.
I guess perhaps my last question would be, we know the setup of the Lost Boys, that these are children who have terminal diseases, so we're told based off the show, that get transitioned into these new bodies. Is that really what's happening? And I don't know if you can share this or not, but is that really what's happened? That in some ways their consciousness has been uploaded to these bodies? Or were you guys just given direction to be like, it's whatever you think it might be?
It's a good question. It's definitely something that we've talked about. And also, there were so many moments during the shoot where we thought we'd figured something out, or we'd cracked a code, or we're understanding what was going on, and then that would be shifted. I think even to speak to the scene with Boy Kavalier in episode 3, going in, I really believed sincerely that I was an equal man, that I was there as an actor having that equal face-off with him. Looking at it now, I can see the child. I didn't, I really believed that I was there as an adult. So I think that the lens that the show has put on it, I'm like, oh, that's different. This also feels the case with a lot of our character work and a lot of our understanding of sort of who these hybrids are. We get delivered piece of information to best tell the story, and then how that looks on the other side, I'm like, I'm not being told everything, That's how it feels for me. I do feel like a child in this experiment, I'm like, I'm along for the ride of the powers that be. So cool. Thanks for the chat. It's awesome talking, guys.
Thanks so much.
Thanks.
I feel like I see you guys all the time because I'm following you on Insta.
Yes. And we're seeing a lot of you, strangely enough.
Really?
Welcome back to Perfect Organism, Babou Ceesay. We're here to talk about episode 8. And before we do, my question for you is kind of related to your arc throughout the season, but it's something that comes to a head in episode 8, which is your relationship with Arouge, which I have to say is one of my favorite parts of the entire show. And I'm wondering,
I'm so pleased to hear that.
Are you, as Morrow, do you see any humanity in Arouge at all, or is he purely something in pursuit of a goal to attain, kind of?
Both. And that's not even a cop-out. It really is both. I think, having been a father, and, you see a few of their conversations. How many other conversations have happened? And in episode 8, when he speaks to Alex Lawthor's character, Hermit, he tells him that he knows about his lung. So obviously, Morrow has got something out of that relationship beyond the, finding a way to his goal. But the goal still exists, and Morrow needs to meet that goal for many reasons. His loyalty to Yutani, his having lost his daughter, he has to have a sense of purpose. If he doesn't achieve his goal, it would have all been for nothing. So, he has to have a reason to live, to survive. Also, the question of utility has to be useful. Otherwise, who knows what his future is? So yeah, I'd say both. I'm glad you said that because that's one of my favorite parts of the entire season as well. Is that relationship and Others, the actor who I saw in um, White Tiger, and absolutely loved. Like I was a fan coming in, just working with him on those scenes, rehearsing them. Yeah, real joy.
So at the end of the season, Morrow is a big question mark. Where does he go? What's going to happen to him? And I'm curious, and I would imagine you wouldn't be able to share this, but personally, were you left with those questions, or have you been given a trajectory as to where your character will lead from here?
I was left with those questions as well. Just like every other fan, I'm like a sponge and I'm trying to pick up any information I can as to where things are going, not for any even selfish reason to play the character, which, feels like, I've got to be serious now, just to know, to go, where's this headed? Well, I wonder where this goes. But what I love about the end of the season is in many ways, it can end the story. The kids are now in charge, but there's so many things that could come out of it. I'm even fascinated by other storylines. What's going to happen with that image? Where's that going? So no, I don't have any information, sadly, but I do know that I'm very hopeful we get a chance to keep expanding this story. And yeah, that's my dream.
One of my favorite lines that you have in episode 8 is when you're in the cell with Hermit and you wake up and you say something to the effect of, "This is the best my day is going to go." Right?
Yeah.
I'm wondering,
let me enjoy it. I love that.
Yeah, let me enjoy it.
Yeah.
Can you put us a little bit in Morrow's headspace? I mean, he has gotten into Prodigy. Does he think he is getting out, or is this kind of the end of the road for him internally?
Well, look, he assesses situations very quickly and quite accurately, I'd say. I'd give him that, right? And they haven't killed him. So as long as he's alive, there's hope. And that's what drove me. Some of the activities in terms of getting up, walking up to that door, looking for weakness. Obviously, his arm has been contained, and rightly so, because if it isn't, he's going to find a way out. But he's now working out how he can overcome this system. That's what I love most about Morrow. And I understand that's the part of him that's cold or quote unquote evil, as some people would say. He's always looking for weakness. If he can spot it, he will exploit it to get what needs to get done. And so, yeah, when he gets up, it's like, look, let me just work with the conditions I've got and see what I can get out of this situation. I don't think he thinks it's over. He even tells Kirsch that before they, beat him up. He says, this isn't over, Yeah.
I would love to, as my last question, ask you about the choreography between you and Timothy Oliphant. And that was a fairly dynamic fight you guys got into where bodies are flipping up and over. What was that like?
Fun. So much fun. Rob Ainge, our incredible fight choreographer and a stunt coordinator who I worked with before, he was just like, okay, let's go in and make this as epic as we can in terms of the power of these two people. You got a synthetic and a cyborg. How extreme is this fight and how calculated it is? My favorite part of the fight actually is Timothy Oliphant's facial expressions. You only catch them in tiny moments, but he still maintains that slightly emotionless. That just had me cracking up. Oh no, and of course, off camera, we were just laughing. And one big thing was how strong Tim is. He is not easy to maneuver around. I had to, brace my core a lot to get him to move. Yeah, amazing fight. Yeah.
But my last question for you for today is, have you been surprised at all by the reception Morrow has gotten? Because I don't know if you have the same visibility we have into this. We get asked about your character. I mean, many times every single day, people want to know more about Morrow. They feel really attached to him. They feel really intrigued by him. Have you been surprised by that, by how much he's become kind of
a... Yes. Yeah, I have. And look, I saw on the page from the very first reading of this that this was an amazing character. All kudos to Noah for that. And I thought it was such an amazing character that I wrote myself off, Patrick. I just thought, I'm not even gonna audition for this because there's no way they're gonna give me a chance to play this character. And for 2 days, I left it there. But eventually something hit, and I thought I have to have a go. And so I convinced myself that I worked so hard for those few days to see if I could maybe get something. And now we're sat here, us, right? So we're past the point. And yes, I'm surprised at the reaction, at how I expected people to think he was cold, but I didn't expect this much emotional connection to him. I'm obviously pleased with it because I saw that and I love this character and care about him. So yeah, it's amazing the things that and friends, close friends of mine I've known for years, who are watching the show are calling me up, going, "Dude, I have questions. I want to know this and I want to know that, and why is this not being revealed?" And and I'm thinking this is fantastic. But again, it's the writers, it's that Noah brain. He's really created someone very fascinating, and the people are going to feel this way and that way about. Yeah.
What I love about Morrow is I don't read him as cold. I read him as burdened. This is a burdened person, a burdened man. He doesn't seem, I see warmth in him, but it's not warmth so much for maybe some of the characters he's with, but there's a lot going on there. I don't get anything binary from him whatsoever.
I love that. Burdened is the word. I'm going to steal that and use it from now on. That's perfect. And I saw that from the beginning, and Noah saw that and said it to me from the beginning. He says, "Listen, there is some warmth there. He might be misunderstood, but there is some warmth there." And I'm like, okay, thank you. I'll reach for that too and see if it all comes.
We love it. Thank you, Babou, for being here, making the time for us.
Thank you
Congratulations
for
on the
having me.
success, and we hope to talk soon.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Talk soon. Take it easy, both of you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Let's roll. You ready?
Yep.
I'm ready.
Welcome to the interview portions of Unearthed, an Alien Earth after show. I am Jamie Prater, the host of Perfect Organism, the Alien Saga podcast, and I'm joined by my co-host,
Patrick Green, and today we are joined finally at long last at the end of this wonderful road of interviews by Noah Hawley himself. Noah, welcome to Perfect Organism.
Thank you. You've been talking to my friends from the show, it sounds like.
So there's a lot of things about Alien Earth that are very new. And I'm wondering, how receptive was 20th Century and, the network to taking risks with the material like this?
Well, luckily, I have a long-term relationship with FX and so there's a lot of trust there. The moment that the spend goes up, you start having more conversations about, are you really sure this is going to work? And there's certainly a lot of elements to it that, I'm not sure would have come out of anybody else's head necessarily. So, a big part of what I do is I just try to convince my partners that these ideas are sound, but there's a lot of trust there. So,
as you approached Alien and creating Alien for TV, was there anything in mind based off your knowledge of the universe that you were like, we're not going to do this?
Oh, it's something I wasn't going to do. I mean, I think the biggest thing is I sort of had to make some choices. After what was then 6 movies, there were a lot of ideas in the show there were a lot of ideas in the film that might have been a little contradictory in ways. As the name of your podcast is Perfect Organism, right? Which, of course, is for 40 years what we assumed that the xenomorph was, that it was the product of millions of years of evolution, and then with Prometheus, we had another theory, which was that these creatures were bioweapons that evolved and not too long ago. So on some level, I had to make a choice between the theory that I'd lived with for 40 years and the one that had been introduced most recently. And for me, Alien is that 40-year journey.
My favorite part of the show has been the characters. I think that you've written just an amazing assortment of really, really memorable characters. And I'm wondering, which was your favorite to write?
I mean, they're all fun for different reasons. I would certainly say the boy Kavalier is a good time on the page. And there's a tone of voice that he has, a sardonic tone of voice. Your brother is nice if you like brothers, which I don't, or mothers. There's something about that of course, in many ways, villains are always the most fun to watch and to write. And they break a lot of rules, and they can say anything they want, and I think that's always the danger, right? Is that the villain might be your favorite character in the story. So I think that that can be dangerous, certainly for an audience. And I've had moments over the years where I've had to, have some villains do some pretty unforgivable things so that the audience doesn't like them too much.
In terms of what's scary and what isn't scary, of course, we have a legacy of films where there's some pretty scary moments in there. And I'm curious for you, what is scary to you that you thought, okay, this is something that I haven't seen that I want to put on the screen?
Yeah, it's interesting. As a filmmaker, I can make myself feel every emotion except fear, right? I can watch a cut, I can tear up, I can, feel that surge of victory, those things, but the anticipation, the suspense, the fear, because I know what's going to happen, it's not something that I really feel in the editing room. And so the fear has to be created on the page, right? And in the prep, and the trust yourself to know that these elements that I put together, and some of it for me, coming out of Coen brothers background on some level, comedy and horror are very similar in terms of tension and release, right? And that's why Jordan Peele and Zach Cregger, have been so good at horror, right? Is that there are elements that are just unsettling, right? Whether it's the Aunt Gladys character, right, in Weapons, or Anton Chigurh's haircut in No Country for Old Men. There's something wrong with these people, and you don't know whether to laugh or to scream. There's something about that tension. And so for me, that's the sheep, right? The sheep may be the most benign creature in the animal kingdom. And so to have it, and to do what we did to it, and then have it be a kind of supervillain, right? There's tension there between the comedy of the supervillain sheep, like the rabbit from the Monty Python movie. There's tension there that I think bypasses a part of your brain where we're taught that if you want something to be scarier, you give it sharper teeth, right? You give it more claws, you make it more of a predator. But my instinct is always to go the other way.
That actually tees up my next question perfectly, which is about the image. I'm sure you've noticed it's become something of a phenomenon out there. There's, art, people are making sculptures, there's tattoos. Was that something that you saw coming? And can you kind of tell us a little bit about just coming up with that creature?
Yeah, it's the idea that it has an intelligence and a strategy to it that is beyond simply an animal was always really interesting to me. And in just in the physiological sense of something that takes control of your mind, right? That the sort of loss of control is scary to me. That I could be walking around but not be me, right? I think there's something really unsettling to that. And anything above the neck for people is pretty horrifying, right? The face hugger clearly is one of the most disturbing creatures of all time, and it's the sort of violation of your face that happens when it attacks you. And with the image, I just moved up a couple of holes, right, to the eye, and this idea that it needs these tentacles because, once it's in there, it figures out how to control your mind. It kind of plugs in and everything, and then it also moves itself around. And, the addition of these sort of probes it shoots out and then pulls itself across space. I think the idea that something, that there's a creature like that's a monster that could also outsmart you, and is that size, there's something really unsettling about it.
I have a hardball question for you. So in some interviews, you discussed your approach to the design of the XX121, the xenomorph, and you decided to go towards a little bit something more recognizable, like a bug. And I'm curious what that decision, like why you came to that decision.
Well, I think that every filmmaker, part of what you're given is the opportunity to put your spin on that iconic creature. And I knew instinctually that I couldn't mess with the silhouette of it, right? The larger version of it, when you see it, it looks the same as anyone else's version, really, or the classic version for me, which is the first two films. But then, where it felt least successful to me is those things that make it feel like a guy in a suit. So I was trying to work against that in some ways. And for me, the kind of rib cage element of it always made it feel sort of more humanoid, right? And you'll notice with our creature, I worked very hard with the stunt team and Weta to try to make it more of a quadruped, right? And to have it move on all fours, so that's a lot of wire work that's involved. And then, the other thing that I wanted from it is to begin to explore the tail as more than just the scorpion's tail, but like a monkey's tail. We have a moment, I think it's in the 6th or 7th hour, where it's hanging upside down and it kind of unwraps itself and drops to the ground. And that seemed really interesting to me and kind of something I hadn't seen before. And then in terms of what you replace that rib cage with, the good thing about the xenomorph is because of the way that it mixes its genetics with the genetics of the host, you're able to play around with some elements. And so, I sort of added more of a bug-like or a crustacean-like things on the chest, and then the coloration, if you really look at it, is more of a brown than a black. And but again, those are details that most viewers probably wouldn't notice in the long run. And then, what I really liked is when we were filming that second hour and Morrow electrocutes the xenomorph, there was a sort of tracking shot along the creature's body. And I really liked that image. And so I was thinking about the sort of main title that we do, and this idea of almost doing a topographical study of the creature as a way to open each episode, almost like an abstract. Seemed really cool to me.
Yeah, I love the way the titles are handled. What's the emotional core of this show to you?
Well, it's the brother and sister relationship, I think, which illuminates the central question of the show, which is, now that humanity is a choice for Wendy and the Lost Boys, are they going to choose human or other, right? And so that push-pull for Wendy specifically is between all the best of humanity that she feels is represented in her brother, and then the worst of humanity that she sees in the manipulation, megalomania of Boy Kavalier, the road to hell is paved with good intentions of Dame Sylvia. These elements that all make her say in that 6th or 7th hour, if that's what people are, I don't think I want to be people anymore.
One thing that I really loved about the final episode was, first of all, your callback to Alien 3 with the orchid picking up the soldier, and I love it. And then the fuck moment I thought was really, really brilliant. And that's actually my favorite film of the series. But what I find really lovely about your series is the emotional impact from the characters. I myself have really missed really good characters in an Alien film. We haven't really seen that since this show. And I guess I'm curious what character impact has had on you from the films that you brought into Alien Earth.
Yeah, I think what's really fascinating about that first film is that you don't know who the movie's about until, almost by process of elimination, you're left with Sigourney's character in the back half of it, right? And then, what Cameron's film did was really increase the emotional stakes of saying, now you have Ripley, and she's survived this traumatic experience, and they're asking her to go back, right? And none of us, we want her to go back because we want to see the movie, but it's not a good idea. We know it's not a good idea. And then I think in many ways, it's the ways that she bonds with the grunts and not the management, right? She's like, I'm labor, not management. And then, of course, the relationship with Newt and that sort of motherhood, which, if you've seen the director's cut, you understand there's the loss of a daughter. If you don't see the director's cut, it's probably not clear to you. But I don't know, it really established for me the real humanity of it. And you know, Sigourney's character is one of the great characters in movie history, right? Whether it's the script or her performance or the predicaments that she's in. But, you know, that to build to that get away from her, you bitch moment, you know, it may be one of the great moments in all the film.
What is actually inside the hybrids? Is that them or is that a simulacrum?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Not mechanically, but like, are they actually those children, or are they?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, what fun would it be if I told you? You know, I mean, I think the story works. I think the story only works if it's them, you know. I mean, I think that's what makes it emotional. And, you know, I would worry in sort of pulling the rug out from under the audience by saying, "Oh, psych, these were actually just fake, you know, AI the whole time." You know, it feels like an abuse of trust, right? And you know, I knew from doing Legion, which was a show about a guy who doesn't know what's real and what's not real. And I knew that as long as the love story was real, the audience was okay with everything else being negotiable. And I think the same is true here. As long as the Wendy is Wendy or Marcy, you know, then we're along for the ride. But the moment I tell you, you know, as in Lost, like the John Locke is not actually, for the last season, he wasn't even him. You know, it becomes, you know, the audience can feel taken advantage of, and you never want to be clever for clever's sake.
One thing that I love about science fiction, at least when it's really successful, is that it asks great questions. And this is something we always talk about, that the best science fiction asks the good questions. It does not answer them. And I'm curious for you, what were some of those questions going into Alien Earth?
I mean, the show is built around the idea that you know what those movies are, what that first film is especially, is a story about humanity trapped between nature and technology, and they're both trying to kill us, right? And that feels very much like the moment we're living in, which is why the show felt so vital to me to explore in this moment. You know, and another question that feels very vital to the moment that we're in is, where are the adults, right? Where are the people who think more about tomorrow than they think about today? Um, I certainly don't see a lot of them in positions of power, right? And so by using the story of these children being put into adult bodies and going, okay, well, how do I act like an adult? And then they look around and you have Boy Kavalier and you have Morrow and you have Dame Sylvia. You know, you have a lot of adults who I don't think any of us would look at as heroic, right? And so they realize on some level that they have to become the adults, the actual adults. And so that was sort of a, you know, and I don't know necessarily that at the writing stage that was what was in my head, but certainly by the time I was done editing it, that was very clear to me.
What's wild is, you know, Jamie and I have been reporting on Noah Hawley being attached to an alien project for, you know, what feels like about 30 years, but I guess it was 5 or 6 years when all is said and done. So it's weird how the world has sort of further shifted to help, you know, amplify a lot of those themes, especially to me, actually, that in addition to obviously the, you know, political and capitalist stuff, but the transhumanist stuff with the advent of like large language models and things feels more, you know, it's everywhere now. Is that something that kind of surprised you as you were working on this?
Yeah, I mean, you certainly can't count on it. You know, I feel like more often than not, I tend to be a zeitgeist writer, and these stories kind of drop at a moment in which the conversation the show is having is the conversation that we're having in our society. You can't count on it, obviously. When I wrote those first 8 episodes, there was no chat GPT, right? There was none of that was real in the world. And then, you know, when we went to shoot it and we were shut down by the strike in 23, it was just starting to be, you know, a real issue and a real product. And then, of course, by the time I was editing it, right, and now we're airing it, it's the only conversation that people are really having. And so, you know, on some level, I think it makes the show feel more urgent to an audience. It makes it feel more relatable. Part of why I set the show less than 100 years in the future, is I really want it to feel like this is a story about us and not a story about some abstract humanity in the future.
Is there a particular episode that tickles your fancy? I would imagine episode 5, or...
Yeah, I mean, look, I love that hour, and the moment that I realized that I was going to do that in the middle of my innovation on Alien, I was going to do classic Alien also. I really wanted to be the filmmaker who shot that hour, and what was really fun about it is that because it comes after 4 hours of the story, that there's a real investment from the audience from the get-go, right? And there's a lot of moving pieces that amp up the power and the impact of the story over time. I mean, we add in the sabotage element, and now there's a mystery at the heart of the show, which I haven't really seen in an Alien movie before. And then the fact that we have these multiple creatures means that there's this sense of dread, and as sort of one by one, they each get out and they each do become a wild card in the story. I wanted those last 10 minutes of the show to really be thrilling in a way that I found the last 20 minutes of Cameron's film truly thrilling, and really have you at a moment where there's a guy biting a xenomorph and you think, I don't know what's going to happen next, right? There's a sense of we're off the map of Alien, and that felt really exciting.
Well, we're just about at time, and I want to take at least 30 seconds quickly just to thank FX here. This is our last interview with all of you, and it's been such a joy. And Adriana Lemus and your team have been just the best to work with, and we really, really appreciate it. And Noah, thank you for making the time for being here. My final question is there going to be another season? And if so, is it going to be an anthology, or is it going to be continuing the story?
No, there's no danger of an anthology. It was designed and built as a recurring series. I would say certainly that the signs are really positive that we're going to do another one, and it's my hope that we're going to know pretty quickly. The show has performed the way we hoped it would perform, and I have a bit of a roadmap for where we would go from here. And these things always at some point become a conversation about money. But that's okay. I'm pretty good at those conversations and pretty good at making things for a price. And so I think we could all feel pretty excited about the possibility is what I would say.
Sweet. That's awesome. Noah, thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thanks, guys.